3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do have quorum. I am calling the meeting to order. This meeting 17. Welcome, everyone. We have a lot of people here today. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room number 1. And this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. And is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that people is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you have registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list, and the list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on your CMP. If you need any help, let us know. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of July 6, 2024? Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. And I have a new business item to introduce that came in late, establishing a labor relations subcommittee. Because we are in some kind of negotiation. All those in favor to introduce this item, all those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. We will now run through the agenda. Okay, all right. The first item is my letter, and we have speakers. That's being held. Second item is, I don't know why there is noise, but anyway, the second item, 17.2, ensuring federal safety standards are met on Toronto Ferries. There is a speaker. The vacant home tax program, there's a speaker. Billy Bishop, Toronto Airport. Oh, 3, I'm sorry, I missed 3. Electric ferry shoreline infrastructure work plan, I believe that you have an amendment, so Councillor Fletcher. And the next item has a speaker. The item after that, the Billy Bishop Airport runway safety area has a lot of speaker, pardon me. 6 is Casa Loma Corporation. Anyone want to hold it? If not, local councillor, can someone, yeah, Deputy Mayor Malik moved it, and all those in favor, adopting. And Fair Wage Office 2023 annual report. This is for receipt for information. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor, opposed, carry. The Municipal Code Cecil Street Community Center, another one in your riding, in your ward. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're moving it. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Social procurement policy, and this is on accessibility feedback, 17.9. Anyone want to hold it? If not, yeah, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Sewer line block service standards and improving response. Is it fascinating? Okay. Councillor Perks, all those in favor. Capital variance. Councillor Carroll, we have a list of these. Anyone want to hold 11? All those in favor to adopt recommendations. Councillor Carroll, opposed, carry. Another, that's capital, and then the operating, Councilor Carroll. Oh, we have a speaker on 12, thank you.
oh.
All right, there are two speakers.
Okay, so I don't
will
have to
hold
hold it and then
17,
release
12.
it because we ran out of time. A
17,
speaker's
12,
saving
we
me.
will hold it, okay? 17, 13, deferred revenue report, Councilor Carroll. All those in favor? No questions, thank you. Adopted. 17.14, reserve funds. Any questions? No? Councilor Carroll? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. City loans and loan guarantee, we are now putting a system in place, which is a good thing. Councilor Carroll, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Another water 2024 capital budget. Let's get this very important item. We have an adjustment there. Opposed, anyone? Nope. Carry, thank you. 17 have speakers. We will hold this. And I think, and the new item, yeah, item 18, we'll just hold it for a little while. Let's make sure people read it, okay? Okay,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
yes.
I wonder if we could consider limiting the deputations, since there's so many, down to 3 minutes per speaker.
I am in the hands of you folks. I think the long list is on the Billy Bishop Airport. Oh, I guess if you are doing 3 minutes, you have to do 3 minutes for everyone, not 5 minutes here and 3 minutes there. That wouldn't be fair. I need folks to decide whether, how about if I do a quick straw vote before let me just get a feel, no straw vote. It's, well, anyone not, 3 minutes, okay? Council Deputy Mayor Malik, Brian? Oh, there's shaking of heads and then there's nodding of heads. Why don't does anyone want to speak? Sorry?
Do you want to vote on it? I'll move it.
Yeah, I think so. We need to.
I'll move it.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor Cole is moving to change to 3, and council, okay. So all those in favor of changing it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, can I see a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys are making life hard for me.
Feels on time. Feels on time, Mike.
Can I ask the question
Right.
that, are you folks okay? 4 minutes. 4 minutes, okay. All right, let me, okay. I will entertain 4 minutes, all right? All those in favor for 4 minutes? Yeah, 4 minutes, okay. All those in favor, Councilor Fletcher? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're gonna fail on a time.
5 for 4 minutes. I feel like I'm auctioning something right here.
5 it is.
And all those against the 4 minutes. 1, 2, 3. This is 4 minutes. Against 4 minutes. Against 4 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fails on a time. Looks like the procedural bylaw is taking care of us.
Those of you that are here
Better get some snacks on the lunch hour.
They're going to be so repetitive.
I don't know what just happened. Someone just shut me off. Okay. I just want to say to the folks that are deputing that if you heard that argument made before, maybe you can make it succinctly, and then and those of you that may have a lot of questions, maybe ask fewer questions, okay? So we will try for 5 minutes, and hopefully we will have quorum at the end of the session.
Can I move to close the speakers list?
Okay, closing of the speaker list, okay, all those, at 10 o'clock, we're closing the list. All those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you. All right. Deputy Mayor McAfee, thank you for that. Okay, we might be here for a little while. I am just wondering whether we could quickly do 2 or 3 that have only 1 or 2 speakers. May I have the indulgence of the committee? Okay, so that, and then the bigger ones, we will step it down a little bit. Sounds good? Okay. Item 2, ensuring federal safety standards are met or exceeded on Toronto's ferries. I think that is important. QP Local 79, Keith Fairing, are you here? Oh, have a seat. You have 5 minutes.
They should be doing their presentation first.
Oh, we need a quick presentation. Just give me 1 minute, okay? You can just stay there. Unless we need room for, who's doing the presentation? Sorry, our staff is going to make a quick presentation. We'll come back to you in 1 minute, yeah. Folks, this item, we want to make sure, because there's been quite a lot of conversation about the ferry service, and I think it's important that we have a presentation as to what is happening to our ferry services, especially with safety and passenger improvements that's being done. I think it's important because the weather is still beautiful, and people go to the islands all year round anyway. All yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning through the chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today on the safe operation of ferry services in the City of Toronto. Slide. Today's presentation responds to a request from Mayor Chow that I present this information so as to reassure the public that our ferry services are safe, reliable, and that the city has and will continue to comply with the regulations and standards set for these vessels and this service. I will share information on our response to recent regulatory changes and safety board observations and the work we are doing to improve the overall passenger experience while preparing for the planned replacement of these vessels. The Toronto Islands are much loved by city residents and visitors alike, and journeying on the ferry to them is an important part of that experience. It's no surprise then that approximately 1.4 million visitors make the trip across the water each year, most of them using one of our 4 passenger ferries. As Council knows, the age of our fleet is between 50 and 100 years old, with a total capacity of approximately 2,300 foot passengers, with one of our vessels, the Anguiara, able to carry 10 vehicles. This capacity excludes the Trillium, a heritage vessel only used for special events and under optimal weather conditions. Recognizing the high degree of public interest in ferry services and access to the Toronto Islands, the city's priorities remain operating a safe and reliable service, which includes meeting Transport Canada's regulatory requirements around safety, providing a positive passenger experience, and preparing for the arrival of the first of our replacement vessels in 2026. Transport Canada is the federal regulator responsible for marine transportation in Canada, including the City of Toronto's ferry fleet. Transport Canada sets the standards for maritime safety across the country, and everything the city does to operate the Toronto Island ferries complies with their regulations. They are responsible to provide the city with the certification requirements that ensure that our vessels are operating safely, and in providing us with what is called the minimum safe manning document that sets out the required number of qualified persons needed to keep the vessel safe and secure and to protect the vessel, crew, passengers, cargo, and the marine environment. Finally, Transport Canada set standards for operating procedures, the mechanical safety of the vessels and safety protocols, including but not limited to the required training for the crew. The city has been and continues to be compliant with Transport Canada's regulations, and in doing so, continues to be certified to operate its fleet. Procedurally, this includes obtaining and maintaining a valid safety inspection certificate before a vessel goes into service, ensuring we are adherent to the requirements of the safe manning document with the correct number of qualified staff on each vessel, including the master or captain, individual crew members, and maintenance engineers. Being a fully qualified captain, for example, includes having completed all requisite training, means knowing how to safely operate the vessel, means carrying out daily and ongoing safety inspections, and knowing how to follow emergency procedures to keep passengers, fellow crew members, and other water vessels safe. Crew members must have completed their safety training, which includes content related to passenger management, particularly in the event of an emergency. All vessels must be inspected and maintained by qualified engineers, both those employed by the city and our third-party marine experts, who must be able to spot potential issues and rectify them and safely repair routine wear and tear. Once a year, each vessel undergoes a thorough inspection by third-party marine experts, which helps us to identify where equipment needs replacing or heading off any potential issues in the future. Meanwhile, once every 5 years, again, as per Transport Canada's regulatory requirements, each vessel goes into dry dock for a more thorough, detailed inspection. In addition to all these checks, each vessel is thoroughly inspected and signed off for sailing by international shipping insurer Lloyd's. Finally, the city works closely with our partners and stakeholders to ensure coordinated emergency planning and responsiveness in the harbor, as evidenced by our participation in annual safety events to test the city's responsiveness in the event of an emergency. Following the incident in 2022, in which the Sam McBride ferry was involved in a hard dock, the Transport Safety Board made a number of recommendations in 2024, which we have implemented. Though we had a full complement of crew prior to this incident, we introduced 63 additional staff, increasing the ratio of crew members to passengers. We have changed our protocols around how we manage passengers. For example, we deploy crew members to the top and bottom of the stairs during docking to ensure no passengers are standing in open stairwells. We have increased the number of life jackets on board our vessels, particularly adding child and infant life jackets to represent 30% of total vessel capacity on 3 of our vessels, and we continue to review children ticket data and have a plan to increase that to 50%. We have erected clearer safety signage, improved deck lighting, and we now ensure our pre-departure safety announcements are more audible. Council's approval of the replacement of 2 of the vessels with larger, modern, and electric ferries will transform the passenger experience, greatly increase our capacity to transport visitors to and from the island, and reduce lineups and frustration. In the interim, we have and continue to improve the passenger experience so that, in addition to it being safe, it is also reliable and more pleasant. We've introduced a range of enhancements to improve the ferry experience, including an updated website with real-time alerts to help people better plan their journey, and the ability to purchase tickets online, which in the last 2 years has increased to 44% of all tickets sold. With improved queuing that fast passes those who have done so, we are reducing overall lineups outside the terminal and reducing congestion at peak travel times to the best of our ability. We have made improvements to wayfinding and signage on the island, improved ticket vending facilities at our terminal, and improved food and beverage offerings. Recognizing that we are limited by the capacity of our vessels while we wait for the replacement fleet, we have also provided passengers waiting with other surprise and delight moments, including food, buskers, and other comforts, including shade tents at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal and Center Island landings. As we look to the future, Council has approved, and we look forward to commissioning the first of the 2 replacement ferries in late 2026 and completing shoreside infrastructure construction work at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, which will allow for the new electric ferries to charge in between journeys. Following the Mayor's direction, we are also looking at options for a relief vessel to provide additional ferry service while those new ferries are being procured. Finally, we'll be reaching out to the public in an effort to evaluate how we did this season and other opportunities to enhance the overall passenger experience building on our rich learnings gleaned through the recently approved Toronto Island Master Plan. Thank you very much, and happy to take questions.
Thank you for all the work you've done to improve the ferry services. And anyone have any questions? Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking at different ferry service. This is a, sorry, can't hear me. So you're talking about the overall, what I'm going to call experience in the ferries, which is getting on, ticketing, it's timing, scheduling, those kinds of things. I'm sorry, we don't know who is here with you, if you wouldn't mind introducing. Was that somebody from your staff?
Oh, I apologize. Simon Larson is new, manager of stakeholder relations and issues management, was helping me move the deck.
Thank you. That, I understand that part in the operations and that public, but the fleet management part, I'm not sure if Parks manages that if they're not a commission anywhere else in Ontario. I think it's the MTO because it's a marine fleet. Technically, we have two pieces to the ferries. One's the fleet, buying, maintenance, and then you have just the operations, scheduling, everything else. Are you aware of anywhere else where it's the Parks Department that operates the fleet or manages the fleet as far as the things that we've been looking at here?
Through the chair, I can't say we've researched every ferry service operating across the country. I am aware of MTO operating ferries in other jurisdictions, but that certainly could be something that we, look at if it is something council wishes us to investigate.
Well, I'll ask, it's no city manager. I was just going to ask if that's the common practice of a fleet of that kind, because it's quite complicated. It's carrying passengers over water, and I don't know who can answer this. Is it possible, I understand why Parks operates that to the island and the master plan, the scheduling, the everything else. It's that, I'm just going to call it the big capital spending, the dock wall, which we're only now looking at. Is that something that's common anywhere else that anyone's aware of on leadership of the city? Since Parks doesn't know. Sorry.
So through the mayor, we'd have to do a scan of it. This is not a common service across municipalities, so we'd have to go further afield. So we could bring that back if you'd like that information. We could do a scan.
Because Kingston, it is to the island, it's the MTO. Not that we're giving it to the MTO, but is there an MTO equivalent that we might find in the city?
So again, through the mayor, I absolutely know there are different models. I think the prevalence of the models, be it an internal to the municipality, external, where it sits in the municipality, we'd have to do some more work just so that we get a good view of how that might operate.
So in looking after all the maintenance of the ferries and everything, that's been, that was assigned to a parks supervisor who, correct? Traditionally, that's who's done that work.
Through the chair, so there's some aspects of ferry maintenance that's done in-house through the parks operations and some that's contracted out.
But it's through an RFP that's handled by parks staff.
Correct.
And it's been handled by the waterfront park staff.
Correct.
All of that. And did they have, water park front staff, did they have an engineering degree or anything of that nature? Or it's just somebody who maintains and looks after all the aspects of the parks and waterfront areas?
So we have marine supervisor staff with marine level experience that have marine engineering experience that participate in the maintenance and the relationship with the third-party dry dock folks or mechanical engineers who come in and inspect the vessels. They have the specific credentials around marine engineering and marine experience. So they're both the marine supervisor and marine coordinator.
And what else would they be doing besides that in parks as marine engineers?
So they are dedicated to the ferry operation.
Ferries. But they're being managed by whom?
They're being managed by the manager of waterfront parks.
So the engineers are being managed by someone who that's not what they do every morning. So I'm just want to be clear on how this all works, because this is a moment where we might be able to right-size a few things in the city as far as ferries are concerned. Okay, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you. And we have a speaker, Keith Fearing, the first Vice President of QP Local 79.
Is this on? Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Hi, folks. Keith Fearing. As Olivia mentioned, First Vice President, QP Local 79. A little background, though, on my role at Local 79. We have an agreement with City of Toronto where we have health and safety coordinators that assist in dealing with health and safety issues between the city and the union. And in essence, if you're a health and safety person, you're basically looking after everybody's health and safety, right? Because health and safety is a common goal. I've been around since 2010 in that role. I want to talk about what makes Toronto ferries safe. And we should look at the Sam McBride instance. And we know that the Sam McBride and the William Inglis were built in the 1930s, and the Thomas Rennie in the 50s. So it's an aging fleet. But let's talk about the incident for a moment that happened in August 2022, where there's 20 people injured. In 2009, it was determined by the Transportation Safety Board that 13 crew members should be on board. The city then requested that it sail with 6. And that's why we're able to say it sailed with a full complement, because the complement was actually 6, recommended 13. There was no written procedures about emergency measures and protocols in the reduction from 13 to 6. If there's no written procedures, you can imagine that there's no training and that we're just sailing with 6. The Transportation Safety Board noted that the ferry's evacuation procedures were unrealistic, leaving only 6 crew members to manage over 900 crew, and was quoted that saying the city is very lucky with the lack of crew and emergency preparedness, that no emergency had arisen. Well, in 2022, it arose, and subsequently a couple more, right? This is a problem. And it's not actually the aging fleet in what I'm bringing forward. It's the management of the fleet. You can buy yourself a brand new vessel, put some people in there. Is it safe? Are those people trained? Is it coming from top down and bottom up? Direction around how to operate safely? And the training, the bottom-up piece, so that everybody is on the same page? Well, we don't see that. You can look back in Transportation Canada's records all the way back to 1999, where an incident was reported that there was a lack of written procedures and emergency preparedness. And that was specifically to the Thomas Rennie. I want to give an example of what operational pressures are. Folks who are on this boat working under these, any boat, sorry, working under these conditions. The conditions are such that you take people on the boat and you get them across the islands. And yes, there is an emphasis on safety, but how are you delivering that emphasis on safety? I'll take you to an incident in 215, which you will not find in any records. Very windy day. The winds were almost double what the sailing requirements are on the Thomas Rennie certificate. The alternating captain at the time gave forewarning to the supervisor that he would not be sailing that day due to safety concerns. Quite rightly, the supervisor responded saying that is the captain's call. However, operational pressures. Another captain was subbed in to sail that very same ship in those very same conditions for that day. People were on the other side of the harbor, on City of Toronto Island, right? Not only were they bringing them there, but they had to get them back in these conditions. And I will say that the Thomas Rennie's certificate was altered within a week or two after that fact of that day, in which there was a refusal to sail that ship. Altered in a way that validated the acting captain's concern, and there was delimited from having anyone on the upper tier on the Thomas Rennie at a certain wave height, right? Waves happen in that harbor, and there's wave heights in which we should be running and not running.
Ask you to wrap up, sorry.
Sorry. So my concern is that we need to follow our corporate policy, which says we will meet or exceed health and safety standards. Our corporate policy doesn't even mention Transport Canada, Transportation Safety Board recommendations, any of those things. We need to ensure that even when we get our brand new electric ferry, that the overall operations for safety are created, adhered to, and trained on. These operational pressures are what are forcing people to sail faster, to do more, within the time limits to serve the public. Everyone loves the islands, and it's becoming a concern, and it is showing up the way it's showing up, which is with incidents within the fleet. Thank you, and my apologies for going over.
Thank you. Questions, anyone? Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
When you said the captain's call, tell me a little bit about the captain's call, saying not safe to go in the water with passengers today because of X conditions. Is that what, or it must go in the water under certain circumstances?
So each, as I understand it, each vessel has a certificate that says, and you've seen in some of the newspaper reports, X amount of passengers can be on the ship.
Yeah.
At one point, the Thomas Rennie was grandfathered, and it went down from down to around 500. But then renovations took place on the Thomas Rennie. The bulkhead and engines were changed, moving it back up to 736, I believe. Right. So there's the conditions of the certificate need to be adhered to, and it's the captain's responsibility to gauge whether also the amount of passengers on the ship. That has to be insured somehow, and I'm sure that works its way through the deckhands and the first mate. Right. But all of that is a responsibility of the captain.
The captain has an important role in saying
Absolutely.
Bad conditions. And then who would override the captain then to say, well, we're going to buy, we're putting somebody else in?
Override? I'm not sure.
Somebody else went in
So,
rather than
yeah.
that captain. How would that happen?
Be constant communication, in my opinion.
Happen.
Did that happen? Oh, sorry, can you rephrase?
You said the captain said, I'm not going, and then another captain was called in. Who would call that other captain in?
That would have been supervisor managers. I've got emails about that, but I don't have names. I'm not going to supply those.
Okay.
But in essence, the management team, supervisors and so forth would look for replacements.
Thank you. So the captain doesn't have as much authority as we might think. And the fact that these ferries are carrying large numbers of passengers over water adds, I'll just say, in your opinion, may add another level of risk compared to driving along Queens Quay in a bus or the train.
You could, yes, you could look at it like that. There's a significant responsibility when you're on water, as there's limited exit plans in the case of an emergency and other procedures that you would have to consider being on water.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. You have a motion, Councillor Fletcher?
I'm going to have a motion on the next one,
Okay, why don't, in this one, 17.2.
May have a motion.
Receive for information, all those in, oh, okay, please, to speak.
Thank you very much. And just wanted to briefly thank staff for the work on this presentation and on addressing the safety concerns and taking quick action on this. As we know, and we've heard, that 1.4 million people visit the island every year, and we have an obligation to deliver this service safely and efficiently and well, and in as an enjoyable a way as possible. And I know that this commitment is shared by staff, and I appreciate the fast action on the ferries, responding to the incidents, investigating what happened, and implementing the necessary measures to avoid repeat incidents. And that has meant adhering to the highest federal standards that have been put to us as a city and to the ferry service in particular. And that includes building up the capacity, training deckhands, and getting them in action online and present at the ferry terminal as quickly as possible. So to ensure that operations of the ferry, for especially this last season, were not interrupted due to the adherence to these safety standards. And I really appreciate that. As was raised, there are still a number of questions, and those improvements and that commitment to safety continues with our ferry service. And I've been in close touch with city staff on the results of investigations and how we continue to move forward. And of course, making sure that we are doing absolutely everything that we can to get the new ferries into the water as quickly as possible. I support the mayor's motion to look at bringing in relief ferries. It is our commitment to ensuring that improved access to the island is something that we are taking on with the seriousness that it requires. And I moved forward a motion this summer for staff to look at the ways that we improve access, including the potential for a fixed active transportation link, which we'll hear more about in Q1 of 2025. Again, thank you to the work of staff. Thank you to everyone who has so diligently been following and tracking and pushing the city to meet these highest standards that we can, and to ensure that access to the island remains safe and efficient for many years to come.
Thank you. On this item, one more speaker, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thanks so much, and thanks for that presentation. And thanks for explaining all those issues that we have at times. And I also just want to thank the union for coming forward, because in all of the MTO data, I think everything's in there. I know I had a few questions for Mr. Dayton just about the operational side. So I really think the ferry passenger experience, and I think I'll deal with that, Madam Mayor, when we deal with number 3, but I'd like to bring that motion forward later because it does apply to the dock wall. I'm just also look at improved ticket sales, online sales, all those kinds of things. That's great. I think it's important to be thinking about that. Shade tents, all that. I'll be taking that up under item 3, not under item 2, if I can, Madam Mayor. And then the other thing really is just in my questions about mechanical engineers. I mean, this is a fleet. It's taking hundreds of people across water. So I really want to have a look at where's the best place for that part of the service, which is the mechanical engineers, the boats themselves. And I think I'm very happy to hear that you have mechanical engineers. I have a very big problem with that person being supervised by a parks operations supervisor that you've mentioned today. So structurally, we're talking about two different things. One's how can we make it a better experience while you're waiting for the ferry? And how can we make it a safer experience to be on a ferry? And I don't have a motion right here, Mayor, but I'm going to be thinking about some directions which I've been thinking about since we started talking about the ferries. And I'll have a little more to say when we get to number 3. But I'm going to ask if you can put number 3 further down so I can have a chance to craft that motion.
Do you want to hold this one also?
Oh, I could hold this one and make a motion to cover both of them.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
fine.
So
Okay,
I'll
sounds good.
just hold 2 and 3. They're both ferries and dock wall. You could do a 5 and ferry. I didn't realize that you had a motion on this one also. I will just come back to the agenda then. On item number 1, I believe we have some speakers. This is the Universal Student Food Program in Toronto. Debbie Field, Coalition for Healthy School Food. Are you here? Oh, there you are. You have 5 minutes. There's no presentation. Go ahead.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and speak in favor of the motion. My name is Debbie Field. I'm the coordinator of the National Coalition for Healthy School Food. 238 member organizations, 146 endorsers, including the City of Toronto, in 2021. And this movement is part of actually an amazing global movement. And I'm going to talk more about other cities who have taken the kind of initiatives that you're doing. I'm also a parent activist and a community school food activist and community food activist, and sat here actually in 1981, actually in this committee room as a parent when my son Joe was turning 6, going into grade 1 from daycare, and was one of the first deputations when the City of Toronto took your first bold move and committed $180,000, which started everything going. I also want to thank you because the recent commitment that you made that brought Toronto's commitment up to $19 million was huge and really important, and actually recognized all across the country in terms of how important it was. We keep a running flow chart at the coalition of what comes in from every province and territory and city, and we're up to $288 million a year. You might remember that the federal government's recent $1 billion over 5 years is $200 million a year. So right now, all the provinces and cities, including yourself, are putting in way more than that, which is one of the reasons that that billion is not enough, and we all need to be advocating for much more in upcoming budgets. So everybody across the country saw that you had made this increase. It's very, very important. And you're doing it at this big moment, right? When we talked about student nutrition and school food in the 90s, it was just a dream that someday the federal government would join with the other G7 countries and most of the countries in the world. So just give you some of the recent dates, right? April 1st, the government finally makes a commitment of $1 billion over 5 years. With April 16th, the budget. And in this budget year, we're talking only about 71 million. So there's only going to be 71 of the billion flowed, and Toronto will get a chunk of that. Many more things happened, and in fact, to me and to our coalition, more significantly than the money, because the money is so small compared to what we need, is the policy. And I really urge you all, if you haven't, and I urge Mayor Chow to have whatever we do here in terms of our universal school food program design to embed the national school food policy. It was tabled on June 20th. It's an exemplary document. It's one of the best food policies in the world for school food. The only thing it's lacking is any kind of legislative hook. So Finland, Japan, those countries who have great policies embed as a right. So we need the federal government to include that in upcoming motions of the House, and we're, again, working on that and hope you'll join with us in that endeavor. But then things began to happen really fast, and so something we did not think was going to happen. On September 5th, the first agreement was signed. We did not think this was possible, that the federal government would be able, given the history of the slow negotiations around childcare, to actually do this. So Newfoundland signed a 3-year agreement, $9.1 million. The money will flow to them within 30 days of signing that agreement, so kids will actually, who are in school programs in Newfoundland, will get more money this fiscal year. And then there's a school food infrastructure, again, something we've been talking about, our coalition has been asking for, you've been asking for, a national fund that will allow infrastructure. Again, it's too little, it's only 20 million, but it will mean fridges and stoves and other things like that will be paid for by the federal government soon. And then Nova Scotia declared their universal school food program at the end of September, joining PEI, Manitoba, Newfoundland, and Labrador. And what's very interesting about the Nova Scotia model, and it'll be very important politically, we think, with the Poilievre government, is these are conservative provinces, both PEI and Nova Scotia, who are implementing a pay-what-you-can, respectful, non-discriminatory, non-stigma universal lunch program. When we've talked, I really like your motion, and I hope, as I said, that it is passed, because it both gives some immediate relief to the crisis of the numbers of programs that need more money now, but it also is long-term vision. So this is the first time you've considered this. This is news. This is not the same as every other student nutrition program memo you've taken. This actually looks to where we want to go with cities like New York City, who have implemented a universal school food program, London, England, you might have read about that, Seoul, South Korea, and many other cities in South Korea, and most recently Berlin. In preparing for today, I did not even know this till yesterday. So Berlin, just this year, has launched a universal free lunch program for all primary and middle school kids, not high school kids yet. So I just want to talk about next steps and the partnerships that you have. That's the other asset base here that really is not known across the country. Only Toronto has figured out how to work with schools and school boards and community partners in the way that you have. And we have so many other assets. We have the Ontario Food Terminal. The possibilities of what we can do are exemplary. So look forward to working with you on all the next steps.
Thank you. Any questions to, Councilor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to be clear of the magnitude of where we want to go. I think I heard you talk about this, and certainly the recommendations in the mayor's letter seem to be talking about this. So we have kind of two leaps to make here to get to universal, but you also want us to get from snack, the legend of the third of a banana, from snack to lunch. So there's two pieces here.
There are. And again, we can learn so much from what has happened in Nova Scotia. So last year in Nova Scotia, they would have put $1.5 million into a free breakfast program. 98% of the kids would have gotten that. They didn't cut that, but they added $30 million this year, going up to $100 million within 3 years for a universal lunch, pay-what-you-can lunch program. And the point about a pay-what-you-can lunch program, if it's done respectfully without stigma, is that, you could put $5 in, I could put $1 in, and our children would eat together. And we have lots of experience of that kind of model in Toronto. I believe, anti-poverty activists are very concerned, as we all should be, that we not create something that will create additional barriers or stigma. So we'll have to design this well. But we know a lot about it, but also we can learn a lot from Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, and Quebec. There's a lot of pay-what-you-can respectful programs in downtown Montreal. So we're not going to do this alone, and we're going to do it quickly. I was shocked with Nova Scotia. I thought they'd fail. They decided to do this like 6 months ago and roll it out for this September, and we thought, oh my goodness, where's the pilots? But there's software. We have so many assets now that we figured out, menus, all this stuff, right? We have an ability to just do it.
So, because when you name the big cities, when you name Seoul, when you name Berlin, you're naming what are essentially city-states that have access to their income tax. But in naming the Canadian examples, there's a real strong provincial actor there that's making sure that it happens, even though some dollars are coming to the Fed. So we got to get that in place as well.
Well, I have good news on that, and I haven't had a chance because of the time to tell you. We are fairly sure that the Ontario government is going to be the next jurisdiction to sign an agreement after Newfoundland and Labrador. In meetings that we've had with senior staff within the Ontario government, we think the agreement's going to be signed within 2 weeks. So what that's going to mean is that Ford is going to, so what it means is the Ontario government is going to get, not much, but another 20 million this year alone. I think your share of that is pretty big.
Yeah.
Just by percentage of population. So you're going to have a whole lot of more money even as soon as November this year. And that's how you can pass your first motion about, let's get rid of the waiting list. Let's get rid of the 2 food groups. Let's get ourselves to what we wanted to be before in our vision, which was three food group meal served sometime in the morning to every kid in the city of Toronto. So let's do the programs we have, and then let's plan and launch a much more visionary program. And I think the money that you're going to get from the province, because we're busy advocating and we have good news. I think that Ford has heard and he knows, he sat right there when we made deputations. And, you remember when the Fords tried to cut the 10% at school food? I think he's been convinced. I have a feeling you'll be able to convince him even more in the next couple of weeks. So that's the other reason you doing this today is so timely. You have proven through your leadership that you can work with the province and the federal government to create things that are really past jurisdictional divides. And I'm confident you'll be able to do this one.
Okay, thanks, Debbie. Thanks, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Any other questions? No? Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For that knowledge. It's with lots of knowledge of historical. I know, historical perspective too. Oma Khan, Engaged Communities and Community Co-Chair of Inner City Community Advisory Committee. Mr. Khan is online. Can you turn this on? Okay. Can you turn your mic on, Mr. Khan, so we could hear you? We cannot hear you.
Oh, my mic is on.
Unmute yourself. Okay, try again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep, we got it. Go for it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Omar Khan. I don't have the level of knowledge of our previous speaker, but I'm the coordinator of a grassroots group called Engaged Communities that works in Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park. And along with York University and TNO, we studied the local experience of food insecurity. And I want to start by reading you the story of one mother we connected with. She talked about the stigma of shame of using food banks. So there's a fire alarm test going on in here. So the mother said, and I quote, my son used to volunteer at the food bank, and then him and us, we don't connect. So when he's there, I'm not going to go to the food bank because he's embarrassed. And if I tell him I got this food from the TNO food bank, he will not eat. He's 14 years old. I go, or my husband goes to the food bank when the kids are not home, and then come home before they get home. We do this because using the food bank is affecting my kids' self-esteem. It's affecting my self-esteem because I've never before gone to a food bank. This is the first time for me, and I feel low as a person, embarrassed. So I don't know what to do. So in follow-up conversations with this mom and other parents, our research made clear that a universal school nutrition program, it's not going to get to the heart of food insecurity issue for most people, which is poverty, but it can still help families by feeding their kids on school days. Research shows that children who constantly have a healthy meal in the mornings are more engaged in the classroom, have better learning outcomes, show better problem-solving skills, and have healthier relationships with their peers and teachers. And studies have shown that school food programs can help with lifetime of good eating habits and reduce chronic disease later in life. And so, I mean, that's why we're so excited about Mayor Chow's desire to get a universal program, because right now in Canada, 1/3 of students in elementary schools and 2/3 of students in secondary schools do not eat nutritious breakfasts before school. And those percentages are definitely higher in Toronto, and especially in low-income areas in Toronto. So on another thing I do is I'm the Inner City Community Advisory Committee co-chair at the TDSB. And to just put things simply, this committee, which we call ICCAC, examines the work the school board does to specifically address the needs of those school communities where poverty is highest in the city. And at every ICCAC meeting, we have an amazing group of school community support workers who speak about the challenges and successes they see in their schools. And a perpetual challenge they raise is the struggle to support hungry students and their families. They talk about snacks, they talk about gift cards, they talk about food boxes, they talk about connecting those students and families to local supports, but it's never enough. And some of those schools that they work in don't have food programs at all. So when we hear about those struggles, we also put that in the context of probably every counselor here hearing about the need for snacks, lunch, and food in all the schools in their wards, not just the ones where poverty is highest. And that's because kids are hungry in schools, not just because of poverty, but also because of the vigorous activities they get up to, the lack of time to eat before school, and just many other reasons that kids are hungry at school. So then we get here to 2024, and there's much more need for universal school food program than before the pandemic. And yet the budgets of school food programs can't afford the same quality or quantity of food they did before. And the budget recommendation from the Board of Health, where I deputed last month, sadly only covered inflation and increase in the need in existing food programs. And I was actually really sad and disappointed about that, and I thought that wasn't enough. And so when I saw the mayor's letter and I saw the actual motion, I was actually really happy. I laud the mayor's plan in this item, and I implore every councillor here, especially if a deal's coming soon within the next few weeks, to just put pressure on the feds and the province to get that deal done and get the money flowing, because we needed a universal program like decades ago. And I'm glad it's coming now. Our students need this. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Seeing no question, our next speaker is Judith Berry for the Breakfast Club of Canada, also online. Are you there, Judith Berry? We can come back to you if you're not there. You are here, and I cannot see her.
Oh, there you go. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can do that. There you go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to hopefully completing my predecessors in supporting the Universal Student Nutrition Program recommendation for Toronto. Breakfast Club of Canada has been really supporting school food implementation since 30 years across the country, ensuring that all Canadian children have an equal chance to succeed by providing nutritious breakfast in a safe, supportive environment. We're currently supporting over 650,000 students daily across the country in all provinces and territories, including over 400,000 students daily in Ontario, in collaboration with the lead agencies, Student Nutrition Ontario, and Indigenous partners. Unfortunately, though, we know that the needs are much greater. There's more than 1,500 programs in schools across the province in Ontario who would need Breakfast Clubs of Canada's assistance to help them achieve quality, sustainable programming. We know that the National School Food Program policy announcement from the federal government is a great news, but we need to act on this as soon as possible. We need to ensure that a bilateral agreement will be signed as soon as possible between the Ontario government and the federal government to secure the funding and meet the growing needs as soon as possible. We believe that a cost-shared model where all levels of governments leverage existing contributions from private and community sectors would be needed. And in that matter, we know that your city has really lead the way and has really shown a great model for other cities across the country. And we really want to acknowledge your work and really encourage you to expand on that wonderful foundation, because as mentioned, the gaps are really important in the existing programs, and there there's more schools that would need the support to really provide 2 to 3 food groups and potentially more than one program according to their reality and needs. As we know, since the pandemic, there is a 20% increase in food and transportation costs and a 30% increase in attendance rate within the existing programs due to the increased food insecurity among children in Canada. So we are really there to support the recommendation, and we hope that the pre-budget submission in Ontario could really help us as well implement a stronger policy and help the current provincial government to increase their level of funding. So we hope that ultimately, with the federal investment, we can reach more kids and increase the quality of the programs. There's very specific challenges relating to evaluation, monitoring in terms of data monitoring and ensuring that the outcomes that we're hoping for are achieved. And there's specific challenges relating to food procurement. And Breakfast Club of Canada is really owning that specific expertise relating to food and logistic and supply chain. And we're hopeful that with the ecosystem in Ontario and across the province, we can do more and better collectively. And we're really hopeful that we can join forces with the City of Toronto and the Ministry of Children and Community Services, as well as the Indigenous Affairs of Ontario, to leverage the current support allocated and the current resources. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Thank you to the Breakfast Club of Canada for your deputation. Our next speaker is Osma Musa from Save Somali. Ah, you're here. Join us. Press the button in front of you so we can hear you better.
Sorry.
No, you can just press it. If the light comes on, it should work.
Okay, perfect. Is that it? Amazing. Thank you so much. So hello, everyone. My name is Asma, and I stand before you today deeply committed to the principles of food justice and equity. I'm here to speak in support of expanding Toronto's funding for school food programs with a vision towards creating a universal student nutrition program. So a little bit about me. I'm a first-generation Somali Canadian, a founding member of the Save Somali, which is a youth-based organization by youth for youth within the GTA. I'm so sorry, I'm a little nervous. And Qura Qadan Asha, which is a program that is dedicated to educating Somali youth about their cultural foods. That includes food literacy, as well as addressing some aspects of food security. I'm also a Master's of Public Health student at the Delwana School of Public Health, studying nutrition and dietetics, so studying to be a registered dietitian. So nutrition is very much a big part of my life. Most importantly, I'm an advocate for school food programs through my research, food justice, and Black food sovereignty. These issues intersect in ways that deeply impact the health and well-being of our children and communities. And it is an honor today to be representing both my community and the broader voices of the Black food sovereignty leaders who have been fighting for these issues for the past decades. And so in terms of the lens that I do want to apply, it is regarding the Black food sovereignty and how that can be applied. So accessing healthy, affordable, and culturally relevant foods is a persistent challenge for many Black households here in Toronto. And it's a challenge rooted in systemic racism and social inequity. Considering this, Black Torontonians only make up just 9% of the city's population, but are 3.5 times more likely to experience food insecurity. And in areas with higher Black populations, we see concentrated low income, and we see what would only be described as food apartheid neighborhoods. This means there's low or poor access to nutritious foods, and it's severely limited, causing diet-related health issues in many of the Black communities across Toronto. And across Ontario, 34.7% of Black children live in food insecure households. This is 3 times the provincial average. These are not just numbers, they are lived experiences, illustrating the urgency for integrating Black food sovereignty into Toronto's universal student nutrition efforts. And so I urge the Executive Committee to vote in favor of the item before you, which is achieving a universal or building a universal student nutrition program in Toronto. And this initiative will benefit all children across our city while leveling the playfields for families who are struggling with low income and food insecurity. This primarily comes from my deputization today is primarily as a result of my experience as a dietetic intern at the Taibu Community Health Center, a B3 organization, meaning that it is Black-led and Black-serving, the only one in North America. And this has been addressing disparities at the community level, but it needs to work up on a larger scale. And so Toronto is also one of the few cities in the world that has a Black food sovereignty plan. And so this presents a unique opportunity to address a longstanding issue of food access inequities in Black communities through this initiative. So one of the things that what would this look like is that it would ensure that Black children and their families are prioritized in food security efforts. This would place less financial stress on Black families and communities here in Toronto. And this would also mean supporting Black growers and community-based food initiatives to promote sustainable, culturally appropriate food sources. And so by fostering this intersection, also in a partnership with Debbie, who has just spoken, with Coalition, the coordinator of the Coalition for Healthy School Foods, we are forming a working group called Black School Food. And this will specifically unite Black food sovereignty leaders, educators, community members, and food growers to come together in terms of addressing Black children and their needs in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, Councilor Bravo.
Thank you for speaking to the connection between these recommendations and the building the capacity for communities to grow food and to put the effort in to tend to hunger. Given the organization you're with, I wondered if you could comment on any observations or experiences that you have with the positive mental health and behavioral outcomes in relation to children and youth access to healthy food who may not be otherwise able to access that.
Yeah, for sure. So Cecil primarily focuses on education initiatives, but it's also a member of the Coalition for Healthy School Foods. So I've noticed as a person who primarily interacts with our participants in our 3-tier, so this means that they are post-secondary students, high school students, and we also have some middle school students. And we noticed that there's definitely, food insecurity is definitely a heavy issue, at least within the smaller community, and I think in the broader Black community as well. And so in terms of just providing it within our space, providing food literacy opportunities, providing meals during our programming, we just find that it puts, it allows children to focus on what really matters, and that is if they are post-secondary students, their professional growth and skills. It allows our high school students to focus on, their education and supports they need to do better in their education. So it just takes away the additional stress that students oftentimes experience as a result of, hunger or food insecurity within the households.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Councilor Carroll.
Just a quick question. And it's around the issue of Black food sovereignty, because if we go universal, it's a long time before we have the physical infrastructure to really begin to tailor in communities. It's a long time. But can we do it in schools where there aren't the equipment you need for food prep? The best we can do is a fridge, and the fridge program's not bad. It's really humming along. But the best we can do is to make sure there's a commercial sized fridge in there. Can we meet some of the culturally specific needs, even though we're looking at food that has to be instant and pre-prepared?
That's a really great question. And yes, I do think that there are a lot of organizations that currently exist. One of them that I can think of is the Black Creek Community Farm. They grow foods. They have a lot of Black growers and Black community members who participate in growing culturally appropriate foods. And so partnerships with those existing entities is key to actually achieving that. And especially with Black food sovereignty, the movement is there here in Toronto. And there's a Black food sovereignty plan here in Toronto in place as well. So connecting those two initiatives is something that could also bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Absolutely,
for
thank
your
you so
invitation.
much.
Yeah. Melissa Wong, Social Planning Toronto. You're online. Melissa Wong, are you there? There you are. Turn your mic and your video on. There you are. 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Melissa Wong, and I'm the Director of Engagement and Strategic Initiatives at Social Planning Toronto. In September, I joined the Board of Health meeting to voice our support for the Board of Health Budget Committee recommendations to increase student nutrition program funding, and I'm very pleased to be here today to see that the Mayor is taking concrete steps to make a universal student lunch program a reality. For many years, Social Planning Toronto has tracked, reported, and organized to advance solutions and investments that will address the root causes and reduce the impacts of poverty in our city. We know from the most recently available data on child and family poverty that there are almost 97,000 children in Toronto living in low-income households. That means a child and family poverty rate of more than 20%, which is an increase of almost 4% between 2020 and 2021. The 2022 statistics were recently released and reveal that this rising trend in child poverty is continuing. Children in Toronto need universal access to food at school now more than ever. In the past year, I've been working with a group of community partners to identify policy solutions that could help those who are struggling to respond to the rapidly increasing rates of food insecurity. The number one recommendation was to increase long-term and flexible funding for food security, including increases to the student nutrition program to cover rising food costs and demand, and making breakfast and lunch programs universally available in all publicly funded Toronto. Toronto is a long way from having universally available student nutrition programming in the midst of growing need. For existing programs, the ongoing reliance on school communities, parents, and volunteers to fundraise and deliver these programs is unsustainable and inequitable. As a parent with school-aged children, I've seen the disparity between school communities who are able to subsidize and fundraise for their student nutrition programs and schools who do not have this capacity. It's not surprising that schools in higher need communities often end up with programs that run out of funding during the school year, while some programs are forced to reduce the amount of food that's offered to children or the number of days they run their programs. More often than not, these are communities with higher racialized populations, including Black, Indigenous, and newcomer populations. I applaud the steps being taken to create a universal lunch program across our city so that all children can have equal access. Yesterday, I joined an event hosted by the Daily Bread Food Bank to recognize organizations, individuals, and organizations and corporations that have supported the food bank's mission. The generosity and care was remarkable, but I was also struck by the thousands of volunteer hours and millions of dollars that are being donated to address hunger that shouldn't exist. We need our government to step up with sustainable solutions to the root causes of poverty. Every year, Toronto City Council has approved increased funding for the student nutrition program, but as inflation rapidly increases and program demand grows, this funding needs to continue to be boosted to meet the rising demand of our school communities. Ontario has provided one-time funding increases, and the federal government has a national school food program now, but the current plan won't be enough to keep up and feed our children. Our governments are failing in their efforts to address rising poverty levels, And that's why Social Planning Toronto was launched to call the City Council to move forward with its next poverty reduction action plan. A universal student food program is an important step in this process. And we hope that City Council will move forward with this plan and bring the other levels of government to the table to ensure Toronto students can be fed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions to Melissa Wong? If not, thank you. Our next speaker is Sahar Raza. Are you here? From Daily Bread Food Bank, thank you for all the amazing work you do. The Thanksgiving food drive, it's coming on soon. In 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Chow and committee members. Great to see you, Amber. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you know, my name is Sahar. I'm the Vice President of Research and Advocacy at Daily Bread Food Bank. And if you don't know, we're a network of over 200 food banks and programs across the city working to end hunger and poverty. And I'm here today to share just the unprecedented level of need that we are currently seeing. Our network of food banks is now serving over 3 million client visits in a year, and we hit a record high of 350,000 visits this past May. So that's almost 6 times more than what we were seeing pre-pandemic. It is quite horrifying. And more than 1 in 10 Torontonians are now turning to food banks just to survive, and we continue to see increases in demand amongst families with children. In fact, 1 in 3 of our clients are children or youth, and frankly, that's very difficult for me to witness at our food bank and just process as an expectant mother myself. And of course, even more Torontonians are facing food insecurity and not making it to our doors of the food bank, which we know is the case for folks who already face systemic barriers like single mothers who just don't have the time and resources to access services like ours. And what this tells us is that Torontonians need more support, and charities like ours cannot be the only ones, the only solution. We can't be shouldering this burden on our own. And that's why we at Daily Bread Food Bank really, truly appreciate Mayor Chow's commitment to a universal student nutrition program. It's been a long time in the making, and I think we can all agree that no child should go hungry, and students across the city need the support so that they can learn, grow, and thrive in a healthy way. I also urge this committee and council to use the current intergovernmental opportunity and political will that we're seeing to continue calling on the province and the federal government to match what the municipal investments are on the table currently, so that they can immediately flow the funds that we need to expand this program. Just for some context on the program, currently Toronto has the largest scale of need for a student nutrition program in Ontario, and yet the lowest funding per student. And so as a result, what we see is some schools that can offer full meals because they have donors and parents who can supplement, some schools that are doing half an apple or a cheese string, and then some schools where there is no program at all. And actually those are often the students that we are seeing at our doors. And of course, as you would expect, the students being left behind are disproportionately low income, racialized, newcomer, facing a disability, or otherwise marginalized. And I also just wanted to articulate, certainly there's an issue of child hunger, and we are seeing it at our food banks, but we also hear stories of just parents doing everything that they can to put food on the table for their kids, which leaves the parents hungry, facing health issues, foregoing basic needs and services like phone connection and medication, which we know actually has mental and physical implications, not just for the parent, but for the entire household. So there really are perforating concerns that flow from child hunger. We're also hearing from refugees and single parents who are surviving on $700 or less per month on Ontario Works, less if they're homeless, because they can't find employment as they struggle to balance childcare and providing food for their children throughout the summers when the schools are closed. So it really shows just the difference when programs are available and not. And I know the city has extended the definition of student nutrition to include summers, and so something to consider for our long-term strategy if we can consider year-round supports, including summer programs. So, of course, just want to again articulate our strong support for a fully funded and universal student meal program, as well as a potential year-long program in the future. And this could go a long way in creating a more equitable city and improving not only food insecurity, but mental health and physical health amongst families and children who are truly struggling to secure their basic and fundamental need and right to food. And this will frankly also relieve pressure on our emergency food bank services, which are reaching our capacity to serve. 3 million is not something we can sustain going forward. As always, you have a partner in us at Daily Bread Food Bank, and we are ready to work with you to make this program a reality. So thank you very much for your time and for bringing this forward, Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Deputy Mayor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Hi, Sahar. Good to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm expecting. I just wanted to ask you a little bit more. I know a number of the partner organizations that are delivering this important service of providing food to families in need, everybody is absolutely stretched to their capacity, whether it be church food banks or otherwise, and of course, Daily Bread. What is it that you're hearing anecdotally from the clients that you're serving outside of the cost of food? Because we all know, and we've seen, with inflation, what are you hearing about the key pressure points for individuals who are accessing these services?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have our Who's Hungry report coming out in November, and actually a key theme, I'm sure to no one's surprise, is housing and homelessness. The largest increase we're seeing is amongst homeless clients. We've never seen this many people experiencing homelessness. Housing and affordability is through the roof, and people are really just doing what they can to survive. So I'd say certainly housing, but also food inflation, frankly, is the second one. So
yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Probably see you at the food store and Thanksgiving weekend. Last speaker, Adriano Murato, a Thorncliffe Flemington Food Security Task Force. Sorry? She's online. Oh, you're online. Adriano? You just need to unmute and turn, oh, there you are. Go for it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm Adriano Murato, a social worker turned food access advocate, and I currently work with a number of community agencies in providing about 90,000 meals per year to well over 1,000 residents in the city. And I also am the co-chair for the Thorncliffe Flemington Food Security Task Force. We're thrilled about this federal announcement of $1 billion into a national school food program, and thank the mayor as well as city councilors, MPs, and some of the local task force members represented for their efforts in influencing this decision. Community-led food initiatives are really crucial in tackling hunger, which is, as we know, a rising issue and it affects all demographics. So I want to bring attention also not just to students but also individuals with disabilities and seniors as well. So I do see this from my perspective also as an age-related issue. Programs like Meals on Wheels and other school-based food initiatives, just like the one that's operating out of Mark Garneau High School, are only a few of the essential lifelines that these two age groups that currently are facing immense pressure due to rising costs and volunteer shortages. Increased investment obviously is going to help alleviate this, but I do believe that we have to be smart in how we plan and prepare for this by creating a citywide food strategy. And I welcome the federal government's involvement along with Ontario Health and the city as well. I strongly believe that we can build a strong response together, along with also private sector. I urge the city to consider how large food distributors and grocery empires, like Loblaws, Sobeys, Walmart, and Costco can take greater responsibility to share surplus food. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about tangible goods that are wasted by the hundreds of thousands of pounds each day and can be part of our solution here. Planning should begin now, involving all levels of government, like I've mentioned, including community partners like the Thorncliffe Flemington Food Security Task Force, like our high school administrators and food instructors, and also like Meals on Wheels. There's a question about whether we have the infrastructure in the city. My answer is yes. Creatively, if we look at Meals on Wheels and the infrastructure that exists for the delivery of food, it currently exists and should be part of a viable solution in the future as a consideration. I believe that we can collectively tackle food insecurity using creative and highly collaborative pathways and partnerships. And under Mayor Chow's leadership, I look forward to working together with some of the leaders who are on this call and those that are in person at this meeting to create a better, more compassionate, food secure city. Thank you.
Thank you for that idea with working with Meals on Wheels, seniors and children, intergenerational approach. Any questions to the deputants? No? Thank you for we have one more speaker. And Miguel, you came in before 10. Did you want to speak in this item? Or I saw you walking. Yes, you do. Okay, there you are. As you know.
Good morning, Mayor Chow. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna hope this overhead is working. There we are. So yesterday we celebrated Truth and Reconciliation. The beautiful lady next to me is my daughter, Michelle. She's indigenous, 100%. She benefits from the food programs, for poor people like us who struggle, indigenous peoples. Truth is important, reconciliation matters. And right here, right now, we have some solutions that you may not like it, but it's worth to try it. As always I said, defunding the police is not a bad idea. Tomorrow, Councilor Carroll will be chairing the subcommittee of the budget of the Toronto Police. They, of course, are asking for more money. It's shameful that almost 8,000 kids, according to your report, or more, will not be able to benefit from food program. But we expect the federal government to come and rescue us. We expect the province to come and help us. Listen, all the time we hear from the province and the Ontario government, if you have a financial problem, then rein in your financial issues. Why don't we take a bold direction in addressing this immediate need of feeding our children? Because as a parent, and you can see this is my daughter, she went to college, now she's working for the Waterfront Community Center, where Councilor Malik is her ward councilor, she's not here right now, and Councilor MPP Glover. So it's a good place where she's working, and they have a food bank because they know they need to address the needs of the community and the children. As you know, if the government in 2 years is conservative, most likely there will be no money coming from the federals. So whatever money we can get until the next election, that will be wonderful. Same in Ontario. We will try our best to remove Mr. Doug Ford from power so we can have a better future for our family, because every child matters. Every single child matters in this city. It's not about putting more money in the salaries of Toronto police officers or other government employees that make too much money. That is a sunshine list. It's growing and growing. The disparity of poor versus rich has grown in the last 4 years 10 times. The poverty levels that we have, the violence in the streets, and we need to care our future generations, our children. And thank you so much for that letter that you provide us to read from the days of your former husband, Jack Layton. I'm really moved by that letter. And today I'm speaking as a director of Regent Park Neighborhood Association to say, continue working. And we have a solution. We can rein in our budget and benefit those who will benefit from our taxpayers. Because, in the mind of people, they say when they pay their taxes, oh, I'm contributing to the city. But they don't see when they have a breakdown on their taxes how much money is going to the police or TTC, et cetera, et cetera. It comes down, trickle down a few numbers, a few bucks for the poor. Thank you, Mayor Chow, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions? If not, on the item, Speaker, Councillor, okay, a question to staff, Councillor Bravo, and not question. Any question to the staff? No, just speaking. Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came to speak about this really important item here today. I want to say that we can be, I think, proud of our city because for decades, the City of Toronto has been creating programs, supporting programs for student nutrition. And we wouldn't be here in a situation where the federal government is looking at a national strategy unless there had been all of those decades of work, all of that advocacy, and some of us sitting in this committee were part of that movement. And recognizing it's not just elementary school, that secondary school is crucial, that this is a way to keep young people in school and help to increase graduation rates, which is a really important value in society. I think that it's really important to consider where we are in Canada right now. Toronto is the most unequal city in Canada. There's immense wealth, and that creates all kinds of affordability pressures on family budgets. And people are working and still unable to meet their basic needs, having to make choices between paying the rent and feeding themselves, feeding their children. The kind of pressure that children experience in these situations of poverty, of insecurity, is being expressed. We know from all of the information that we receive at the Board of Health, the amount of stress that children are under, that youth are under, with a majority reporting that they are mentally unwell and some in severe crisis. So this is the context that I'm thinking about. The Board of Health in our strategic plan, we prioritized mental health, and particularly children and youth, and the social determinants of health, because this is one of the interventions, like clean drinking water, that is recognized all over the world. Unfortunately, Canada has historically been a laggard. The majority of countries in the world do this, no matter how small their gross domestic product is, no matter what conditions they're facing, and it's across the political spectrum, because every dollar that we spend in children and youth is multiplied in dollars that we save later. Where do we want to make these investments? This is 100% about preventing harm and then not having to deal with the other side of it. Behavioral problems ensue in young people when they are hungry. Behavioral problems ensue when they feel that they don't matter or count. A very small gesture is to say, we value you enough so that every child has something in their bellies when they go to school and they're ready to learn. We save money in educational outcomes, in enforcement dollars that are having to be spent later when there are behavioral problems. It's a way to support a family that's struggling. It's a way to take the pressure off the parents so that they feed themselves and when they have to go to work, when they have to run the household. There's nothing that is, in my view, more important, and there's decades and decades and decades of studies from all over the world. This is not something that we can say, will it work or won't it work? It's one of the most studied areas, and if you can look historically at places where a daily food was introduced for young people, and then you can track 20, 30 years later how they did better. So this is a question about care, and I think that we always lead at the city. So many innovations, and all of the innovations, I would argue, in Canada come from the local level. We can have better outcomes. We can do our job better. We can offer hope to people and materially change people's lives in a way that we're going to see the benefits on our streets, in our schools, in our community centers, in the workplace, and in the local economy in a way that is truly beautiful, caring, and transformational.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the leadership on this, and thank you to the advocates and deputants who joined us here today. This issue is a very personal one for me. I'm in my mid-30s now, but certainly was a beneficiary of a lot of the important advocacy work to ensure programs were accessible for young people like me when I was a young woman growing up in community, being raised by a single mom, living in very low income, and being a racialized person. Like, the odds have been stacked against me, as the stats tell us, here in this great country. And so for me, this is an important, example of how we, from the ground up, create sustainable solutions to level the playing field for all of our residents. I was incredibly well served, and actually one of my very first volunteer jobs was joining the breakfast program. One of my neighbors ran the breakfast program, and we would head out in the morning before the crack of dawn and get down to our school, John English, which had a very cool setup for our breakfast program, learned how to put the toast on the toaster, through the little rotating machine, which served me well later when I worked at Tim Hortons. I already knew what I was doing. And I got to build relationships with my peers, other students, and with teachers and caregivers in the environment. I think of Ms. Christensen, who was a recess monitor, and she liked her toast burnt and she liked her coffee black, and she was a tough lady but so compassionate and always showed an incredible amount of care and concern and support for the students that she was responsible for, myself included. And it's these kinds of programs that create a real social safety net for young people, for families who are struggling, for folks who are under pressure to meet their potential. And it's important for me, and we all know the power of the human spirit, the resilience of people is constantly inspiring to me. But it's important for us in governance that we're creating environments for people to thrive. And this is a great example, and I'm a poster child of what's possible when we invest in good ways in people and allow people to turn around and contribute back into our communities and to our city. So I want to thank you, Madam Mayor. I look forward to continuing to champion this important work and look forward to our federal and provincial counterparts being at the table to continue to lead in this good way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to be a little more, I want to be more concrete. I think we all agree with Chair Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley on the principles of why we want to do this. But I just want to caution, Councillor Perks will remember the era when we made a big lift. We got a lot going on, where it was, if we go back in time, we were still upstairs having to horse trade how to spend the CPIP and the social monies, because we were still sort of level setting post-amalgamation. Councillor Mihevik would reel in the big dry erase board, and then we'd make a list of all the things we wanted to do, but what could we do? And we got a long way with student nutrition by, trying to level those all out. But at that point in time, what the provincial government was putting in was predictable. We knew as much as we put in, they would match. And we knew the number of years that was going to happen. And if we got up there, they wouldn't pull it back away, but the party might be over one day. And so it drove us to push harder, build more capacity in the schools, put as much in as we could. I call those the halcyon days. Predictability creates a wonderful time when you can do this. So I'm cautiously voting for this, but the predictability had better come. The federal government has given us some. We don't know what happens post-transition, if there is a transition. We only know that today the province is all excited about this, and we know that might be election driven. But I just caution that as we roll it out, it makes sense for us to, in terms of the management of it, to be really careful that we're delivering it to schools that have the capacity to deliver it properly, so no one's going to complain, this is impossible, we give up at our school. Because all the while we're building the number of schools and the capacity, we also have to build the case for predictable and ongoing, or it's just not going to work. We need those funds because fundamentally addressing hunger is wealth redistribution. And as we know, the dollars we work with aren't really designed to redistribute wealth. So those partners better be all in an ongoing and predictable way. And then what is contemplated in the mayor's letter all the way to 2030 is 100% doable. Those are just my words of warning that I hope someone from ministry is listening this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Coe, just before, sorry, Deputy Mayor Coe, just before I put you on, let me, I wasn't going to speak because the previous speaker, Deputy Mayor Molly and Bravo, all of you are so eloquent in describing the needs, and so are all the deputants. I thought maybe I could offer a bit of historical aspect of it because I've been around a long time. I was a school board trustee, and former councillor Jack Layton was the chair of the Board of Health. And that was we got together and we thought we would start some, in more ways than one. But politically, we thought we want to create some joint programs. And this is and Debbie Field at the time was pushing forward a food program. So you saw in your attachment a letter that is from former Councillor Layton, beginning to map out an universal program. Now, they didn't quite make it. We started the program, and when amalgamation happened, I was named the children's advocate. At the time, only City of Toronto and only North York had a small program. So we thought it was important to level up and make sure that Scarborough and Etobicoke children also had access to this food program, and it did. And then we went off to Parliament Hill, and we were pushing for a national student program, and it didn't quite make it. Now, years later, we see the beginning of one. At the meantime, the provincial government, various provincial government, have joined in, some more than others. But I believe fundamentally, if we put all our efforts into it, it's hard to say that no, we want to have our kids hungry in school. It actually doesn't cost that much. It does if it's done well, but this program is cost shared by parents. So it's right now is provincial dollars, it is foundation funds, is City of Toronto / school board funds, and also parents also come in. The fifth element that had been missing is the federal government. Now the federal government said, we too want to be partner, which is a very welcome initiative. And that was because there are several decades of the community folks that are here today that have been pushing for a federal, national, universal student food program. So I think this is a result of it. Councillor Carroll is absolutely right. That is important for it to be sustainable, predictable, because what you don't want is yank the program out from kids. That would be terrible. Or that you run a program in a way that you cut the banana rather than 3 times, 10 times, I don't know, you get one small piece of it, that won't work. So we want it to be done well, but fortunately, we have a good foundation. We have other provincial governments, which Ms. Field have listed, conservative governments, okay, all doing the right thing. And we have other big cities, whether New York, London, South Korea, or Berlin, also joining in. So I think there's momentum, the stars are aligned, and yesterday I met with, speaking about stars, a few of the Michelin stars chef. And this has caught the imagination of top chefs in this city. And they too want to do what the Jamie Oliver of England was doing, still doing, is to promote a decent food program. So we shall see how it goes, but we'll have a staff report back and all types of good things. And I know councillors are immensely creative and have many years of history in this program, and I think together we can make it work. Deputy Mayor Mike Cole, you too have a lot of history on this.
Yeah, just something to consider outside the box. The candy cereal breakfast industry profit every year in Canada about $2 billion. Very little of it is of any nutritional value. It's just candy in a box. It's convenient. It's fast. I think it's about time we ask them to contribute to the breakfast programs that are nutritious. And I don't think it'd be do any harm, to write this council to, we can ask governments to do everything, but I think we got to ask the corporate world to step up and be responsible. So I think there's nothing wrong with asking them in a letter saying, please, can you, since you're doing very well, feeding kids candy every morning, can you contribute to our breakfast programs? And I'm sure Post, Cereals, or Kellogg's, or General Mills would be more than happy to respond to a letter. That's right, be careful. So anyways, that's my suggestion, and maybe the mayor in her free time could write a letter to our friends there at these three international corporations to contribute to our breakfast programs. Thank you.
I assume you're talking about Metro Empire, which is Sobe and Farm Boy and Loblaw Snowfrill and Metro. I think you're talking about those.
Yeah, and also obviously the
Costco.
grocery chains, but I'm just saying, but certainly the manufacturers, they've been profiting billions and billions of dollars since World War II with this incredible advertising campaign they do on everything with cereals. So that's just my thought. Thank you.
Suggestions. The motion in front of you, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you so much. Paula Fletcher is not back, so we are still dealing with those two items. Are we ready for the vacant home tax program? We have one speaker, Daniel.
We do the presentation first.
Oh, a presentation, sorry. Thank you for those that are here for the Universal Student Food Program. We're on to the next item, redesigning the vacant home tax program. A quick presentation, and there's a deck coming to it. And we have one speaker, Daniel Freedom. So after your presentation. Okay, we're ready when you are. Okay.
Thank you. I think the presentation should be up in 1 second.
Do you want to just start? We don't have to read.
Sure,
We can listen.
I'll kick it off and we can have the presentation come up as I begin. So thanks, everyone. Before I do start on the VHT program redesign efforts, I would like to take a moment to speak about the vacant home tax program itself and why it continues to be an important policy tool to improve housing availability in the city. So the VHT program was approved by council in 2021 to encourage property owners to rent or sell their unoccupied homes. You're probably going to hear me repeat this a few times. The VHT program is a policy tool and not a revenue tool, and I'm sincere when I say that. The VHT program, first and foremost, is intended to provide a disincentive to keeping residential properties vacant. Any revenue generated from the program is not used to balance our budget or to offset any budget pressures. Instead, any revenue collected from property owners that choose to keep their properties vacant is reinvested in housing initiatives that increase or preserve housing supply in the city. This includes investments in the capital program for Toronto Community Housing and our Housing Secretariat Division, as well as investments in the city's multi-unit residential acquisition program that enables the purchase of at-risk, private market rental housing to secure the homes as permanent, affordable, nonprofit housing. And really, the value of the VHT program is amplified in the current challenging housing market. It's estimated that there's up to 10,000 vacant homes in the city that could be unlocked for immediate occupancy through the VHT program. To put that in perspective, you could conservatively estimate that it would cost over $5.5 billion to achieve the equivalent housing supply through new developments. This is why the VHT is such an important policy tool aimed to support the city's housing supply challenges. And I'd like to acknowledge we are asking nearly 820,000 property owners in the city to support this program by providing declarations every year confirming their homes are occupied, even if they have lived in that property for the past 30 years. While we are asking property owners to support the program, it's imperative that city staff design a program that makes it as easy and as accessible as possible for everyone to make their annual declarations, with a program redesign that addresses the significant challenges experienced last April. I think everyone in this room can appreciate those challenges experienced with the VHT rollout this past year. This caused distress for property owners who received a VHT charge for a property they continue to reside in, as well as members of council and their offices that were providing direct support to those impacted residents. Staff reported to council on these challenges last April and committed to a complete redesign of the VHT program. Immediately following our report to council, a VHT program redesign team was established with representatives from Revenue Services and the Office of the CFO, Strategic Public and Employee Communications, Technology Services, and the Office of the Chief Information Security Officer, our Customer Experience Division, or 311, as well as Legal Services and City Clerk's Office. One of the first steps that the redesign team undertook was to gather feedback from members of council, the public, and city staff on challenges experienced during last year's rollout. We were provided with a variety of feedback, and some common observations included that the program had inadequate outreach and communications. We were not clear on the need for the annual declarations. We were also lacking in overall program awareness, specifically what constitutes a vacant home. As an example, many people we spoke with did not know that their primary residence would not be considered vacant if they headed south for extended periods of time every year. We heard about issues with our online portal. Key feedback focused on the lack of progress tracking, that there was no clear confirmation when your declaration was done. We also noted that the program design had far too great of a reliance on the notice of complaint process for any final resolution or properties that had been deemed vacant due to the short timelines between key steps. And lastly, we heard about declaration challenges for individuals with barriers to technology or where English was a second language. So incorporating all of this feedback, the VHT redesign team focused on program improvements across 4 key areas. The first being process and timelines, ease of declaration, communication strategy, and our technology and customer interface. All while doing this work, we wanted to ensure that any changes brought forward included a customer-centered approach. So within process and timelines, we started with the redesign objective of ensuring adequate timelines and proper measures to support the successful administration of the program. So within timelines specifically, we first looked at introducing an extended declaration period. In total, we extended the declaration period by about 2 months, with the declaration portal opening on November 1st and closing on April 30th. We chose those 2 dates purposefully. We were quite deliberate in the choosing those dates. The 1st of November 1st enabled us to ensure that we were complementing the process with communication strategies that were going to target individuals that may head south for the winter months. We also chose April 30th, not just because it gave us some extra time to ensure all of our efforts could be put in place to support the declaration period, but also the alignment that it provides with the filing of your income taxes every year, and ensuring we could have some program alignment associated with that. We also revised our bill issuance dates. So we moved our bill issuance dates to June 1st. What that meant is between April 30th, when the declaration period closed, and the June 1st date of when bills were issued, we had more time as staff to analyze the declarations that have been received and be able to put in process steps before any bills are issued. And then following that, we extended when the bills would be due, moving the bill due dates to September, October, and November, which again was deliberate, gave any individual who may have possibly been deemed vacant despite the efforts that we put in place to have adequate time to file their notice of complaint and be able to reverse any of those charges prior to the first bill issuance date. A couple of very important notes in terms of the timelines themselves is all of our timelines are supported by all of the other efforts that we've introduced in the program, with particular focus on our communication strategies. Beth will speak to our communication efforts in more detail, but the dates that we chose really bookend a couple of key and significant actions that we're taking. The first being a direct mail out that will go out once the portal opens in November, that will have all of the information you need to be able to support a declaration, including a QR code that individuals can scan and take them right to the portal. That is bookended by another direct mail out that will go out in March that will be received by those individuals that have not yet made their declaration. And it will actually note what their potential VHT charge would be if they fail to provide a declaration. That's going to be complemented and supported by additional actions that happen over that period of time, all of which will be informed by information we're able to collect by individuals that have declared through that process, what modes they've declared, where we may not have seen declarations across the city. And it enables us to look at robocalls. It enables us to look at emails to those individuals that have not yet declared, working with counselors in their offices to be able to have pop-up counters that are happening across the city where the need exists, supported by counselor toolkits. And I'm probably stealing Beth's thunder, so I'm going to let Beth get into it in more detail. I apologize. The other important change that is being made as part of the timelines is we're actually introducing a dedicated customer care team. I'll get into this in a little more detail when we talk about ease of declaration, but it ensures that individuals have more channels to make their declarations, and that will be supported by a direct customer care team, whereby if you call 311, you will not have to wait into a queue. You can dial 1 when you call into 311, and it'll take you to a dedicated customer care team that can either answer any questions that you have about the vacant home tax, or can actually receive your declaration over the phone. The last change that we made in terms of timelines and process is we're adding a delegated authority to the CFO, myself, to be able to alter bill issuance, payments dates, notice of complaint deadlines, based on the success of the program and where we are in terms of declaration statuses by that April 30th deadline. Next slide. So with ease of declaration being one of the other areas that we reviewed in terms of changes as part of the VHT program design, we wanted to ensure that homeowners can make their declarations in a format that works best for them. So whereas in past years we had declarations could come in through either the online portal or a paper declaration that was available if you requested the paper, we really looked through the feedback that we received and the experience that we had, how can we open up the channels available for declarations? So again, the online portal will continue to be the primary available option for declarations to be received and where we expect the majority of our declarations to come in. Sonia will talk about the improvements we've made to the online portal that makes it easier to use, as well as improvements that we've made to our communications that ensures all of the information you need to support an online declaration are readily available to everyone making that declaration. As I noted in terms of the customer care team, we are now adding an option to be able to make your declaration over the phone by calling into our dedicated customer care team. So again, as we looked at individuals that may have barriers to technology or individuals that simply aren't comfortable making a declaration over the portal, this gives an added feature. We're also enhancing and adding opportunities for in-person declarations. We're doing this in a couple of fronts. The first is we're going to have increased pop-up sessions held across the city. With every major communication event, we will ensure we have pop-up sessions available with revenue services staff at civic centers and other areas across the city to be able to receive declarations. We're also reaching out to councillors and making ourselves available for any councillor events. We would even reach out to councillors if, based on the data that we receive in terms of where we have or have not received declarations, indicate a certain ward where we're having challenges. We're also going to be working with other areas. We'll reach out to condo buildings to see if, again, if they have low declaration rates, we could be in the condo buildings. We're going to have events. National Housing Day, November, I think 22nd? November 22nd is National Housing Day. We're going to have an event specialized around that really speaks to the importance of the program. The other change that I think is really valuable is any individual that comes to a city counter or revenue services or utility payment counter will be prompted and asked if they've made their declaration, and if they have not, they will be able to make their declaration there at the counter. We're also working with 311, in fact, where either there's scripts at the end of a call or during the call, there will be a prompt to ask if you've made your declaration, and if not, you have the option of being directed to the customer care team to make your declaration at that point in time. We'll continue to have the paper option available to any individuals that prefer to make a declaration through paper. However, if you're calling 311 or coming to a counter to receive that paper, you will likely be asked if you simply want to make the declaration at that point in time, and we'll have the ability to do so. So again, all of this is going to be supported through the enhanced work that we're doing as part of the system redesign, as part of our communication efforts. The other important feature with the dedicated customer care team is because it's integrated with 311, we will have support of over 180 languages to be able to receive and make those declarations. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Beth to talk about our communication strategy.
Thanks, Steve. And I'm just going to take a minute or two here to run through our enhanced communication strategy for the vacant home tax program. Essentially, for us, it was about getting back to communications basics. And when you want a member of the public to perform an action, it's not just telling them what they have to do, but why they have to do it. So in this case, we plan to speak to Torontonians about the why behind the vacant home tax program. And really, in this case, it's about increasing housing supply in Toronto. And of course, we don't want to speak to them in policy language. It's about simple, plain, clear language, and in many languages. And when we looked at the main difference between year one and year two of the program, the main change was the absence of a standalone direct mail piece. So for 2024, we're proposing a strategy that increases direct communications through mailed letters and notices, with follow-ups using more mailed letters and notices, as well as robocalls and email notifications. And what's great for Torontonians is once they declare, they won't hear from us anymore. But if they don't declare, they're going to keep hearing from us, and we're going to ensure that they have the information they need to take the action we need them to take and declare before the deadline. We also plan, as Steve mentioned, to make a bit of a splash around National Housing Day on November 22nd. And we have a proactive media strategy so that we can use our partners in the media to help us put the word out about the program and its deadlines. And of course, we're here to support the counselors and their offices every step along the way through multiple counselor toolkits to give you the information that you need to help connect your constituents with the information they need and answer their questions. From an advertising perspective, we have a comprehensive plan that leverages all available touch points to connect with homeowners. And this includes a multimedia campaign in multiple languages, English, French, and the top 10 home languages in Toronto. We want to really reach people where they already are in the language of their choice and go through the choices they have about how they declare, whether that's online, on the phone, by mail, at a pop-up, or in person at our counters. The advertising campaign includes transit shelters, print ads, digital ads, condo screens, social media, and as well posters in community centers, civic centers, and libraries, as well as other tactics. And all of this can be scaled up or down depending on what the available data is telling us. And many of these pieces, as mentioned, will feature the QR code so that people can easily go to the declaration portal and webpage and get the information they need. And for more about the portal, I'm going to turn things over to Sonia.
Okay, thank you, Beth. As has been mentioned, we did receive a lot of feedback on just the portal and the design of the portal through last year's program. Specifically in 3 areas is what we've covered. So the very first one is just ease of customer validation. So we did hear from the public is that, just entering that roll number, the 21 digits, can be problematic. So we have introduced 2 different ways of validating yourself, one being address in addition to your customer number. And we did talk a little bit about, the mail outs that are going to go out on November 1st for declaration. That mail out will have all the information the public needs in order to be able to validate. So be clearly outlined, here's exactly what you need, so that it's really easy to validate through the portal. The second piece is the progress tracker that Steve mentioned. Again, we heard from members of the public, it was really hard to tell where you were in the process. So in many cases, many homeowners thought that they had completed. It wasn't very clear. So we have introduced just a progress tracker across the top of the portal, which indicates, we're on step 1 of 4, step 2 of 4, until completed. And we have simplified the steps themselves, again, just to make it a bit easier to navigate through the portal itself. And then finally, we have introduced a confirmation page with a confirmation number that can be emailed if we do have your email, and there's an option to submit that so that you can get an email copy, or it can be printed or saved right off of the portal itself. And for anybody declaring in person or over the phone, there is an option to also request a mail out so that everybody does get a confirmation as requested. Now, these design changes have been incorporated into a video that the team has put together that will play so that you can get a sense of the design more visually. But before we do that, I'm going to pass it back to Steve for final comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia and Beth. So we've included this slide for added information. I won't spend too much time on it, but while it's still early days for the city's VHT program, the success experienced in Vancouver with a similar program gives us added confidence that with the support of nearly 820,000 homeowners in the city providing annual declarations, our program can make significant contributions to increase the supply of available housing in the city. I also want to point out the last note on the slide, reminding everyone that the VHT rate will change from 1% of the residential property's current value assessment to 3% of the CVA. This was approved by council last year to further disincentivize residential properties from remaining vacant. And lastly, I'd like to extend my thanks to our entire VHT program redesign team, their efforts to table a proposed redesign today, as well as members of council and specifically your offices, both for your immense support as we experienced challenges last April, but as well as your feedback provided during the redesign process. So as Sonny indicated, we now have a video that we'd like to share that just gives a bit of an overview of the program itself and some guidelines around how to declare through the portal.
Toronto's housing supply is not keeping up with its growing population, and there is a great need for affordable housing. The goal of the Vacant Home Tax Program is to increase housing supply by encouraging homeowners to make their vacant residential property available for rent or for sale. The Vacant Home Tax Program requires all residential property owners to declare the occupancy status of their property every year, even if they live there. For the 2024 calendar year, declaring a property's occupancy status is simpler, and the declaration period is longer. The declaration period starts on November 1, 2024, and is open until the April 30, 2025 deadline. This video demonstrates the improvements made to the online declaration portal. As a residential property owner, you will receive a mailed notice from the City of Toronto in November. The notice will include everything you need to declare whether your property was occupied or vacant in 2024. Declaring online is a straightforward process. Visit toronto.ca/vacanthometax or use your smartphone to scan the QR code on the letter, which will take you right to the web page where you can submit your declaration. To begin your online declaration, it's best to have the notice letter mailed to you in November ready. The letter includes your customer number, assessment roll number, and property address. You can also find this information on a previous property tax bill. There are simple steps to the online declaration process. New this year is a visual progress tracker at the top of the page so you know where you are at any point in the process. Validating your account has been made easier as well. Here's how it works. You will need to enter your customer number and either the assessment roll number or property address. Entering your assessment roll number has been made simpler too. Alternatively, you can search by property address and the corresponding roll number will automatically display after you select your address. If you would like to receive an email confirmation of your declaration, enter your email address. This email address may also be used to send you important vacant home tax related information in the future. Whether you are a homeowner that lives at your property or whether it's occupied by someone else, you need to indicate this in your declaration. And this can be simply done by answering yes or no. You will have an opportunity to review your declaration. If you need to change any details, you can go back and edit your declaration. Once you have answered all the questions, if everything is correct, click Submit. After completing your declaration of occupancy status, you'll arrive at a confirmation page. Here you can print or save the page for your records. If you provided an email address, you'll receive a confirmation email. And that's it. Declaring online is that simple. Declarations can also be made by phone by calling 311, which offers access to service in over 180 languages, or by visiting a Revenue Services counter in person. Thank you for doing your part to improve the availability and affordability of housing in Toronto.
Go yet. Councillor Carroll has a question.
So, sorry, are there point of order? Order? Okay.
Councillor
do we
Carroll,
have deputants? Can
Councillor
we-
Matlow, Councillor Deputy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's one speaker. I am sorry. I forgot. Thank you. I saw a long list of councillors that had questions, so jumped right into it. Daniel Freedom. You're online. Thank you. We're ready when you
Sorry, I'll be
are.
fast.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can hear you. You have 5 minutes?
Okay, great. I won't take the 5 because you guys have been very good in terms of hearing so many speakers. And by the way, thank you for not for the last minute vote there on changing the time to 3 minutes. I think people feel like a last minute notice like that they're really being deprived of their 5 minutes. So thank you for not changing the time. Although, like I said, I'm probably going to stick to my 3 minutes, but I'm going to talk fast. I do a lot of advocacy on Twitter for the vaccine stuff, Lion Advocacy, and so I get a lot of feedback about what's going on in the city from that channel. And the vaccine, the home vacancy tax rollout did get a lot of attention because it put a lot of people under significant amount of stress. It was a very high pressure tactic to get money into the coffers of the city. I know now, listening to the speaker, that it's not a revenue generating purpose here. It's just to make sure that homes aren't vacant. So we have to keep that in mind, because what the city did was so stressful for so many people, and it was so embarrassing. People didn't want to talk about it publicly, but you had families that were stressed over it. It caused infighting. And not just that, but the notice was unforgiving. The notice required that people can fight the fine. I'm going to call it a fine. They could fight it, but they had to pay the fine while the complaint was being processed. So they had to come up with the cash. In some cases, you're dealing with people who were fined up to $30,000. These people don't have the money. So you're trying to solve one problem, homelessness, which is great and highly encouraged. By the way, Israel's been doing this since 2013. They've been taxing vacant land tax and vacant home taxes since 2017, I think. So there's a precedent for this. I think there's other ways personally, but anyhow, the point being, you have to be forgiving with those notices. Those notices were unforgiving. It only took, and surprisingly, I was not aware that the mayor did not know those notices were going out, because those notices were pretty strict. And like I say, they caused, for some people that contacted me, it was a major stressor. I don't want to say it, but if you actually cross-check the data on public health and the call-ins to EMS, I bet you there was a surge in call-ins for that period of time. So my advice is this: make sure forgiveness is the prime, and mercy is top of the agenda for this thing, because it is a big it's going up to 3% now. The city has to be forgiving before it starts taking property from people, because this is a lot of money. It's a big change. It's got to be forgiving, and you got to give people time and proper notice. So I guess this is more of a message for enforcement. If people are filing a complaint and appealing their vacant home tax, because some of these people are seniors, they don't speak English, some of them, it's very stressful. Don't make it requirement that they have to pay the fine while they're filing the complaint, because that itself, it goes to the tax collections, it puts a lien, it can mess everything up. And that creates a whole other host of homelessness problems potentially, and mental health and stress problems for people that now have a tax lien potentially on their property. So I'm not going to use up my 5 minutes, because I know you guys got to get out of here and eat some food. Thank you for listening. And any questions, or if you can make a motion on that, though, make a motion for when it comes to enforcement. Do not make the people pay just to prove that they exist, that they're not vacant. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no question, question to staff. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, well, I had some questions of my own, but just to draw a line under the deputant's remarks, because of the difficulty of implementation last year, what did we do about the fines here? Did we waive them? How did we address it? I only have 5 minutes.
Yeah, through the mayor, there was a late fee last year that was waived, and as part of the program redesign, we've eliminated the late fee as well.
This year, we have extended the period. So if you get a bill, you've got time now for it between, I think it's the end of June to October, to figure this out with staff, whatever is your situation.
Yes, through the mayor, one of the changes we made in the design, we wanted to extend the timeline between key dates, and one of the things we wanted to ensure was that if there was a property that may have been deemed vacant, that there was adequate time before any payments were due for them to be able to leverage the notice of complaint process to reverse the charge.
Okay, so what we see here is a really robust repair program that I divide into 3 chunks. I look at it as, how are we going to make sure everyone knows it's time to declare? And that's one chunk of the improvements. Then there's how to declare, and that's the next chunk of improvements. And lastly, how are we going to make sure that people have a confirmation that they've declared and they're done? And that's another chunk. How are you monitoring each of those chunks so that, say you got to the middle chunk, how you declare, and you already know you've got a problem before it's time to push the button and issue bills? What's the monitoring system, and how will it be flagged that all these improvements are working or not working?
Through the mayor, so the entire process is going to be supported by data that we receive. So we will be ensuring that both the information that Revenue Services collects is shared, especially with our partners in communications. So we'll be looking at the success of each of our major communication events. We will be looking at the channels that have been leveraged in terms of making declarations. We'll even be able to look at the success of declarations by an area-specific view so that we can work with a councillor and possibly provide supports either through newsletters or pop-up sessions if in their ward we're seeing less declarations made. And then lastly, by the April 30th closing of the declaration period, there's an added really last kind of piece of a safety feature to all of this, which provides delegated authority to myself to alter any of the dates going forward if the information that we collect doesn't show that we've reached our goals and targets in terms of a success of the program and the declarations received.
Excellent. And my last thing is, I'm going to nag every counselor that they should put that video on all their platforms. It's just so explanatory. But just a bit of feedback, because in our last meeting, the mayor asked, are there going to be shorter versions? Is there a media version? Is there a TV version? Are there different length versions of that video? And are those prepared? Are they going to be prepared? And where are they going?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, so the video that you saw was meant for demonstration purposes. A version of it will appear online on the website, and then there will be shorter versions available for social where we can't keep a 3-minute audience.
Okay, and with generative AI now, I could go on Hey Gen app and translate it 180 times. Are we gonna have the ability to translate it?
So on YouTube, there are translation abilities. So we're gonna make sure that is all obvious to people who want to watch.
So old-timey translation, not super AI translation, but we're getting there. Is that where we're at?
Professional translation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Matlow.
Remind me, how many homeowners receive notice to declare?
Through the mayor, there's just under 820,000 residential properties.
820,000. And how much revenue was brought in roughly over the past couple of years?
So in total, we estimate that we've collected about 107 million. I will caution that there is still an opportunities for challenges. There's still reviews that will happen to finish off the year. So that number could fluctuate, but we're estimating.
Over the past 2 years or each year?
Over the past 2 years.
Okay, so roughly 500 and something thousand?
Yeah, roughly 50 to 55 million in each of the first 2 years of the program.
Okay. And how much does it cost to operate this, implement it, as far as everything from staff time to the communication strategy?
Through the mayor, so in the previous years, we had a budget of roughly $3.2 million. That was predominantly administration expenses that would have resided within revenue services. The proposed changes that we're introducing would have an estimated budget of $5.8 million. What is driving the change, which is about 2.6 million from prior years, first would be the customer care team, the dedicated customer care team that we're establishing that would be integrated with 311. That is about $1.1 million, and we've enhanced our communication efforts with multiple direct mailings.
So is the city spending more money to administer this and communicate it than it is bringing revenue in?
No.
What's the delta?
So in total, moving forward, the cost to administer the program and all of our communication efforts are estimated about 5.8 million. We will still need to review the success of the program moving forward. The numbers will slightly change from our experience in the past where we collected about 55 million because the rate has changed from 1% of the current value assessment to 3%. Our preliminary estimates is that it would garner about 105 million, but again, those are very preliminary. We would need to see the success of the program, and the primary goal of which is ensuring the properties themselves become occupied, not that we're collecting the funds.
Yeah. So ultimately, it's not the revenue that you're seeking, although it does help pay for the operations, but ultimately you would rather not bring in a penny if you're successful.
Through the mayor, that's absolutely correct. So when we look at the investment, I think you look at the investment against the revenue we do receive. I would look at that in terms of the value that that revenue adds, the supports that it provides to Toronto community housing, the amount that we direct to the MURA program to be able to preserve existing housing. You can also look at it in relation of, we have roughly 10,000 units that are currently available but are not occupied. We estimate conservatively to be able to build 10,000 new units in the city would cost about $5.5 billion. Right. So looking at those costs in relation to all of the benefits that the program provides.
Versus units that are already there in the market that need to be homes. Why is there not an option, rather than demanding that every homeowner go through this every single year, which is a grievance by some, why is there not an option to, for example, use utility bills to identify homes that are, being used as homes, and those that are not? And if using that information is a privacy concern, why could there not be a one-off consent form that the resident could sign, and then we just use that information in perpetuity?
Yeah, through the mayor. So we fully appreciate that we are asking for support from 820,000 homeowners in the city for the success of the program. I think it's imperative on us, and you've heard in our presentation, explaining why this program is important and why we do need the support of our residents. We have looked at alternative methods. We had a council direction to look at the use of utility. We are currently in the process and speaking with the Privacy Commissioner around the potential use of that data. I will caution, however, regardless of the outcome of those discussions with the Ontario Privacy Commissioner, we identified significant challenges associated with using utility data. The first and foremost being that roughly 50% of our residents do not currently have single meters. So they would be on a bulk meter. So the meters wouldn't provide adequate information in terms of being able to determine where those vacancies exist. And if you take it even a step further, it's about 60% are on bulk meters in condos. And in condos is where we primarily see challenges with unoccupied units. So it makes it a very difficult process to be able to actually validate whether or not those units are occupied.
I know I'm out of time, but I do have another question. Should I wait for a second round or? Okay, thank you. Just to follow up on that specific point, where there are cases, though, where it may make sense and where a signed consent form would be applicable, why would we not at least provide that as an option for those who could use it to relieve them from doing this annually?
Through the mayor, so in looking at the challenges that were presented with use of utility data, it also, to use it for those that may have a single meter, that may provide a consent, even if the Privacy Commissioner were to allow for that, would be a fraction of the overall population. It would create some challenges in terms of the overall program itself. I think we've also identified other issues in terms of where the usage might be and challenges you might have in terms of hitting a threshold if you perhaps do a vacation for portions of the year, other issues that come up with it. I think one of the other concerns that I have, and some of the feedback that we received as part of the program review, was overall program awareness. We know that there's roughly 75,000 to 100,000 new homeowners every year. And if you have a small segment of the property owners that fall into this population group, for which we are leveraging utility data that is really challenging at best, you have challenges in terms of the program awareness across the entire program, which could jeopardize the success of the initiative going forward.
I need to jump in because time's up in terms of questions. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. Sorry. Is there somebody? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for all of your work in getting back from that issues that we had last year. I'm very interested in the video and in the communications piece, and I missed the beginning of it. Does it start off by saying you have 4 ways to do your vacant home tax: online, 311, mail, or in person. Is that really clear? And I'm sorry I missed the first part of that video.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fletcher, the video actually starts with explaining why there's a vacant home tax, and it ends with the multiple ways to do it. So what you saw is just a sample, and we'll cut it down for different usages.
Do you not think it's helpful, if you're watching that, to be able to decide which way you're going to do it? Online, I'm not seeing a nod from Deputy Mayor Morley. You can go online, you can go 311, you can go mail, you can go in person. Here's what you need, no matter what you're going to do, etc. I'm just asking, just because I think we do a lot of, you're sending this to the general public. It's not internal staff. So that's kind of what people want to know right away. Which way can I do it? Because a lot of people might decide they're going in person or want to phone 311. Is that a consideration? Can you take, because I did ask, you'll remember I had a motion to have a public relations kind of really look at the communications, so it's very simple. I'm seeing a lot of nods from you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Morley. And so just that upfront type of information and the cascade of information is something I'm interested in. And so is this your final version, or you're still?
No, this version was just made to illustrate for the purposes of the committee. So we are still working, and thank you for that input, and we'll deploy it into the to form.
Remember that one of the things that had really, and is very fast to get all that information if you're not aware about this, but one of the many things my constituents were concerned about was then they get the letter and say, well, you have to put your property roll on, and then they had to go back to find it. So I think what you've done online is you're very clear that you can look up that number quite simply. That's a tremendous enhancement that you've put in there. Am I right the way I saw that?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. Through the redesign of the portal itself, it will give you an option to look up your address to be able to get your customer roll.
That will be brilliant, because that was very frustrating. I think you're aware that was very frustrating for people because they had to go and look for different papers and then put it on there. I heard that quite a few times. But no matter what you do, even if you go through 311 or in the mail, you're going to have that. So you're always able to go on and find your property roll and then send that. Okay, that's great. And I think you said that, is there some, that it's a tax. There's no other way to talk about this, is there, than a vacant home tax? Because we had what did we have years ago that we canceled, Councillor Carroll? The vehicle registration tax. And it's just, is there no other way to frame that, or is it a legal requirement to call it that?
Through the mayor, so we have looked at the name of the program. I believe the Vancouver program is called the Empty Home Tax, and we've looked at alternatives in terms of what it might be called. I will say part of our feedback was around program awareness. I think it is important, especially as we roll out and communicate the supports that we need from 820,000 residents, that we continue to use a name that they're familiar and aware with. And as we continue to see the success of the program, I'm happy to revisit.
I guess that's just part of the feedback you're seeking about that. The empty home tax or the vacant home tax, it really, I just ask, is it legally required to call this a tax? Is that a legal requirement?
Our authority legally is for a tax. So this is in compliance. This vacant home tax is in compliance with our authority for a vacant home tax.
So there's no other way to talk about it other than a tax. Is that correct or not correct?
It is correctly described as a tax.
I'm sorry? No, I'm asking, is it our legal requirement, or is it the legal really required?
We could perhaps use a different name, but it is in fact a tax.
No, I understand that.
On authority.
Got it. I got that part. I'm just asking if it's legally required. Is there some other way to have a brand?
Last question.
That's a brand, such as in?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you want it?
This one.
on top of the vacant home tax brand, which is the VHT, but it's something else that we're doing, as you're trying to brand it by saying it's about helping people with housing. So that, I'm just looking at those things.
Through the mayor, there will be a look and feel for the program that I think addresses some of what you're after. At the same time, for better for worse, we have a lot of brand equity in vacant home tax. So people do know about it, and we wanted to make that clear to them.
Yeah, I understand. I think we'll have more conversations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two other questions. Deputy Mayor McAuliffe and then Morley.
Thank you. You started to touch on this. I think my question is about the oversight, and you had said some of the authorities you'll be given around that. And in the first year of the rollout, for example, we saw the mail went out saying to register for the vacant home tax, but the website wasn't launched. And then this year we saw the mailer went out, and there was still a huge number of houses that hadn't declared. So I think there was a bit of a disconnect. Like, what are those stop measures to stop, evaluate, are we on track, reevaluate and pivot as necessary? Because I just feel like there was somebody whose job was put it in the mail, and they took that very, very seriously. So how do we kind of have a little more control over all these things that are happening, just to make sure all the pieces are working together?
Through the mayor, so yeah, absolutely. We've definitely looked at the experiences both in the first year of the program and in the second year of the program, as well as reviewing the successes that we ultimately had in the first year compared to the challenges that we had in the second. Obviously, not having direct mailings was an impact in year two. Not doing a proper job in communicating the need for annual declarations was a challenge in the second year of the program. What we have done in terms of the overall process changes outside of what we've presented today is ensuring in the administration of the program, it is far more going to be a data-driven process. It's going to be a data-driven process in a way where not only are we leveraging it to be able to support our communication efforts if and when we ramp up the information, it'll help inform that final safeguard in terms of the delegated authority to myself, in terms of when bills will be issued. It's also going to be very helpful in terms of the counselor toolkits. We're going to have counselor toolkits that will be provided and available prior to each major communication event that will be supported by some of the data that we experienced leading up to that, which would include the success of the direct mailings. And are we achieving a greater declaration rate compared to where we were at that point in time in year one or year two of the program? Are we seeing successes with our direct emails? Are we seeing successes coming from robocalls? So all of this will very much be data-driven to be able to inform not just the next steps we take, but if and when we might need to implement any of the safeguards that we've built into the redesign.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
It's hard work, as you can tell. It's a lot of work. Deputy Mayor Molly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff for this incredible work. It is incredibly comprehensive, and I think really does take into account a lot of the feedback and experiences that our residents had, and we appreciate the ongoing collaboration with our offices. I want to hone in on the second part of this, which outside of this very well redesigned program, the supporting housing supply portion of this work. I met with a resident yesterday who is a real estate agent. They have 5 vacant units and they are working very hard to bring them online for affordable rental units. And they have run into numerous challenges. It's a very onerous process, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering how, at a senior management, senior leadership level, we are applying our learnings about streamlining processes and incentivizing people to bring their vacant homes into the supply market. If there are learnings that we are going to be applying or thinking about, again, to better support individuals who do have vacant homes, who want to make them available for Torontonians to rent. How are we thinking about that? What opportunities exist that we can support?
Through the mayor, so our communication materials are going to emphasize what is the purpose of the program. And again, the primary goal of this being about making those properties available. I know that we also continue to work in collaboration with our Housing Secretariat team as well, in terms of how do we not just reinvest any revenues that it's generated, but how do we support information and metrics that come from the success of the program around where we are seeing increased housing supply or where we are seeing increased rental units. So it's a very great point and something that I'll continue to take back with the work that we do at the Housing Secretariat about how does the program inform options that we ensure included in our communications and in our efforts supported by Housing Secretariat to not just ensure that it creates a supply of housing, but that we're supporting that and we're providing some assistance in that area.
Thank you very much. I look forward to staying in touch on that point. Thanks.
Any other questions to staff? No? Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak and move motions? Oh, and Councillor Bravo?
I do. I don't have motions. I'm hoping there will be no motions. Similar to Councillor Morley, I really want to thank staff for all the work they've done. I joined you, Madam Mayor, for the meetings when the crisis first unfolded. And you were very, very tough on this issue, and I want to thank you for that. We had already by that time a lot of the initial feedback, and the redesign began right away. And I have to say that all the parties that probably should have been involved from year one are now all involved in a meaningful way. And that's, for the hindsight is 2020, it's easier to do that, pull everybody in when you know the revenue is coming in. We're still at the high end, so it's achieving a high amount of revenue because we still have all those homes out there that we're trying to bring into to tenancy or change ownership. But to invest for the next couple of years until we build this culture is important. But I also want to ask that council remember, we're discussing it here today, we're going to discuss it again in council, but I hope that the perspective will be such that councillors remember that not only did we have a terrible time supporting really upset residents through this and hearing some of the worst stories of how it impacted people to receive a bill suddenly for $7,000 when they didn't even know they were supposed to declare annually, or they did. And they didn't know that, in fact, it hadn't gone through because we had no confirmation page in the portal. And we had to handhold them through that. So too did staff, because some people went to them directly. And so they actually felt that pain with residents that we did as well. I think it's part of the reason why there was no disagreement about how much work we should do to repair it. They were living it as well. And I hope people will keep that in perspective. At this point, we don't have to tell them how awful it was. They were supporting people through it as well. They darn well know how bad it was. And that's why the repair package you see before you is so robust. And as I said earlier, I put them into 3 groups. They didn't know they were supposed to declare. Now you'll have a thing in your hand with everything you need to declare and a reminder that it's time to declare. And a myriad ways to do it. You will then have a period of time during which to do it, during which our communication program will be community-wide across several platforms, translatable and very thorough. And lastly, when you have declared, you will have evidence you declared. You will know that you did. And if you don't have that confirmation, then you know that you haven't. And another letter will come to say, you may think you declared, but it didn't go through. You still need to declare. So in every level, the things that we've heard are in here. And what I hope is, because the solution is so thorough, that we don't now tweak away its efficacy. We actually let them do that this year and see if we can have an efficient rollout and out of this create some more homes that need to be in use in this city. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Molly? No, oh, Bravo, sorry.
No, it's okay, thanks.
Got you.
Thank you through you, Mayor. I want to thank staff. One of the things that happened when I got elected was the first vacant homes tax, and I got to bond profoundly with Councillor Myers because we had similar wards. A lot of people who are occupied their home but didn't understand how to declare, did not understand the notice. There were so many challenges, and it wasn't just this year, it was also last year. So I think what we have here is a real shift in how we regard the creation of a new, and dissemination and engagement of the public in a new program. And I think that it's important that all of this starts and preface with this isn't a cash grab. We're trying to change landowner, homeowner behavior so that we don't have vacant homes in a housing crisis. And I think it's important to remember that this isn't something that was only dreamed up within municipal government. I wasn't elected, but I knocked on doors and with petition asking for this, with civil society groups, tearing out our hair about what do we do with the lack of affordable housing supply. And not just is this about changing behavior, incentivizing a change of behavior so that those homes are occupied and rented out, is that the funds that are being generated are going to ensure that we are protecting affordable housing supply. So this is really important to start there, and I think that got lost in the confusion, and particularly in this last year. It's crucial that it works. I think that it's also a great thing that staff have listened to us. You know, I can't tell you how many times we had meetings in our office. The need to have information that is accessible, that people with different literacy levels and English proficiency are able to get the message, and that there's so many different points where you can declare. So we are making it easier for people to understand the why we're doing this, when to do it, how to do it. And I think that this will give us a lot of information about how we can apply the lessons into other areas of interaction with the public. And ultimately, this move is really important because we need the public to understand we are able to do big things around big social challenges, economic challenges, that we do them well, and that there has to be faith in municipal government, which is on the front line of handling problems like the housing crisis, which is really funding and policy decisions that are made at the federal and provincial level. But there's been action. I look forward to the evaluative approach, and from our side, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I know there have been many comments said today that have expressed excitement about the program and have expressed gratitude to staff for the improvements that they've brought forward today. And so I want to begin by recognizing that these are improvements. But I regret the fact that I can't say that I'm excited about the program. Mm-hmm. Nor do I feel that these improvements are much more than some significant tweaks. I find it underwhelming. And I say that with all due respect because I believe that staff are working with what they have. But in all candor, I can't help but question the real life impact that this tax will actually have on the average person's ability to afford a home in Toronto. It's a tool. It's a tool in a big toolbox full of lots of tools that are needed. And that's why we've supported it. But I don't know yet in reality if it will have a material impact in the experience that people are having who are struggling to afford this expensive city. I also heard from many residents that the experience of being asked/demanded to fill out a form and go through this process every single year does have an impact on them. And if there is a way for us to improve the process so that we can have it as a one-time or something that's slightly less regular, I think it would go a long way for a lot of people, rather than having this thing that they've got to deal with every single year, where they've got to go through a process, maybe an improved process, but a process, and that there is a fine or there is a consequence to their lives if, for one reason or another in their lives, they're just not able to do it, they don't understand it, they're away, what have you. So I say this all to say that I recognize why we have the VHT. we need lots of different tools and a big toolbox to be able to address the housing crisis. But in all honesty, like last year, the way that it was rolled out was a complete dumpster fire. It was done in a way that felt punitive. People felt that the city was not really having their backs, but they were going after them. And that's why everybody heard so many angry residents, and quite justifiably so. I suspect that you'll get better feedback this coming year because the tone will change, the communications will change, but I just can't say that I'm excited about it yet. And what I'd far prefer to see is staff continue to work on, whether it be utility bills or something else, but continue to work on a way that we can help identify through a consensual agreement with residents, a one-time declaration, and not have this be something that happens every single year. And I hope that we can achieve that if that's realistic.
Thank you. I just need a motion to complete this item. There's only two more speakers, okay? Councillor Bravo moved. All those in favor? Okay. All those in favor, approved, carry. Let's finish item. Councillor Perks, you're next.
Thank you.
We need excitement.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. I'm going to attempt to get Councillor Matlow a little bit more excited. Many of us are seized of the problem of affordable housing in the city of Toronto, if not all of us. It's the one thing people call me about most often. And the vacant home tax, it may not look like it, but it is actually the best arrow in our quiver of dealing with that. And it's for reasons that are not immediately obvious. Unfortunately, because of the problems with the rollout, most of us have begun to think of the vacant home tax as a way of taxing single-family dwellings, because that's where the real problems were with the forms and the timeline and the communications. But if you listen carefully to Mr. Conforti's answers, 60% of the vacant homes in the city of Toronto are condominium units. And the thing that has not got enough attention is the profound distortion in our housing market that is the result of the condo boom here. We forget that the city of Toronto builds more condominium units than anywhere else in North America. And I've actually heard some people in the development industry say possibly the entire world. And the financing of how those condo units get built is very interesting. If you want to go to a bank for a construction loan, I didn't start at 5 minutes and 40 seconds. If you want to build a condominium, you have to go to a bank to get a construction loan. To do that, you have to have about 60% of the units pre-sold. To whom are those units pre-sold? They're pre-sold to investors. There is a huge speculative market on empty shoeboxes in the sky in the city of Toronto. And all of the regulations that the province of Ontario has brought forward has been to benefit them, not to benefit people who are actually trying to find somewhere to live. We actually have a perverse setup in the province of Ontario where all development and planning law, all the financing, all of it is set to turn housing into a commodity in the sky. It is no longer about housing people. It is about people grabbing little chunks of land up in the air and making speculative profits on them over decades, flipping and flipping and flipping. And the thing that is most astonishing about this is you go into some of these buildings and there are entire floors that have never been occupied. They've never even had the cellophane ripped off the front door. They just sit there gathering dust and gathering wealth for speculators. And the thing that the rollout did was cover over the fact that this tool, the vacant homes tax, is how we fix that problem. Speculators will have to pay their share. People who are building in the City of Toronto will have to start building places that people actually want to live in. We can finally turn the corner on a housing market that is completely distorted when we're building empty units on purpose instead of housing people. Now, if that doesn't excite you, I don't know what will. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, keep going.
I just want to state for the record that I'm very excited by hearing your speech, Councillor Perks. It was very good. Because I just think in their messaging that you're attaching and touching things that go very deeply. And I don't really think they're there yet on the messaging. So this has always been a conversation. For the first round was about the messaging, second round about how you're doing it, and now third round, how we get it, how we refine that to get it right. So the fact that there's a housing crisis, I think everybody talks about that. It's one of the responses by the city to a housing crisis. Toronto has about 10,000 empty homes that are built with nobody living there. Like, that's a simple message that I didn't quite see. And what we're going to do, we're going to charge owners who leave their homes empty or intentionally empty. So it's related back to the housing crisis, and I think the video and everything kind of starts down that road, but it doesn't quite capture it in the way that when we're facing calling something a tax and we're going blah, 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 that we really need to be clear that this is one of those responses to the housing crisis. And I think, Councillor Perks, what you've said, yes, there's all these places that have been built and simply nobody's there, and they're just sitting there waiting for something, but unfortunately they should be waiting for somebody to live there. And how, if you're not going to put somebody there, then there's a penalty that you're going to pay for simply it crisper. I want to see it more refined. I want to see it more attached to the housing crisis, and that there's all these people that just leaving it empty, So that's why they're going to pay. What happened last year was all these people who didn't leave it empty, who are living there, got a message, oh, your place is vacant and here's your bill. I mean, when we look back and say what a catastrophe that was, it was a catastrophe. There's no other word for it, because we kind of spoiled the vibe on it's a housing crisis. We're charging you if you leave your unit vacant in a housing crisis to, oh, here you go, the Matlows. Sorry, here's your bill, and set everybody off. So we are recovering here, and I think the message needs to be much crisper and refined and broader around housing, and this is a penalty. And I would like to find a way to change the tax notion, but defining why it's happening, we'd be happy if we couldn't collect it. We'd be happy. It meant 8,000, 10,000 units had somebody living in them. But we have to collect it because somebody's leaving it empty intentionally. So it's all about the messaging. It always has been since day one. Last year we got blown off course by mistakes. Now we're trying to come back. I'm not going to be prescriptive here, but I'm very clear that I think that the level needs to come up a number of levels with the messaging and the branding and the thoughtfulness about it. And that's kind of the role here, that we have a chance to do that. I've not been involved in it, but that's my feedback.
Thank you. I used to represent Deputy Mayor Osman Malik's ward, and for many years actually, and I would canvass a lot of the condominiums down there, because the riding at that time, keep calling it riding, the area represented was from Dew Point all the way down to the waterfront, to the lake. It includes all the Kings and all the waterfront condominiums. And I could tell you, because I canvass a lot of them, which buildings are half empty, because you knock on the door, it's obvious from all the letters or whatever, sometimes people come and deliver things, that which units are empty, because there's stuff, in, especially election literature, in front of them. And they're empty for months and months and months and months. Obviously, no one lives there. these are not snowbirds, right? They have been empty and vacant. And so 10,000 units that are vacant, if we can get 10%, 20% of them housed with people, guess what? That's 2,000 people. And on top of that, imagine this, the money that we do receive, you know what do we use that money for? We do it through the multi-residential unit acquisition funds, which creates about 500 units of housing every year, 570 units approximately, and is used as an operating dollars to support the buildings that are falling apart, that the TCH, these are the Toronto Community Housing Units that you see where the elevators are not working, or the paint's falling, or the ceiling is having trouble. That's the funds that is used to support some of these existing housing and keeping some of the housing affordable forever for the tenants. So yes, growing pains. Last year was terrible. It was hard. It was, yes, dumpster fire. There's many words we could use to describe it. All of it's correct. And let's work together, because you folks the counselors have a lot of experience on how to deliver the best services. Is it going to be perfect? I don't know. We hope so. But if we could improve it and continuous improving it, and one day, Councilor Matlow, if we can just say it once and that's it, then we don't have to go back, or there's a better way to find those 10,000 folks, to have them just say, yes, we're leaving it empty. We don't have to touch the other many thousands others. That would be great. Until that day, however, we have to continue doing it this way. So I believe Councilor Carroll have moved the report in front of us. And thank you. All those in favor? Approved. Carrie, thank you. Let's have a lunch break. We will be back at 1:30 sharp, because we have a long agenda ahead of us. Thank you. Folks, do we have quorum yet? 1, 2. Councilors, if you can come to the committee so we could get quorum and carry on our work.
Got a whistle there if you want it. Just say.
You have a whistle too. I'm not sure it's gonna.
Wouldn't help. Comments? I like the line at the end. I forget which one.
Yes, one more.
One more counselor. You're pointing at someone, Councilor Perks?
Good to go.
Okay, we have quorum. We are resuming the executive committee meeting. Let me just deal with a few items quickly before we do the next one. So, because there are a few items, actually, before you put your presentation on, I'm going to, there are items that I believe the new item, the Labor Committee, I moved the adoption of the recommendations in there. Okay? Anyone, any questions? If not, all those in favor? 0-0, opposed, carry, thank you. Sorry, we're not doing that item yet. Just hold your horses. Because I just want to deal with all the other ones first, okay? Because this one will take quite a few hours. We have the variance report for 6 months ending June 30th. There are 2 speakers. QP 79 is probably 1 speaker, 2 speaker. Yeah, why don't we do that one? Because that should take 10-15 minutes. And the one after that, I believe the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts is only 1 speaker or 2 speaker. Let's just finish all the items and then we can do the big long one, okay? Operating variance report for 6 months. QP 79, Madame President. There you go.
Thank you very much. My name is Fred Shilson. I'm the membership secretary at QP Local 79. I'm also a city worker who works in senior services and long-term care. In 2007, I started working for the City of Toronto at Kipling Acres as a food service worker. And over the years, I've migrated to working my way up to working in the IT department for senior services and long-term care as of last year when I began my term as membership secretary. I've been with the City of Toronto for approximately 22 years at this point. I'm deputing in front of you today because the city's long-term care division is on the brink of collapse. Every day, Local 79 hears from members in long-term care who tell us that they're overworked, they're understaffed, and they simply cannot do the work that they're required to do and maintain the standard of care that's expected within our city's homes. I'd like to start with a little bit of a story, the variations of which we hear frequently in our city homes. Marisol is a food service worker. She's part-time working in long-term care.
This is related to the operating variance report, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. So in a daily shift, Marisol is responsible for prepping food and heating it up, working in a hot and steamy servery on one of our homes on the floors. She then has to offer the food to each resident. And as you know, residents are given 2 options for their food. So she has to collect everything, make the choice, dole up the food, pass it on to a PSW, who then feeds the resident, and then she goes and picks up the food, brings it back, and cleans it. That's a lot of work for Marisol. And the kicker is that she has to do all this work in about 3 hours. That's the shift length for many food service workers working in senior services and long-term care. They actually have some of the shortest shifts at the City of Toronto. The shift is so short, in fact, that other workers have had to adjust their duties to pitch in because it's simply not possible to accomplish all of these tasks in 3 hours. I want you to remember the story about Marisol as I continue. In front of you, you have the operating variance report that outlines the $15.4 million in surplus that's projected by year end for senior services and long-term care, largely due to underspending on salaries and benefits. Now, let me read out to you the actual raw vacancy numbers that we received from the division earlier this month for the city's long-term care homes. The numbers I'm going to read out to you are what we consider permanent full-time positions. At Bendel Acres, there's 65 workers. Carefree Lodge, there's 16 workers. Casa View Witchwood Towers, 111. Comer Lodge, 76. Fudger House, 48. Kipling Acres, 32. Lakeshore Lodge, 22. Seven Oaks, 42. True Davidson Acres, 21. Westburn Manor, 29. That's a total of 462 full-time Local 79 vacancies that are currently not occupied, with our local having approximately 4,200 staff working in senior services and long-term care, which makes up almost a 12% vacancy rate. The majority of workers in this division do not look like me. They're mostly racialized folk, mostly women. Many have families to look after and have been with the City of Toronto for a long time, dedicating their careers for caring for the people who need the care desperately. 30% of the workers in long-term care are full-time, and the remaining overwhelming majority of 70% are part-time employees. Now let me tell you what that actually looks like at our homes. Workers are not getting enough time off or even appropriate sick time because of being so short-staffed. There's unsafe working conditions for workers, from PSWs to food service workers to RNs who are desperately trying to serve residents to the best of their abilities. We have dozens of outstanding grievances, many more than any other City of Toronto division, from workers being disciplined for simply not being able to keep up with the demands of a chronically understaffed workplace. As a long-term care worker at the City of Toronto and an elected member of Local 79, I must ask the City of Toronto to do what is right this year and fill these vacancies, specifically in long-term care. We know what is necessary to attract and retain workers. It's good pay, decent working conditions, good shifts, and respect. Today, I'm sad to say that the City of Toronto rarely meets all of these requirements. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you so much. Is the president of QP 79 here with us, or just one? Oh, there you are, right in front of me. Sorry.
It's just my hair that's different.
I was just going to say.
Thanks for not sticking us right before lunch. Thank you, Mayor Chow, members of the Executive Committee, for listening to us today. And my name is Naz, as mentioned. I'm the president of QP Local 79. As you may have seen this morning, we served notice to bargain with the city, and while of course we will not be discussing details of that process today, I would like to reiterate that all the issues that you will hear about from me and from others from the local who are deputing at this meeting are directly tied to the working conditions of our members, the city workers who make our city run, and yes, this does have to do with this particular budget item. As you all know, we represent 30,000 workers at the city in virtually every division. Nearly half of these workers, anywhere between 8,000 and 12,000, depending on the time of year, work in PF&R. Let me share a quick story of one of our city-run community recreation centers, John Innes. It's located at Sherbourne and Shooter in Moss Park. If you were to go for a walk at that intersection, you would note just how bad things in our city have gotten with a decade of critical underfunding. The local TCHC buildings are the worst maintained and most dangerous in the city. The toxic drug crisis has spilled out onto the streets, and some of our unhoused community members are sleeping very rough. While working at John Innes as a youth outreach worker, as I experience and other recreation staff, we're not just running recreation programs. We're also acting as essential community supports, checking in with community members who use these facilities, talking to youth, and sometimes attending to disputes and fights, even overdoses. Now, if on your walk of the neighborhood you were to actually walk into John Innes, you would realize that only one full-time community recreation programmer works there currently. The second person was recently let go, and to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of any replacement. While the division has not officially suggested this, some of our members have been told that budgetary constraints have led to less shifts and less staff across the board. Gapping is a serious problem in PF&R. This is the state of community recreation programming across the city. Looking at the operational variance reports for PF&R, I'm extremely concerned not just about the monetary impact of the projected 13 million shortfall by the end of year, but on how the division is going to move forward to be able to balance their budget. I ask that we do not try to make up the forecasted shortfall on the backs of workers of PF&R who are already precariously employed and overworked. Recruitment and retention issues are broadly present across the City of Toronto, some of which my colleague Fred Shilson has already talked about. In recreation, retention issues are exacerbated by centralized hiring. This model, which does not prioritize community access to jobs and recreation centers in their own neighborhoods, has led to many issues and workers feel demoralized. Community recreation is also the only division in the City of Toronto that has unionized workers making minimum wage, thanks to the provincial government, which I don't do often. That has now been raised today slightly, still falling well below a living wage. This year, one of the projects we have taken on is extensively surveying our members across the city to get a better understanding of their issues and concerns. I want to leave the committee with a comment from a rec worker that we received anonymously through our survey as a reminder that budgets should not be balanced on the backs of members. This is, and I quote, "My coworkers and I talk a lot about this. We all feel that we used to make good money and we were comfortable, but not anymore. The majority of us, ranging in age, living situations, and family responsibilities, are now all struggling to pay bills or walking through the grocery store knowing we can't afford the average things that we used to. Any of the younger staff, and by younger, they're not talking about 14, 15-year-olds, any of the younger staff, mid or late 20s, can't even dream of buying a home in the city, and those with homes in Toronto are moving out of the city due to the rising costs. Our good money is no longer enough to sustain the average life we have had for 5 or more years. We are breaking." Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the deputant? We invite you to come to our budget consultation that is about to start in the month of October and November, so that as we discuss about the budget, I'm sure we will hear more of your opinions, okay? Thank you for taking the time. Councillor Carroll, are you around? Do you have any questions? No, she's not. On the item itself, operating variance report for 6 months ending June 30th, you're moving approval. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. If I may, the last item before, other than the ferries, because Councillor Fletcher is working on the recommendations. The St. Lawrence Center for the Arts Development only have 2 speakers. I'm just going to deal with that one before we do the one that have a lot of speakers, okay? We have 2 speakers. The first one is Donna Pedersen from St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. Are you here, Donna? And then the next speaker is Philip Silver, the School of Media, Arts, Performance, and Design from York University. Donna, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Oh, if you can put your mic, press the button. Perfect, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Donna Patterson, and I'm a past board member of the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. I'm deputing today on behalf of the SLNA. The St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association supports the continuation of the redevelopment process for the St. Lawrence Center of the Arts, which is a visionary project that promises to reshape the cultural landscape.
I'm sorry. I promised Councillor Carroll that, sorry to do this to you, that she wants to speak on this item. She is not here. We'll hear the deputants and then we'll hold it for her to come. Continue, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Which is in parallel, the SLNA recommends that TO Live be tasked with moving quickly to substantially reduce the perceived financing risk currently attributed to this project. The St. Lawrence Center for the Arts opened in 1970 in the St. Lawrence neighborhood as a centennial project for the City of Toronto. Since then, it's been an important performance space and a cornerstone of the city's cultural fabric. Now, after more than 5 decades of service, the building needs more capital reinvestment than typical state of good repair funding can and would normally provide. As an example, the building today does not meet the standards set by the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Recognizing the crucial role of the STLC, TO Live launched a public consultation in 2021 to gather input from Toronto residents. Both the SLNA and a large number of neighborhood residents were strong contributors to this consultation process. The feedback from the consultation emphasized a real need for affordable, flexible, and technologically advanced multi-use spaces that can accommodate the diverse needs of our communities, especially nonprofit organizations. TO Live's ambition is to transform the STLC into Canada's first art space that fully addresses the cultural, social, environmental, and digital needs of our time and for future generations. The new STLC is envisioned as a hub of extreme usability, offering state-of-the-art spaces for the performing arts sector, the St. Lawrence and other local neighborhoods, and all of Toronto's various communities, irrespective of age, culture, ability, identification, or income level. In addition to serving the broader community, the redeveloped STLC will stand as an iconic destination for visitors and a creative meeting place for artists of all disciplines. Emerging artists, seasoned professionals, students, educators, patrons, the STLC is being reimagined to be home to all by nurturing creativity, fostering collaboration, and celebrating the diversity of artistic expression. The new facility will be equipped with state-of-the-art technical and digital capabilities, ensuring that it meets the rapidly evolving needs of artists and the expectations of modern audiences. TO Live's vision is to do more than just redevelop the arts venue. It is to create a cultural engine designed to drive tourism, stimulate economic activity, and showcase Toronto as an iconic destination for arts and culture on the global stage. The board of the SLNA urges the executive committee to continue its support of the redevelopment of the STLC, to show leadership by supporting the creation of a new and iconic cultural destination for everyone. It is true that there are financial unknowns associated with this project. These can be characterized as insurmountable risks and used as an excuse to walk away from the project. This is not city building. Rather, the executive committee should challenge TO Live to show that it can ameliorate these financial risks to a significant degree and in a reasonable amount of time as a continuation of its continued support. The SLNA, incorporated in 1983, represents over 35,000 residents living in the St. Lawrence neighborhood, bounded by Yonge Street, Queen Street East, Parliament Street, and the rail corridor to the south. The SLNA is a mixed-income, ethnically diverse residential and commercial community adjoining the Central Business District. It contains the oldest neighborhood in the now City of Toronto, the original 10 blocks of the town of York, dating from 1793. The SLNA board appreciates the executive committee's consideration of its recommendation to continue to support the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts redevelopment project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone have any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, I wasn't here at the beginning of your deputation, and I've heard about the SNLA. I'm just wondering, Are you with the theater arts group or cultural group, or is it just with the?
No, I'm with the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association.
With the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts.
I'm a past board member.
Not the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts, you're with the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
but not any cultural group. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you. We have another speaker, Philip Silva. Are you online? Yes. Philip Silva, I see you online. May I trouble you to turn on your camera and turn on your mic?
I've got the mic on. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
The camera, I suspect, is, well, let's try this. I'm new to the WebEx technology.
It's not the easiest to...
I got to allow this and allow the other thing.
Oh, there you
I
are.
am.
It worked. Okay, we're all ears.
Hi, folks. Okay. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to submit my comments. My name is Philip Silver, and although your agenda may indicate my connection to York University, I am not representing York. I'm representing the artists. My background is a 55-year career as a designer of scenery, costume, and lighting for major companies across Canada, including Shaw, Stratford, Canadian Opera Company, etc. I have been a professor of design and then the Dean of Fine Arts at York University. And while I was Dean, my portfolio included the building of a $108 million Center for the Performing Arts. I've designed 20 productions at the St. Lawrence Center in both the Bluma Appel and the Jane Mallet Theatres, some for nonprofit organizations, as well as 2 productions by Toronto-based commercial producers. And I'm speaking in support of the recommendations made by the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer. This came about because last week I noted a comment in the Toronto Star by Councillor Moyes, who's a member of the TO Live board. He supported the redevelopment of the St. Lawrence Center because, quote, "We want to show the world that we're serious about the arts. We want great productions here," end quote. Well, I responded with a letter to the editor that it's not the venues that make great productions. It is the performing arts companies and their artists who make the magic. In that letter, I suggested Councillor Moyes put his efforts into increasing the funding to those companies so that they have more time to develop and refine their work, especially in the final days before opening, when rehearsals are always in the theater space, which comes with rentals and stage crew costs. After opening night, there's still a variety of running costs for a production, as well as passing on whatever the operational costs are of the venue. Well, I recently reviewed the video of the March 26 presentation by TO Live, and I found it interesting, if not appalling, that the only 2 comments made with respect to the conditions under which the performing companies might work came from the audience during the Q&A. Otherwise, the presentation was about the very beautiful building, and that is so, but that's not the point. The March 26 presenters used New York's Lincoln Center as an example of what they were trying to build. But I would remind them that these 3 key buildings at Lincoln Center were designed to fit the needs of the performing arts companies, including the Metropolitan Opera, the New York City Opera, and the New York City Ballet. I wonder how much similar detailed involvement the proponents of the St. Lawrence Center redevelopment have had with what I would call a prospective prime clients like Toronto Operetta Theatre or Canadian Stage or other presenters. Other presenters like several Toronto nonprofit companies who have created great productions, particularly in their own venues. Crow's Theatre, Musical Stage Company, Obsidian Theatre, Soul Pepper are creating wonderful works, many of which could be presented in larger venues, such as the Bluma Appel, if it were not for the costs. There are 2 words in show business. There must be a clear business plan for any redevelopment of the St. Lawrence Center. And if the center is to be true to its mandate to serve the arts of Toronto, that business plan must pay respect to the business plans of the potential performing companies. The current plan does not appear to be concerned with how to increase usage by those companies through controlling or reducing costs. I therefore support the recommendation that the redevelopment project not proceed to the detailed design phase and that funding be included in the 2025 budget for state of good repair and accessibility requirements for the center. But further, council should strike a committee to review the level of overall funding for the performing arts in Toronto, with special attention given to the conditions which may limit more use of the St. Lawrence Centre by Toronto's major not-for-profit performance companies or even by local for-profit producers. Spread over time, for example, even a portion of the $400 million plus that TO Live is asking for would yield better results to create Councillor Moise's, quote, great productions. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Councillor Carroll to Philip Silver.
Yes, apologies for I arrived back halfway through your deputation from a police briefing, so I may be asking a question you have already included, but you seem very knowledgeable on the very many other theater companies who are functioning out of their own venues. In terms of if the 400 million were to be spread about, are those production companies that you mentioned, are they in fact struggling post-pandemic recovery and other things? Are they actually in a position where they need those funds to go towards other venues, towards all venues? What's the situation to the best of your knowledge?
I don't have that in detail, but I would assume that everybody, from what I've seen as an audience member, still attending theater. Companies are still building audiences, trying to get people back into the habit. But there are severe costs with using the St. Lawrence Centre under the current structure, as I understand it. And again, somebody needs to talk to those companies about what the limitations are on their use there. If I can give one example, I did a commercial production there many years ago, and we required some additional time to refine the lighting. The producer agreed that we needed the time to refine the lighting. However, at the cost of the crew and the rental time for that additional time, we were not able to do that next level of improvement artistically. So there we go. I think we need, that's why I asked for a committee, suggest a committee that would look at what are the exact costs that our not-for-profit companies are dealing with when they rent at St. Lawrence. Many companies have the ability to do productions that artistically would be the great productions that Councillor Moise refers to, but the dollar is in their way.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Any other questions, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. You referenced the business plan. I had thought that there, I don't know if you researched that and if you found one or didn't find one. I assumed there was one for the new proposal.
I haven't seen a business plan as such. As I say, I reviewed the video from the presentation that TO Live did on March 26th. It was about the building. It indicated a few things. For example, the investment in flexible floor that could be seating one moment and flat floor for various events. That's a brilliant idea, but it says to me that at the end of the day, there will be more corporate events happening in that space, conferences of one sort or another, than there will be real theater performances. That's a huge investment in wonderful state-of-the-art technology. I've used some of that state-of-the-art technology because there's a part of me that also, as I say, supervised the facilities up at York University. But I think you would find that the financial situation is going to be better for the redeveloped the St. Lawrence Centre by renting to corporate entities than to not-for-profit.
And just, so I guess I should ask about that business plan and the current one. Thank you. I just appreciate that. I'm going to find out where it is based on your coming today to speak to us. Thank you.
And if I may, that business plan should be developed. If you want to keep Canadian Stage, Toronto Opera Theatre, and other companies, local fine arts companies, in that facility, the business plan of the St. Lawrence Centre redevelopment has to be based on the business plans for what the rental companies will do.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions to this deputant? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question to staff? Councillor Fletcher?
I'm just going to follow up on that, and I don't know who can confirm that there is the business plan for the proposal that is in front of us or is coming from TO Live.
Probably, who is it
Maybe Mr.
under?
Tobin
Is
is
it
here.
Pat
I don't
Tobin?
know.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Fletcher, Pat Tobin from Economic Development and Culture. To the best of our knowledge, there is currently not a full operating plan to accompany the expanded St. Lawrence Centre facility.
I guess that's why the deputy couldn't find it, because there wasn't one. And the current, but he's suggesting that if we don't proceed here, that we look at the current business plan and involve all of the not-for-profit theaters in that development or have a review of the current business plan. Is that something that makes sense to you?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Fletcher, any facility of that size looking to have broad benefit to the culture sector would want to inform its operating plan with the greatest number of organizations that could benefit from its services.
And might it be the case, and I'm now back on the board, and I could ask that there, but I'm going to ask someone at the city, that there has been a focus on the new building, and perhaps there hasn't been a focus on, with the state of good repair, that part of the state of good repair project that may get approved here would also include that process around the business plan and current business planning. Would that make sense to, I guess, our CFO and you, Mr. Tobin, the money and the arts?
Through the mayor, so in terms of reviewing any state of good repair and accessibility needs, there's a review and a lens that would happen supported by the condition assessment work that is happening. As we would do with all of our capital projects, we would look at what are the operating impacts of those, which would be informed by a business plan going forward to understand what are the incremental operating impacts above and beyond where our expenses would be today.
Yes. Maybe Mr. Tobin, it's that if this proceeds, if the CFO's recommendation is carried at executive and council, then the development of that business plan associated with the state of good repair should be quite robust with many of the nonprofit theaters. That would be a question, I think, for you, Mr. Tobin. Is that the approach that the city would take for the cultural sector?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes, should the project not proceed to the second stage of design and alternatives be entertained, then it would be necessary to look at a new business plan for an adapted St. Lawrence Centre.
Thank you. And I guess, is it typical, and I don't know who wants to answer this one, but is it typical to have a project that is now, we've had the schematic, we've had many things, to develop this fairly brand new building, would it be typical or not typical for there to be a business plan to accompany that type of larger development? And I would think so, but.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Fletcher, I'll start the response and pass to my colleague, Mr. Matozo. I understand that TO Live did provide a preliminary business plan outlining some of the projections for future revenue, future use when they did present in 2023, but not a full operating plan. And as to whether that would be a common requirement,
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Fletcher, on any large capital expenditure, it would be typical to have a business plan to come.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry.
Sorry.
With any large capital project or expenditure, there is a business case that accompanies that, because it's an important part of the approval process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll.
No, why, there we go. Having a little trouble with my microphone today. We've talked about the business case. I'm wondering, do we have somebody who can, it's probably Finance Department, explain to me, when we have a project and we ask, we start to use the language of stage gate, is that made really clear to people what it means once you start to take your entity and your project through stage gate? Our understanding here at Council is that at the point of having these gates where we stop and we look at it is because at any one of those gates, we may determine that the case isn't there and that we'd like to choose another course, not proceed. It's not a matter of just complete the gate assignment and then you automatically go to the next. Is that made clear to every project deliverer?
Through the mayor, so with the introduction of a stage gate process that really the city began using many years ago on large-scale projects, the intent is to enable there to be a decision point at each milestone gate, however it might be in terms of how the project is structured, to enable an opportunity to have a decision either at the council level or depending on how the governance is structured, such in a way that you can then review the results of the process that you've undertaken and make a decision in terms of do you go forward with the next steps. So that's something that we do now apply rather consistently on large projects and is shared and informed with all of our divisions and agencies.
And is that public sector writ large, is that a best practice that is understood outside of the City of Toronto as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Mayor, to Councillor Carroll, that is an industry best practice, gating processes on large-scale projects.
Okay. And then if I can turn to ask Mr. Tobin, we do have the culture plan is forthcoming that has been being developed throughout the culture sector. It's not the theater plan, it's the culture plan. But in terms of the advisory that was developed and also the focus groups to go beyond the advisory panel, were there theater participants of various shapes and sizes?
Through the mayor, to you, Councillor Carroll, yes, there were a number of theater organizations and artists who participated in what ultimately was a 4,000-person consultation in the development of that plan.
And we did hear, I'm previewing it now, and I'm probably I'm seeping out state secrets, but we did hear what we heard the deputant talk about, that really everyone is rebuilding the audience muscle. People leave your house and be in an audience now is a big challenge. But what was the fundamental thing we heard about people, about art and where they want to experience it, or at least some of the time? What's the most important thing for us to try and enhance within the culture sector right now?
Through the mayor, to you, Councillor Carroll, we heard that people want culture close to where they live.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? No to speak on the item? Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher first?
I think did you want me to go first or you want to go? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And thank you for that. Thank you for waiting until I got back. This is a really difficult thing, Madam Mayor. The local councillor isn't here right now because he's doing the work of public health internationally right now. But I did have a long conversation with him on Friday so that I would have a sense of that in speaking. This is a very difficult decision we're making. But unfortunately, it's one that we do have to make. But we can focus on the unfortunate news here, or we can decide, okay, what is the directional change here and how does it benefit? And it can benefit, because if without delay we get to work on updating and upgrading what is now kind of a few years back, look at the state of good repair, if we get on with that, then we can do a really good job of that. And that can start post haste. And that's a great thing. But the other great thing is unfortunately something we're gonna have to wait for, because it still needs to go back to the advisory panel one more time. And then what you're going to see is what the mayor directed immediately upon taking office, was for us to continue the work that we had discussed and started ourselves as a council just before our last election, which is that our overall culture sector plan, how we help all recover, and how we actually, even if we weren't recovering from a pandemic, how we update what culture and entertainment in this day and age means, and make it meaningful, and make it really help us to build the culture sector, because it is a huge employer in this city, how we build it and how we make it actually build the, aside from the sector, the business, build the culture of Toronto. All of that needed to be updated. And so we began discussing that work as council. Immediately post-election, Mayor Tory directed that we start. But we have also, under the current mayor, been directed to do that work, and it is almost done. But the sector itself is really very much the author of it. It's why you don't see them all here today. The work that they have done, those 4,000 people and the advisory panel that represented them, are about to bring forward that work. They do want to benefit the theater center, indeed even those that use the St. Lawrence Center. But they also are keenly aware that what we keep hearing from the community over and over again in each and every one of the 25 wards, the people need to feel the access a little more meaningfully and closer to home to get them back to coming out the door and being audiences. We heard that again and again. And so what's coming forward with resources attached is that work, blessed and encouraged and promoted by the mayor and carried out by the sector itself. And I hope that, well, there were people that were wedded to this. I hope that in that plan, they will see a way forward as well. And that the state of good repair at St. Lawrence, you know, state of good repair can be transformative at times. I hope they will see themselves in that plan and then be able to pull these two things together, because the recommendations before us from staff today are the reality of the direction we have to take. Thank you. Those are my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, I assume you moved the supplementary, Councillor Carroll?
Exactly that.
Thank you, I got you. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have been on and off of the board of when it was Sony Center, TO Live, all the different names, as well as you have, Councillor Carroll. But I think this is a very complex project, and one of the things I think that is hard to understand, particularly from a board standpoint, is the stage gating process. And I'm very thankful, Councillor Carroll, that you started with that, because if you are Mr. Matozo and you build things all along, then you know stage gating, because that's what you do. You don't just do the whole thing at once. You have a stage gate process that understands that we're going to do this and make a decision, do this and make a decision. And I'm not sure that the board and others, including perhaps the community deputant, just understand that. And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying it's a hard concept to understand, because when you're running a theater or you're doing production, stage gating is not part of what you're thinking about. Stage gating only happens once you start to build something major. We don't stage gate on putting in a stoplight, but we certainly stage gate when it's hundreds of millions of dollars, and we've all been part of those part of those projects. So I just want to say that I think that that might be one of the stumbling blocks in really understanding why this was a decision point compared to other decision points on the stage gate process. And everything's stage gated. All of the transit expansion stage gated, Union Station was stage gated, all of the big infrastructure projects are stage gated. So the other thing I think that's good news is that so many people have been engaged in talking about the St. Lawrence Center, arts, theater, relationship to the street, how it's used by the community. I think that's a very exciting thing because that's something to build on once we start looking at the actual state of good repair and want to call it state of good repair plus, where some of those goals that were set out are clear. Originally, I think that there was a state of good repair budget for $371 million that was put forward. I'm not sure where that came from. I forgot to ask where that figure came from. But there is also our staff at CREM and others are very clear about state of good repair, what we're doing, what's needed to be doing, accessibility, and what else can be tweaked in order to make some magic there, I think, as you said, Councillor Carroll, to make that magic. I did see in one of the letters that somebody said, well, it's falling apart. It's completely falling apart. Didn't ask that question. Well, that was somebody. If you read them, you'll see that. So it just can't proceed. It can't be fixed. And I think that, and I didn't ask that question either, but maybe at council, I wouldn't think that city staff are putting this program together if indeed it was so far gone that you couldn't repair it. And that, so I'm going to assume that that's been looked at. I hope we don't come up with this and then find out, oh dear, well, we really should have done it differently. So I'm putting my faith in the expertise of those who do this all the time, and that the building is not going to be collapsing anytime soon. I also really remark on the deputy who came from the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association and their love and thoughtfulness around what this might be able to look like. I did go by the other day when there was a big event, I think at Meridian Hall, and all of Scott Street was closed and had tents. So there are really things in animating that space that's possible to do now without having to spend, well, $400 million. So let's look at that as well, because that's the public realm part that the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association is aching after. I get that. And we had a deputy coming from the arts who said, it's about the artists and the theater and having great theater and getting people back into theater, and that it would be good to have the business plan. I haven't seen the full business plan, so I'd like to see that. If Mr. Tobin can get that before council, I'd like to suggest, if we go this direction, that the current business plan be developed or retweaked in a way that that deputant suggested would be kind of the most hearty and robust method, and coupled with the state of good repair planning. That's all. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, for explaining stage gating and watching that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Last speaker, Councillor Matlow.
I just want to add that the recommendations in front of us are reasonable given the reality that we find ourselves in. That all being said, though, the vision for the St. Lawrence Centre for the Arts is beautiful, and the reimagination of Scott at Front is extraordinary. I would love to see more public realm, more public spaces designed in inspiring ways the way that the vision is here. So based on what we have in front of us, I get what we're doing. That being said, it is October 1st. Council is October 8th. I believe. And I know that there are philanthropists and proponents of this vision who would like to see it succeed and would like to see fellow philanthropists in the community come forward and be able to present a plan that could salvage this. So I see this just sort of for the record. The decision made today is based on the information that we have today. But over the next week and a half, if there can be clear and reasonable plans that can be entertained, that might provide us some hope, then I think we should be open to that. And it's a call out to those who love this plan to work with us on that over the next week and a half.
Councillor Matlow, there's always reason to be hopeful.
Keep hope alive.
Let's keep hope alive. Thank you for that comment. Any other speaker? If not, Councillor Carroll's moving supplementary report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And the motion item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. I think Councillor Fletcher and, oh, sorry, pardon me. You had two items that deals with ferries and ferry dock. If you're not ready, that's okay, because we have a lot of speakers.
Are we torturing Mr.?
You're still sorting out. Okay, let's start on the airport and the runway. Okay, no other items in front of us other than the ferry docks? Okay. Thank you. We have lots of speakers, starting off. Oh, I'm sorry. Presentation before the, yes. Sorry, you were all set up. I am apologize. Another deck. Thank you. Runway and safety areas at Billy Bishop. Councillor, may I? Anytime you're ready. Okay. So find a washer.
Good afternoon. I am David Stonehouse, the director of the city's Waterfront Secretariat. I'm here with a large team of city staff that are here to answer your questions on this item after people have had a chance to make their deputations. I want to also acknowledge that there are representatives here from the other tripartite partners from both Ports Toronto and from Transport Canada. We're here today because there are new airport safety regulations that we have to address. There is a new federal airport safety requirement that must be met at Canada's airports, so across the country, for runway and safety areas. The intention of these areas is to reduce the severity of damage to an aircraft if it overshoots or underruns a runway. And Transport Canada has identified 3 ways that airports can meet the requirements. First, prepare natural compacted open areas at the ends of a runway. Second, to install an engineered material arresting system, also called EMAS, designed to decelerate an aircraft. And finally, to shorten a runway's declared distances. How is the city involved? The Billy Bishop Airport is governed by a tripartite agreement between Ports Toronto, the City of Toronto, and Transport Canada. It was originally signed in 1983, and it serves as both a lease and an operating agreement. And any tripartite agreement changes would require 3 agreement signatories to agree, and City Council would be required for any changes. Ports Toronto is evaluating 3 options for runway and safety areas implementation that would prepare natural compacted open areas. And so at Billy Bishop, this would require lake fill, which would require a change to the tripartite agreement. Options which would have shortened the runway's declared distance were not considered viable by Ports Toronto, as they would impact Q400 aircraft operations. So those are the commercial aircraft that are operating now with Porter and with Air Canada. Ports Toronto has also looked at an engineered material arresting system. This was also not considered viable by Ports Toronto for a variety of reasons. There isn't another example in Canada, for example. Just a few thoughts on policy considerations that we thought about in drafting the staff report. Impacts to local communities and the environment. the economic benefits of the airport and convenience for travelers, the context of waterfront revitalization and the city's housing targets, the lowest possible incremental impact to livability on the waterfront, and I think it needs to be said, and we'll talk about it more, the need for a broader conversation on the airport. So the current options that are under consideration, option one is a minimum land mass to meet the regulatory requirement. The cost estimate is $61 to $64 million, and out of respect for Ports Toronto, I'll just do a bit of an aside here. The costs provided in this presentation provided by Ports Toronto are based on a concept design only, so they're a Class D estimate, subject to change. They do not include financing costs. They do not include Ports Toronto project management costs and other related costs. So those numbers are likely to go up, but we'll know that. Ports Toronto will know that as their study and design process evolves. So that's RESA 1, the minimum land mass to meet the regulatory requirement. Option 2 builds on that, and it adds an additional taxiway and some other associated benefits at an increased cost of between 93 and 97 million. Again, construction costs only, Class D cost estimate. And these options are described in a lot more detail in the report, obviously. And then option 3 builds on option 2 again. It adds additional airside roads, a sound barrier, and an underground utility corridor at a cost estimate of between 169 and 175 million for construction only. This next slide that you have is a summary of the 3 options. And I'll just point out a couple of really important points. First of all, that none of these options have an impact on the marine exclusion zone, which exists in the lake on either side of the runway and will be unaffected. None of these options extend the actual runway itself. And again, the reminder that these costs are preliminary. We did some public engagement associated with our process. We had a public meeting on September the 24th, and we also did an online survey that was live between the 13th and the 26th of September. At the public meeting, we heard a lot. It was a very lively meeting. Participants are looking for city leadership, concern about impacts on the environment and on local residents, as well as safety. Safety was a key theme as well, among many themes. And concerns were expressed by a range of airport issues. It was a wide-ranging discussion. In terms of the online survey, and the results are still being tallied for that, we will be providing them to council ahead of next week's council meeting in a supplementary report. A lot of the themes from the public meeting were repeated. There was, however, much more representation from people that are supportive of the airport, and then more representation from people that are advocating for the protection of Hanlon's Point as a safe, culturally significant queer space in Toronto. In terms of the findings for our report, staff are recommending option 1 as the most efficient option for compliance with the safety requirement. It has the lowest risk scenario for achieving the requirements by the July 12th, 2027 federal deadline, has a considerably lower project cost, does not require additional council consideration of official plan compliance, and it provides the shortest construction timeline and the smallest scope of landfill. A lease extension is not recommended at this time. A lease extension, in our view, would require a broader public conversation about the airport, and will take more time than we have in dealing with RESA in the near term. In terms of the broader conversation that I referenced, separate from the safety issue, many have noted the need for a broader discussion about the airport. and that's come from the airport itself, from airport stakeholders, and from the general public. An airport master plan can provide a forum to consider the issues holistically. The last airport master plan was completed in 2018. Master plans must be done every 10 years, and Ports Toronto has committed previously to updating its airport master plan at the 5-year mark. One of the recommendations in our report is around an effective framework to facilitate the engagement process, thorough consideration of all of the issues, transparency and accountability in decision-making. And I won't read these recommendations, they're taken directly from the report, but there's one that authorizes staff to negotiate and execute an agreement to the tripartite agreement to permit the landmass extension for RISA option 1. There's a second which establishes some conditions. First of all, the completion of the EA that's underway, the involvement of the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, and then the development of construction management and traffic management plans to support successful implementation. Sorry, and then recommendation number 3 is us reporting back to you in 2018 on having consulted with Ports Toronto and Transport Canada on a framework to guide the process for the master plan update and the broader conversation about the future of the overall waterfront, taking into consideration from our perspective a lot of important city issues. In terms of next steps, Ports Toronto has told us previously that a council decision is needed by late November of this year, so November 29th, and that's in order to facilitate the signing of a tripartite agreement amendment by the end of January 2025, and then RISA compliance by the 12th of July in 2027. And then after this meeting and after council next week, the next steps would be largely for Ports Toronto, working with us, working with Transport Canada to work towards its preferred approach to compliance, obviously recognizing council's decision. So lots of deputations, I believe.
Thank you. We'll move to deputations, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you. Edward Hoare, Chair of the Waterfront of Toronto. Waterfront for All, sorry.
Thanks very much. My name is Ed Hoare. I'm Chair of Waterfront for All, which is a kind of an umbrella group of waterfront groups and entities that are interested one way or another in Toronto's waterfront. And we've been dealing with waterfront issues for a long time. So I'd like to thank the staff for their work on this. I know they've been agonizing over it and dealing with it for a long time. Here's a couple of reflections on it. I know there's a lot of speakers, so I'll try not to take very long. What they're recommending is 14,000 square meters. That's just for RISA 1. It says in the report it'll be about 2.5 years. They'll be working at night. There's a lot of concerns have been expressed, as they mentioned, about people on the waterfront and what will be the impacts. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a difficult time for a lot of people, but there is this regulation, and so there's got to be compliance with it if the airport is to continue. So I understand that. One point I would make is that we're talking about 14,000 square meters. A football field is about 5,135 square meters, I think. We're talking about a little less than 2.5 football fields. RISA 3 is 45,000. It's around 7 football fields. So what the recommendation is, this is something that's a big, huge construction project. It's going to turn the waterfront upside down for 2.5 years. It's a pretty big deal. but we more or less have to do it. What they're saying is, let's not go further. There are other issues that are going to be raised. You're going to be hearing about them a lot today. You're going to be hearing about we can't afford it. We need to get an extension, that we meaning Port Toronto, we need to get an extension so we can pay for it. They looked into that. City staff did. They deal with that issue in their report, and they say, we believe that they can afford it. I also looked at that issue, and you have my submission. It's about 4 pages long. That was also the conclusion that I reached. I think they have the money. They have over $100 million in GICs and bonds. So it appears that they have the money, even if there's contingencies, added costs, and so on, to get through it. The other issue that staff have wrestled with is this question about whether the tripartite agreement should be extended. And what they've said is it's part of a larger discussion. And I would submit that that's a pretty big discussion. I use the Island Airport. I like the Island Airport. I'm a pretty frequent flyer, actually. I also use Up Express. I probably use Up Express more. I live on the waterfront. I can go down to the airport. Is it essential? I would say it's not. I think I make a decision based on what flight is available and when it's available. So is it in the end a frill? There's a few things that I think we need to look at. It says in the report, it says a lot of things in the report. It's a big, long report. One of the things it says is we haven't looked at the big policy questions about the airport since 2014. That was the Jets debate. So that's the last time that city really spent some money on studies and examining who uses it, what are the impacts, and all that kind of stuff. So what we need to do is we need to look at the impacts. We need to take the time to do it. We need to consider the fact that is it feasible to consolidate airport operations at Pearson? There is Up Express. We need to look in depth at the impact on waterfront redevelopment we've spent billions of dollars on that. What is the long-term impact over decades, over 50 years? We need to look at the economic benefits. Do those economic benefits disappear if airport functions were consolidated at Pearson? And if so, why? Would fewer people come to the city? Would fewer people leave the city, or would it really be about the same? We need to look above all at alternative land uses. Are there better things we could do with the land? And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Perks.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. You raised the issue of Port Toronto, the airport folks suggesting
extend the tripartite agreement and that there are some bigger questions that we should examine. I heard you say, is it feasible to consolidate? There's waterfront redevelopment issues. We need to look at the economic impacts of consolidation or not, and the 50-year land uses. Are there other pieces that you think the public broadly should be having a conversation about?
There are great
40-year commitment.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There are a great many. In my submission, which is a 4-pager, there's a link to a long paper I wrote last fall. It's called "Does Toronto Need 2 Airports?" And it doesn't say we should have an airport or we shouldn't have an airport on the waterfront. What it says is that these are the kinds of things that I believe city staff need to look into, and there's quite a few of them. And so I would submit that we need to have that dialogue. We need to have the people who are pro-airport, anti-airport. We all need to have a framework for discussion. The report says that it will come back to you as council. It will propose a framework and a fact-finding process to get all the facts out so that we can have a sensible discussion about, does it make sense in the end? And if it does, let's keep it. But if it doesn't, let's think about other options.
So you'd counsel us against just putting a 40-year extension in because we would lose that conversation?
That's right, exactly. You would lose the conversation, which seems to be a very bad thing. One of the things it says in here is that staff hasn't looked at this since 2014. So there's been a lot going on since 2014. There's a lot of density. There's been a lot of revitalization. We've got beautiful parks. We've got a lot of stuff going on. It's one of the largest revitalization processes in the world. And is the airport good or bad? Does it help it or not? All of it needs to be studied and examined. And what staff are saying is that they'll come back and recommend a process, not a result, but a process to find out about that. I think it's absolutely imperative that as a city, we have that dialogue.
Thank you for those questions. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Our next deputant is Ron Jenkins.
Yes, I have a slideshow. I'm just wondering how to activate it to your screen.
We will come and assist, and he is just walking to you right now. It's right there.
Thank you, and welcome. Thank you for being here. Here I go yammering on again about emergency material arresting surfaces at the airport. But we do need the facts, and it's a small part of the conversation of RISAs, which is a small part of the big conversation about the airport. This is a graphic that simply shows what happens as a plane enters a runway and safety area. And those EMASs are one of 3 general solutions acceptable to Transport Canada. Ports Toronto has sorted this option into its unacceptable pile and have provided 5 reasons why. The first of these is to say that it would be the first and only EMAS installation in Canada, and the only manufacturer is based in the USA. In fact, that manufacturer is based in Sweden, and it isn't an issue for the FAA or Transport Canada, and it isn't an issue for other airports. There are 71 airports in the United States already using runway EMASs for arresting surfaces. Also, the question is, why are there no Canadian EMAS implementations? Really, it's because Canada has lagged behind on this whole process, only putting regulations into force in 2021. And most Canadian airports have easily been able to meet the requirements using their existing land mass. Billy Bishop is, of course, an exception. Another point is that the additional ongoing operational costs would be an issue. Maintenance and inspections are routine for all airports. The runway and safety, or the EMAS company involved already lists what's involved. It doesn't look expensive or very difficult. As far as a 20-year life expectancy goes, the relevance there is really related to the tripartite agreement. Another point about damaged EMASs closing down the airport. How significant is that risk? I think it's rare. There have been 22 EMAS stops nationwide since 1999 in the United States. And as far as repairing a damaged EMAS, the manufacturer says the runway can be operational within hours after the aircraft has been removed. And if an inventory of replacement blocks is maintained on site as recommended, repair can be within days. Whether special equipment is required, basically any special equipment could easily fit into the budgets involved. And finally, marine impacts on the environment, limiting the use of EMAS would require breakwall construction. The western end of the airport has a unique marine environment with waves and ice in the winter. So another idea could be a hybrid solution, which would be That's the RISA option number one. A hybrid solution would look at putting an EMAS on the inner side, in the harbor side, like that. And that would have numerous benefits. The two most significant is that there would be fewer marine environment impacts than RISA option one, and it would be less expensive than RISA option one by approximately $11 million. In fact, probably more when you look at the other costs that go on top. So here I am suggesting for Ports Toronto to save a little money. And as far as this being the first EMAS installation in a harsh northern climate, this is an EMAS at Kodiak Airport in Alaska. Now, its weather over the year is quite comparable to Toronto's, in fact, which is interesting. Chicago is another. It's colder at Midway. So anyway, this just brings up questions. What interactions has Ports Toronto actually had with the runway and safety, or the EMAS manufacturer? And has the city received that communication? It would be helpful, I think, to know that kind of thing. I think I'm out of time, but I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions on, I looked it up, expressway monitoring and advisory system. Any questions? No? Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Lewis, the York Key Neighborhood Association.
Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. I'm representing YQ&A, as the mayor said. I have difficulty understanding why City Council feels that it needs to decide on approving or not approving the Billy Bishop RISA, since none of the studies have been completed. Ports Toronto states that the EA will be completed in 2025. Why wait? Why not wait until all the facts are in? At the Community Liaison Committee meeting held September 18, Ports Toronto Warren Askew made the point numerous times that they have not yet decided on which option they wanted. This is not the way the environmental impact assessments are conducted. All options are presented and not just the build-out. All the options are held on the table until the EA is completed. The first option to be considered is the no-build option. We do not know how carefully Ports Toronto looked at this option, as only the 3 build options were presented to the public. Deeply researching the no-build option helps to clarify many issues. However, it is not surprising that the no-build option is not on the table or publicly discussed, as the EA consultant is Acon, which is an engineering company and consulting and a large construction company. This is a huge conflict of interest. The EA consultant should be an arm's length objective third party that will not be involved in the building of the RISA. At the completion of an EA, all the options should have been thoroughly researched, costed, and put in a priority sequence based on facts. This certainly does not seem to be the manner in which Ports Toronto has handled this process. The whole process has been rushed because Ports Toronto believes that putting people, everyone, under pressure will make people overlook various issues and will help them achieve the results that they want. Ports Toronto is taking an incremental approach. First the RISA, then multiple hangars on the south side, then push for better access for emergency vehicles. RISA was first proposed by Transport Canada in 2010. In 21, the final regulations were published to require RISAs. Ports Toronto had at least 3 years to bring the public into the discussion. They did nothing publicly until the first public meeting, July 17, 2024. 2.5 months, not 4 years, for the council and public to review the issues. When the tripartite agreement was signed in 1983, there were few residential condo buildings and very little commercial along the waterfront. It is now a large residential community with a recreational harbor. From my estimates, Harbor Square, one of the many complexes on the waterfront, roughly a block in size, has 5 buildings, pays in the order of $10 to $12 million in property taxes, and has approximately 6,000 people living in it. Millions of people visit the waterfront and the islands every year. How much do they contribute to the city? What are the economic benefits of the island airport? Well, Ports Toronto always says there are economic benefits to the airport, but never provides independently verified numbers. Considering the climate crisis and the impending high-speed rail service, will we still be flying out of the island airport in 5 years or 10 years? Should council consider better uses for these 210 acres of prime real estate? It could be our vision of Central Park. Should council be encouraging or discouraging Ports Toronto spending millions on a RISA? If a RISA is to be constructed, we agree with the city staff report that the option 1 is the only one that should be built, and it should have minimal to no disruption or impact on the lake and the waterfront communities. Please recommend that city staff start a review of the future of the airport now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you so much for your time. We have Rick Mead. Rick Mead. The one after is Diane Bickers. Okay. Daniel Gan, G-A-G-N-E, no. Martin Gerwin. Hello, Martin.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My name is Martin Gerwin. I'm simply a resident of the waterfront at the far west end of the Etobicoke, but have a concern about the waterfront as a whole. At the public meeting held 1 week ago, one of the participants pointed out that in addition to options 1, 2, and 3 for RISA, there would be option 0. Option 0 would require City Council to do nothing. Nothing to approve a RISA, nothing to extend the tripartite agreement. And in which case, the discussion now should focus on how to close down Billy Bishop Airport by 2027, if there's no RISA, or perhaps by 2033 when the tripartite agreement runs out, supposing that Ports Toronto could come up with the money and not go bankrupt in the process. The big reason for doing that is the huge and wonderful opportunity that we are now offered to create a recreational and parkland space on all of the Toronto islands. It would be close to the size of Central Park in New York. It would no doubt bring economic benefits which would replace the economic benefits now derived from Billy Bishop Airport itself. At any rate, this deserves to be studied and examined. I'll admit, I will miss Billy Bishop Airport. My wife and I fly in and out of there quite often because we have relatives in Boston, and that's the easiest way of getting to Boston. And it's so agreeable. It's a relaxed atmosphere in this boutique airport, whereas flying out of Pearson is not such a relaxing experience, as I think we would all agree. And I also feel a little bit nervous flying out of Billy Bishop because I've learned that if there happened to be a major crash or accident at the airport, Billy Bishop would be a very unsafe place to be. The standards that we're supposed to observe is that emergency vehicles will be able to reach the scene of a major accident within 20 minutes. Billy Bishop couldn't come close to that because of a lack of a fixed link for vehicular traffic to the airport. But despite that, I do like flying out of Billy Bishop. But then I think of a teacher who spoke at the public meeting a week ago. She said, I teach children. Children need open space. Children need a space within the city to have these park-like surroundings for play and recreation and family picnics and the like. And I couldn't help concluding that our children and the future children of Toronto need that recreational space much more than older people like me need the charm of the charming little boutique airport on Toronto Island. This is the dimensions in terms of which this issue should be approached. And think of the number of people who will benefit from a beautiful, world-class park and recreational and cultural area on the Toronto Islands, as opposed to the much smaller number who would ever benefit from the charming boutique airport, Billy Bishop Airport. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Any questions to the deputant? If not, our next speaker is Hillary Browning. She is online. And if you can turn on your camera and mic, that would be wonderful. Hillary, I see you. There you are. Can you say a few words? Hillary, are you still there? While you're figuring it out, maybe I'll call on the next person, Greg McKinnon. Hillary, when you are able, if you can turn on your camera so I know you're available. Nope, she is not. Next speaker, Greg McKinnon. No. Max Moore, Garden World Communications. There you are. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. I want to use the overhead, though. So I should sit here. And I would like to say I heard the city manager talking this morning on CBC about this, and I would like to thank him for giving such a well-reasoned and thoughtful explanation. And also city staff, the staff report it's well-reasoned, it's thoughtful. While it didn't jump on the Port Authority's bandwagon, it presents both sides of the issue. It's a complicated discussion. But as good as the staff report is, and as far as it went, it isn't perfect. There's one thing that was missing, and that's what I would like to talk about today. What's missing in the staff report is you offered a survey on your website, on the city website, and the survey asked people, what option would you prefer? Would you prefer RISA option 1, RISA option 2, RISA option 3? Well, I'm saying that that's the wrong question. The question should not be limited to the Port Authority's suggested options. What the question should be on the city's survey online is, would you prefer an island airport or public parkland? And I would ask the city to redo that website survey. Redo the website survey and ask that question in that way. Would you, the public, prefer an island airport or public parkland? Because that is the question. It's not really about RISA. In fact, it's a distraction to talk about RISA because it's not really a discussion, even today, it's not really a discussion about RISA. It's not really a discussion about the airport. It's a discussion about the land. We're talking about the land that the airport sits on. That point of land is the most valuable land in the city. And yet the city rents that most valuable land in the city to the Port Authority for $1 a year. This makes no sense. It is a terrible investment, $1 a year for the most valuable land in the city. This is awful. This is, I hope you see the horror in this. So that's why I would like you to back up. I would like the city to back up and redo the website survey and ask the public, do you want an island airport or do you want public parkland? Because I think you will find if we were given an opportunity to express our opinions, the public would really vote for public parkland. I guess that's really all I wanted to say. I was up until 2:30 this morning writing this one pager that, of course, there wasn't time to get it in. But I wonder if I could distribute this to council members.
Yes, of course. We'll take it from you and we'll distribute it. But thank you for saying up. Oh, you have questions. Councillor Carroll.
I have to ask the question, and I don't know if this is going to change the tenor of every deputation after it or not, but why would we survey and ask that question if, in fact, that actually is not the question right now? That is not in any way, shape, or form the question right now.
The question right now.
We've been asked by Transport Canada to do whatever needs to be done to deal with the safety of the runway in an existing airport. So why would we ask, do you want us to get rid of the airport? That actually is not the question right now. So why would we ask it?
Because if you do a vote on RISA, option 1, option 2, option 3, you are really voting on the use of the land for the next 40 years. The two are so linked.
The use of the land is not actually what's before us right this very minute. That will be
Yes, it
before
is.
us
That's what
in
RISA
2033.
is. That's what RISA is.
2033, that's a question. In 2024, it's actually not a question.
But if you vote on RISA right now positively, oh yes, let's go with this option, that option, you're endorsing the airport to stay on that land for 30 or 40 years.
Well, actually, we'd be endorsing it till 2033. That's my read of the report. I've got my answer though.
They are so linked. If you're voting on RISA, you're voting on the use of the land.
Councillor Perks.
Hi, thanks for coming in. I asked an earlier deputant, and I want to ask you, you agree that we shouldn't just extend the tripartite agreement for 40 years, right?
I think the land deserves a better use. I'm
just on that question. You agree with the previous deputant, we shouldn't just expand the tripartite agreement as some at Ports Toronto have asked us to do for 40 years?
I agree with that because there is a better use for the land.
Right.
And I think the public will express that opinion.
And you see in our staff recommendations, they're saying, don't make that long-term decision now. You agree with that recommendation?
Yes, I thought that was very well put.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker, no other question. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Judith Rutledge.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My husband, Martin, was so eloquent. I'm probably not so eloquent, but I wanted to talk about option 1. It seemed to me very clearly in the interests of Ports Toronto and business corporations in Toronto and quote, the private sector partners of Ports Toronto. And I have concerns, again, about the long-term interests of this great city. I think we're the fourth largest in North America, and proper use of the land. I think the long-term goals of the airport are important maybe to think of now, because, for instance, they are going to have U.S. Customs and Border Protection pre-clearance facility, and all of this indicates more air traffic, not less. Since 2014, so much has changed in our city. We have far more people than were anticipated. We have homelessness, housing crisis, and a TTC program that is in difficulty. Sticking by the status quo isn't going to be very satisfactory for the City of Toronto. And I, of course, don't think it's a good idea to renew the tripartite agreement. At the very least, we should think about it a lot, because if you look at Porter Airlines, it's been very successful. It simply gets bigger and bigger. We do have Pearson Airport, and I agree that the airport question is very important, but it is good, I think, to keep in mind the long-term goals and result of having this really nice airport on the Toronto waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you so much for your time. And next, Deputant RJ Stanstra, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Ports Toronto.
Good afternoon, Mayor Chile, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is RJ Steenstra, and I'm the President and CEO of Ports Toronto, which is the federal agency responsible for the award-winning Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. I also serve on the Board of Directors of the Canadian Airport Council and the Global Board for Airports Council International World, organizations which advocate for aviation excellence worldwide. Thank you for providing me with an opportunity. I would also like to extend my thanks to you, Mayor Chow, for visiting Billy Bishop Airport last week. It was a valuable opportunity to showcase the airport's exceptional passenger experience, our sustainability measures, and critical infrastructure improvements, which often stand in stark contrast to some of the political rhetoric about the airport's future. Your visit reinforced the crucial role Billy Bishop Airport plays, not only as a vital transportation hub, but also as a major economic driver for Toronto. Billy Bishop Airport is the 9th busiest airport in Canada and the 5th busiest serving the United States, with its importance on connectivity further underscored last week by Transportation Minister Anita Anand, who confirmed that U.S. Customs pre-clearance will be open at Billy Bishop in late 2025, in time for FIFA. However, I'm here to discuss the urgent need for the implementation of the runway end safety areas, a federally mandated safety requirement that must be completed by July 12th, 2027. This is not just an operational necessity, it's about ensuring the continued safety and security of passengers who rely on Billy Bishop Airport each year. To meet the 2027 RISA deadline, Ports Toronto needed 2 enablers: a landmass extension and a term extension of the tripartite agreement to secure the long-term financing necessary for the project. The term extension is essential, not just for practicality, but for financial responsibility. Without the ability to amortize the costs over a longer term, Ports Toronto simply cannot finance the essential infrastructure. While Ports Toronto will not rely on city funding for RISA, it's important to clarify that we are already shouldering significant costs for infrastructure on behalf of the city, such as repairs to the Ship Channel Bridge and city-owned dock walls. The term extension for RISA is vital to managing various commitments while ensuring the safety and community upgrades for RISA are fully funded. RISA is first and foremost about regulatory compliance, but we must not lose sight of the opportunity to also offer community benefits. We have heard through our 55 Community Liaison Committee meetings and other community engagements that RESA presents an opportunity to address long-standing concerns about noise and environmental sustainability. As such, one option includes reconfiguring taxiways and extending a noise barrier, significantly reducing the noise impact on waterfront residents. Additionally, our designs incorporate flood mitigation measures and environmental protections aligning with the city's climate resilience goals, again, all without taxpayer funding. Let me be clear, RESA is not about jets or runway extensions. The usable runway length will remain the same, aircraft type will remain the same, and the marine exclusion zone is unaffected. Not securing the term extension jeopardizes our ability to meet the 2027 deadline. We are eager to work with the city to find a solution that ensures the necessary financing and delivers safety, environmental, and community benefits. Most important, Billy Bishop is an asset of the City of Toronto. It connects Toronto to key markets, which drive tourism and trade. It creates jobs, and it supports the visitor economy. It facilitates the provision of healthcare through Orange Medevac and organizations such as Hope Air. But most importantly, Torontonians love this airport. We see it in the polling results that show overwhelming support for this airport. We see it in the comments and support we receive from passengers, businesses, and city builders who are standing up right now to support the airport and champion its future. We are here today to confirm our commitment to working with our tripartite partners at the City of Toronto and Transport Canada to find a path forward that will ensure that we can make this a win-win. We can achieve safety compliance, we can provide community benefits by investing in infrastructure, and we can secure the future of this airport. Thank you for your time and consideration of this complex interjurisdictional matter. We look forward to working together as signatories to maintain Billy Bishop's vital role in Toronto's transportation network as a responsible and valued community partner. Thank you very much.
Councillor Perk, you have a question.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have a couple questions. So the first one's just to confirm my understanding of a couple things. The federal government first raised the possibility of this regulation in 2010.
Correct.
And it was discussed in your 2018 master plan.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we have a practice around here when we have a big capital expenditure coming, we create a reserve account and put some money in every year so that when it hits, we're ready to pay it. How much is in the reserve account that you established when you knew you were going to have to do this?
Well, we do have a general reserve account for the organization, but let me just talk a little bit about how airports work.
No, I'm just curious. Like, you know, you're a public entity just like we're a public entity, and we put aside money when we know we have a big infrastructure need coming.
Right.
That's just best practice for public entities.
Right.
How much money have you put aside for the extension of these runways?
We have a capital reserve for all projects
Yes.
at Ports Toronto. So that includes the Port of Toronto, it includes the Outer Harbour Marina, and it includes the airport.
And how much is earmarked for this?
Pardon?
How much is earmarked for this?
Well, we've got about 75 million in our reserve fund.
Okay.
Right now.
All right, thank you. So there are three different options here, one of which is less than $75 million.
Right.
The other two are considerably more. One's 50% more, one's 250% more. Which of those options could fit inside the money you have in your reserves right now?
Yeah, but that's not, unfortunately, Councillor, that's not the way we look at it. So the airport
I didn't ask how you look at it. I asked which of them could you pay for with the reserves you currently have?
We have to go and finance all three, either option.
So you haven't put aside any money?
Sorry?
You have not put aside money?
We have a general reserve fund, which is for all capital projects at the airport and or Ports Toronto and the Outer Harbour Marina. So it has to cover off all of the organization's capital projects.
Back to my earlier question. Out of the 75 million, how much is earmarked for this cost?
We are looking at all financing options right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to square the circle between those who want no extension ever and this staff report, staff doesn't want to deal with the extension at this time.
Right.
What they are suggesting is that we now do the work of setting a framework to have that discussion that can include a community part, include a tripartite parties part. So if it's not on the table here to extend it, at the very least, are you concerned about the timing of those steps? We'll do a framework first and then we'll have a discussion. Do you need a little more clarity on what the timing will be?
We are violently approving a process, and we would like to understand what that process looks like. So we are there.
With real
you.
timelines?
With real timelines, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to be asking staff about that because they seem a little vague. The report shows me options 1, 2, and 3, and then it just says, we recommend option 1 and let's go. Do you have an understanding of why, in your conversations with city staff, why they want 1 over 2 or 1 over 3? They want option 1. What are the drawbacks to option 2 as you understand them? Were you given that knowledge?
No, we were not given knowledge about the drawbacks. There's certainly an indication that it's the most efficient, but it doesn't give us anything else. So the challenge we have here is about how do we continue to serve the community? And one of the things, the way that we look at this is what can we do when we're already in a project to enhance the airport environment for the community, broadly and locally. And one of those things is about sustainability, about emissions, and about noise. And so the other options give us the ability to minimize further the impacts that the airport have, because over 55 community liaison committee meetings, that is the concern that has always been raised: noise and operational efficiency or emissions. Those are the 2 items that we've always heard. We've continued to make investments. We electrified our ferry. We built a general run-up enclosure facility, all at Ports Toronto's expense. We built the tunnel, minimizing the impact on Bathurst Quay in terms of traffic impacts, bringing down emissions, right? That tunnel was an investment by Ports Toronto in mitigating against those challenges. So now we're looking at RISA, and within the timelines that we have, we believe that there's an opportunity to continue to work in that direction. So RISA 1 gives us nothing except compliance. That's fair. It's compliance. RISA 2, RISA 3 gives us community enhancements.
So RISA 3, as I look at the drawing, it's kind of hugging the boundary line of the marine exclusion zone. Number 2 is not. Tell me how it attenuates noise, because I'm looking at an aerial photograph from up here.
Right.
How does it look this way? How does it help with the noise?
In simple terms, what it does is it realigns the taxiways. So it brings the taxiways in parallel so that their aircraft are not pointed at the community. So the way that we come out to the runway, especially on the west side, there's an angle there. It goes straight out. We don't have the room to build noise wall barriers to extend them where they are. We have them to a certain point. We need to extend them. On the other side, we don't have the land base to be able to do it.
Right. Okay.
So we need to expand that in order for us to be able to facilitate the building of further noise walls.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Kelsey?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I want to make sure I understand process.
Yes.
This is an environmental assessment. There will be a preferred alternative identified, and is Ports Toronto the applicant?
We are doing an environmental assessment right now, and those results will be ready in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, but you are the applicant?
We are the applicant.
And you are submitting an environmental assessment to the federal government for approval?
Pardon?
You're submitting an environmental assessment, your preferred solution, to the federal government?
We are submitting, yes, that's right, yeah.
Of the 3 options that you have there,
yes.
I thought I heard that the runway lengths are the same, so it's about all the other things that are different.
That's correct.
Okay. With your environmental assessment, it sounds like it's going beyond just meeting the compliance of RISA. You're looking at noise, safety, and all those other considerations as well.
That's right, yes.
Okay. Why is the City of Toronto identifying a preferred option if we are not the applicant and you have an EA process that is underway?
Well, we'd like to understand that as well, because the two things we asked them 2 years ago and engaged them on is we need two enablers. We need landmass extension and we need a term extension in order to finance the project.
So any recommendation we bring forward has no binding ability, like really, we're just an intervener that's submitting some comment here. This is not an identification of the preferred solution. This is not the EA submission. This has like zero real, like ultimately it's gonna go, you're gonna submit what you're gonna submit to the federal government, and they are the decision-making authority on the EA process.
Well, like everything, we've been consulting, we've been asking, we've been talking for 2 years now, and meeting almost weekly or bi-weekly. And certainly, we would want to ensure that we have a consideration for how the City of Toronto feels.
Right.
This needs
So
to move
you'll take
forward.
our thoughts into consideration, but
100%.
we're one input into many that is considered in a larger EA process that is required by a federal government who has the ultimate decision-making authority.
Correct.
So your ask was really around the tripartite agreement and acknowledging that if you are going to make major investments in infrastructure that serves not just Toronto, but the province, the region, the country, that you would like to make the best investments possible and be able to finance them in the best way.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Who else uses the airport besides the citizens of Toronto?
Who else? Orange uses that as their base for operations, for medevac operations and healthcare operations. And then we obviously have our carrier partners are on the airport. People that come to visit the airport, because we've used the airport as a community focus for the arts and culture, and so people come to the airport to visit the airport itself and see the terminal and see the displays that we have in there. So general public.
So beyond this general argument that we all like to rely on of economic development for the City of Toronto, there are
Right.
some real social health considerations for other people involved in the use of this airport, coming in from other communities on a regular basis, like that we are serving that community as well.
Absolutely. We are a significant conduit from small communities in the north, where organizations like Hope Air bring patients into vital medical services in Toronto. And obviously that becomes a key connector for us from that standpoint. We have to continue to serve them.
And so through this process, again, I just want to come back and be clear. So like you're looking to meet RESA, but you're also looking to address other community concerns that have been identified around noise, safety, and through all of this to come up with the best investment you can make with limited monies.
Absolutely.
For the people, all those groups using the airport.
As we always have looked at, we are trying to maximize the benefit to the community and the neighborhood and the city at large, and ultimately the province as well. So how do we do that effectively with the infrastructure that we have, and certainly with the planning that we've put forward?
Thank you for being here today.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Ainsley. Before, may I just ask a question? The environmental assessment?
Yes.
Is it on all three options? Because the three options were
Yes.
submitted, okay.
That's correct.
So
Yes.
in your submission to the federal government, the EA is on all three options?
The EA is taking into consideration all options.
Thank you.
So the three options that we're looking at today that have been presented to us, so our staff are recommending option number one.
Yes.
But if you had to choose, or Ports Toronto had to choose, you would like three the best and one the least, or is?
Well, the way that we look at it, Deputy Mayor Ainsley, is about community benefit. What gives us the maximum benefit? So when we look at the options, certainly RESA 1 is compliance, RESA 2 gives us some enhancement, and RESA 3 gives us the most enhancement. So that's how we're looking at it. How do we maximize the benefit based on the issues and concerns that we continue to hear from the committee, or from the community? How do we continue to mitigate those down in a way that's effective and responsible and moves those sustainability agendas forward?
And then with option three, I think my staff refer to it as a road going across Hamlin's Point Beach. And I've seen communication from Ports Toronto that it's considered a pathway. Has there been any discussion as this has been evolving over, you know, we could keep the community happier if we didn't build that across Hamlin's Point, or do you need that?
No, so the pathway that you're referring to was a pathway around the RISA, right? That would have been public access. We've heard from the community, we've received feedback, and that is no longer consideration in the design. What is in the design is still a road that enables runway crossings at the airport. So right now, we're facilitating 3,700 runway crossings for the City of Toronto, whether it's school buses, library trucks, chemical trucks, whatever the Toronto Island services are needed, we facilitate that. So that requires staff from NAV Canada to enable, and it facilitates, and it uses my staff as well on the airport to ensure that that's done safely. That would be a corridor only for operational use that would now take away that inherent risk by crossing the runway, because anytime you create a runway crossing, you're creating a risk. And so it mitigates that down. So, and then the other element is a utility corridor. That would simply be grass that would enable Toronto Water and others to build in utilities around the RISA. So there's a number of really significant enhancements that get made through through the larger option 3.
Okay, and then with the 3 options, the third one comes with more amenities, and I guess you have a longer runway, but it talks about sound barriers.
Yeah, so it's not a longer runway. The runway itself stays exactly the size that it is today. It does not change the aircraft type. It does not enable anything other than what we have today. What's built on the end is an end safety area, which enables aircraft to go off in the event that they have to abandon a takeoff. That's what's being done when we build RISA.
Okay, and then in the staff presentation, which each one of the 3 options,
yes,
there was a monetary cost to it.
Yes.
But are you borrowing money from us, or?
We are not borrowing money. We're not using taxpayer dollars in any way to fund this project, which is why term is important to us, because we have to go out to finance this project. There needs to be certainty for the airport to be able to finance the project over the long term.
Okay, and then just my last question. So the 3 different options of runway, if you decide to go with number 3 and you put everything in there, the length of the runway is not changing. So if you go with option 3, there's not a greater enhancement for jets or larger planes or?
Nothing. The runway stays exactly the same from an operational length perspective.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you being here, RJ. I just wanted to clarify a shared understanding of the options that are in front of us and what we're moving forward. So as was shared in the presentation, there's 3 signatories to the tripartite agreement that Billy Bishop Airport is governed by Ports Toronto, the City of Toronto, and Transport Canada. Can you just confirm the understanding about how changes to the tripartite agreement are made?
So the parties have to agree to the 2 changes or amendments to the tripartite agreement, yes.
I just want to make sure that that's clear, because the options that were shared by Ports Toronto that the city is considering are in order to enable the completion of a safety obligation, because it would require a change to the tripartite agreement that needs all 3 signatories to agree.
Yes, there are 2 amendments that we need for that agreement, term and the ability to put in landmass, yes.
And that requires an agreement from all signatories of the tripartite agreement?
That's right.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's clear. That's what brings us to this discussion. The second piece is on the environmental assessment. We heard a lot about that when we were at our public meeting, and also in the survey, a number of the environmental considerations. And it's very important for us to know that Ports Toronto is taking that EA very seriously. And that from our understanding, the EA is voluntary, that's right?
So it's a voluntary EA, that's right.
And I guess the final piece around this is that there is a time frame that was shared with the city where Ports Toronto needs to hear back from us about which option we are recommending to move forward and to enable the commitment of the safety obligations. Can you just reaffirm for us what that time frame was that was shared with the city?
Actually, I don't have the details on the time frame, but I believe it's in the next month or so, yeah.
So we, from what was shared with us, November 2024, right?
November 2024,
Is
that
that
makes
correct?
sense. Mhm.
All right, well, that's helpful. Just want to make sure we're in
Thank
the
you.
same
Yeah, appreciate your
conversation
question.
and appreciate you being here again.
I actually have one more question.
Yes.
About the size, you said they are of same size. I looked at your submission from the staff. The staff recommendation, the option 1 is 54 meter from the seawall.
Yes.
And the west end, the east end is 52 meter from the seawall. The option that you were talking about, option 3, the west end is 82 meter from the seawall, and the east end is 66 meter from the seawall. So it sounds.
No, sorry, if that's not what I meant.
Okay, so
they're not the same size, they're different land masses.
Right,
Option 1 is
so-
the smallest, to option 3, which is the largest.
The largest, so it's
That's
not
correct.
the same runway, same length, because
Sorry,
I heard you, when answering Deputy Mayor McAlfee's question, said that basically they are, in terms of length, the same, but the
sorry.
note that we had said that it is
Mayor, if I
much longer.
if I can just clarify, it's really important to understand that the runway, physical runway length does not change at all with RISA 1, 2, and 3. What changes is the land mass itself changes. So that enables RISA 1, which doesn't give any further benefits whatsoever to the community and or the airport. RISA 2 gives moderate benefit. RISA 3 gives the maximum benefit that I've explained. But that doesn't change the physical length of the operating runway in any way.
Right, but each end has much wider in the option 3.
Yes, certainly the land mass is
Much bigger.
is different. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
I saw a hand going up in there. Councillor Perks?
I've already had a round. I'm wondering if I could get a few more questions in with the will of the committee.
Maybe a couple of minutes.
It's up to the committee if we decide to do a second round, so, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so I understand that the runway width doesn't change, but you get more land to do other things that are not runway related. Is that?
That are not runway related, that's
Yeah,
correct. Yes.
yeah. So that takes us to the question of a conversation about what those lands are for, doesn't it?
Explained what they could potentially be for, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're governed by a 3-party agreement which looks at what the purpose of those lands are. Yeah. So we're due to have that conversation completed by 33. If my history is right, the first one took 5 or 10 years to negotiate. Don't you think it would be wise to have a conversation about what those lands are used for if you're asking them for uses that are not necessary for complying with federal regulation?
Well, they're just certainly options as part of RISA, and we would like to engage in certainly the future of the airport discussions.
Yes.
And a robust process that we absolutely agree with. So let's
in terms of sort of carts and horses, we should have a conversation about the future of those lands. Once we figured out how to comply, we should have a conversation about the future of those lands before we extend the tripartite agreement so that the public and everybody who benefits or is harmed by the airport can be part of that conversation and part of that visioning process. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, and we want a vigorous process.
So you agree with me that this council shouldn't endorse arbitrarily extending the tripartite agreement without that conversation first?
No, what I'm suggesting is that we need an extension to finance this project. And that's what we're looking for.
Well, then
So
we're
there were
back to
two-
whether you've got money in reserves or not.
There were
That didn't get us anywhere.
Well, there were
But you're
there were two
agreeing with me,
enablers.
though, that a robust public conversation, if you want lands that are not about meeting compliance in options 2 and 3, that should be subject to a robust public conversation before we extend the tripartite agreement.
There are two enablers that we were looking for. One was financing and the term, and the second one is landmass extension. Those are the two that we need to enable RESA, whether it's 1, 2, or 3.
And then we're back to how much money are in their reserves. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor McAuliffe.
Sorry, 2 quick questions. So there's been a lot of talk about this first tripartite agreement and how long it took. Was that the first? Like, what was the pathway
That was the
to that
first.
that was the first.
It was put together in 1983 before anyone had even cell phones.
Before we had airplanes flying commercially at the
1983.
mass that we have right now.
Well, the airport is 85 years old. It's Toronto's first airport.
Right.
It was built in 1939.
Right.
It had commercial traffic and commercial flying. It had recreational flying as well. And then it was a significant part of World War II activities with the Norwegians, et cetera. So there's a long history of the airport having various different flying. In terms of the more modern commercial aspects, the first agreement that was put together is in 1983.
Okay. And given that it's the first, it generally took longer. You had different engagement tools, different ways to develop
Correct.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to your term and the way you finance in your reserve funds. Do you basically, like, you take out a loan, you have a down payment, and then you take out a loan, that's why you amortize or loan? Like, I don't think you're financed in the same way as the city. With the reserve funds, like you look at it like a mortgage, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So we have to upfront the money and then amortize it over a long period of time. And this is where there's a distinction. With the airport, we have an airport improvement fee. That airport improvement fee can go to paying down capital expenses on the airport, but only the airport. The other reserves that we hold, there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure projects and investment that have to be made on the port side, including the bridge that we're working on right now, and dock walls. That needs allocations, and that's where those monies are potentially allocated. So as a business and as an entity, we look for long-term certainty and financing options that we can spread out over an amortization period. But if anyone is going to look at financing it, whether it's 60 million or 150 million, we need to have certainty.
Go to the markets for your
Correct.
funding? Okay,
That's
thank you.
Okay, any other questions, councilors? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Tanny Wells, are you here? Are you online? Okay. Catherine McDonald, who's Kathy McDonald, co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. Thank you for being here.
So, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee, my name's Kathy McDonald, and I'm here today as co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. So many of people across the city and the region are users of the waterfront and Billy Bishop Airport and are concerned about what will be happening in the future. So here are Juanta's comments on the, so basically on the city's supplementary report. And first, we support the EMAS option for the safety areas at the end of the runways. But if this is not feasible, the RESA option 1. We note that the requirements for the leases have been known for a number of years and no action's been taken until now. And also that the airport must complete the leases by 2027. And then if this is not done, then the airport can't operate. We were also want to comment on the request for the extension of the tripartite agreement and don't support that. Why should the city agree to extending the agreement just to rescue the airport from its failure to adequately plan for the leases? We also support the recommendation in the planning report that we undertake consideration of a number of factors about the future of the airport and the airport's viability. I think previous speakers have raised the questions about the financial sustainability of the airport, the impacts of the UP Express, the other issues that affect the future of the airport. When the airport began its operations, the waterfront was industrial. It's not now. So the environmental impacts of the excessive noise and air pollution are no longer accessible. There are lots of complaints from the adjacent residents, and the music park has to shut down. These are examples. We also support consideration of options for the future of the airport lands, such as extension to the Toronto Island Park, more housing. The existing airport buildings can be repurposed for other uses, and the pedestrian tunnel and ferry can provide much needed additional access points to the Toronto Island. I guess in conclusion, we support the recommendations of the supplementary report and look forward to participating in future discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions to Kathy McDonald? No. Nope. Thank you so much for being here. Mustafa Sukaya. Mustafa, are you here? Okay, Brian Morad. Brian, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Brian Monrad. I live just north of Yonge Street at St. Clair. I qualified as a lawyer and as a chartered accountant and am now retired. My long career in law and accounting gives me a broad perspective on these issues, which I'd like to share with you. Around the world, numerous older downtown airports that were designed to meet the needs and conditions of long-gone eras have been shut down as unsustainable because of safety, economic, environmental, and commercial issues. Without tripartite approval of an extension to the Island Airport lease, the airport as we know it will come to an end in 2023. Without tripartite approval for construction of a solution to the runway issues, the airport as we know it will be required to cease commercial airline operations by July 12, 2027. Even with the requested extension and approval, the island airport is known to be facing many other serious issues that could result in a cessation of commercial airline operations long before the end of the current lease with its 2033 expiry date, let alone a lease extended as requested to 2053 or 2073. The airport could even fail even before the 2027 deadline. Don't forget that when Lisa Riat was the CEO of Ports Toronto 20 some odd years ago, she said that the airport could never be operated safely without a land bridge for emergency services like ambulances. We don't have that yet. Could get shut down for that if Transport Canada finds there are accidents that cost lives for lack of availability of ambulances. Don't forget that the new Union Pearson Express makes it quicker and easier to get to Pearson than to the island airport. Don't forget that there are new plans for high-speed electric trains to nearby locations like Ottawa and Montreal, and this will obviate the need for short-range flights that are the core of the island airport business. Don't forget that Porter is already moving many of its flights to Pearson Airport. Don't forget that there's no readily available evidence that the airport has ever been profitable, or that its contribution to gross domestic product would not move to Pearson if the flights are moved there. Don't forget that we have climate goals regarding noise and pollution. Now, looking at all the current and impending threats to viability and sustainability of the island airport, we should look at the 2027 deadline as an opportunity to resolve all of these issues sooner rather than later and at much less expense. Denying approval of a runway safety proposal now will give Ports Toronto 2.5 years notice for a 2027 termination of airport operations, and will make the airport lands available for more appropriate and more needed parks and housing uses 6 years earlier than the existing 2033 termination date. Don't wait for 2027 or 2033 or 2073. Solve the problem now by denying the requested approval for and extension. Start planning parks and housing uses now. Seize the opportunity. Carpe diem. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputants? Oh. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have Neil Parkey at Newport Aviation, and joining you is Jennifer Quinn.
The mayors and the councillors. My name is Neil Pakey. Can't hear me? Oh.
Just make sure the light is on.
Oh, the light's on, sorry.
Yep. Start again. There we go.
Not often accused of not being loud. So my name is Neil Pakey. I'm President and CEO of Newport Aviation, the owners and operators of the passenger terminal at YTZ, otherwise known, as you know, Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. I stand before you today wearing 3 hats. First, as the CEO of Newport. Second, as a waterfront resident for the last 6 years who enjoys the advantage of walking to work. And third, as an advocate for the vibrant, interconnected community that our waterfront represents, where we live, work, play, and connect. Newport Aviation is owned by an institutional pension pensioners. And that's what part of the interests I'm looking after, and has been an integral part of the Billy Bishop Airport community since 2015, when we invested in the purchase of the terminal. And since then, we've continuously invested to enhance the customer experience, advance our ESG initiatives, and support community development, acknowledging and celebrating the diversity that's Toronto's greatest strength. Billy Bishop Airport is unique in Canada as it brings together private and public partners for the benefit of travellers and the community alike. Our commitment to long-term value creation means that we prioritise ongoing collaboration and investment in this critical transportation asset. We recognise that environmental, sustainability and community engagement are not just buzzwords, they are essential components of our operations, particularly in our commitment to Indigenous reconciliation. Over the past 6 years, my focus has been on celebrating the arts and bringing Toronto's rich culture to life within the terminal. We have partnered with the City of Toronto to present 5 art exhibits, the most recent installation by talented Ajani Charles, and we've launched the Music on the Fly, showcasing local music talent for passengers and community members to enjoy. In 2023, our campaign to support the local food bank raised over $26,000, and additionally, our long-term partnership with Sick Kids Hospital has raised over $4 million in donations from our generous passengers. Moreover, we contribute approximately $300,000 annually to support local community programming, including the Bentway Skate Path and organisations like Broadreach Canada and the Waterfront Neighbourhood Centre. As someone deeply passionate about the arts, I was honoured to join your worship's evening for the Arts Fundraising Committee, further supporting this fantastic initiative. My journey towards promoting Indigenous reconciliation has been eye-opening. I had the privilege of visiting Sioux Lookout with Connected North and working closely with the Anishinaabe Health Foundation. Through discussions with Chief Stacey Laforme of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, we became the first airport to partner with the Moccasin Identifier Initiative, a relatively small but significant step towards reconciliation that we continue to build upon in partnership with Chief Salt and Ports Toronto. Education is another part of our community engagement. We partner with local educational institutions such as George Brown College and various waterfront and island schools. We've invested in their programs, allowing students to have their art displayed on our airport for the enjoyment of all visitors. Our commitment to youth extends to initiatives like Girls Take Flight, which last week helped Toronto's young women realize on their path to realize their career ambitions in aviation. Over 5,000 members of our community attended the event, showcasing the enthusiasm for aviation careers. And our annual Doors Open event attracted 15,000 local visitors this year, including hundreds of families, underscoring our role as a community hub. We also recognise our position as an economic catalyst for the city. In 2019, Billy Bishop Airport generated an impressive $2.1 billion for the economy, a figure set to rise to $5.3 billion annually with the introduction of US pre-clearance. This economic impact is a direct result of the over 2,000 employees at YTZ and the 22,000 jobs across Ontario supported by the airport's operations and development. Local businesses, including bars, restaurants, hotels, shops, thrive on the patronage of our passengers, and organisations like the Business Improvement Areas have publicly acknowledged their dependence on the airport. I consider myself fortunate to have made Toronto my home, particularly in the waterfront neighbourhood. Each day, I, along with many colleagues, have the opportunity to walk, bike, take transit, or ride our shuttle bus to the office. During these walks, I encounter couples who actually even get engaged at the airport, workers beaming with pride as they assist travellers, and young professionals who love Toronto but rely on quick access to cities like New York and Chicago for work. Over the past 6 years, I've witnessed a dynamic evolution of our waterfront community, which has become a vibrant place to live, work, play and connect. The most recent of our posts, Madam Mayor, what I should have said at the outset, if it's okay, is could we combine our, is it okay if we combine our time, Madam Mayor?
Yep, absolutely, 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Since there are two of you.
Yes. The most recent of our 4 polls conducted during my tenure, carried out earlier this year by Viewpoints, who many of you may be aware. The Viewpoints poll reveals that 83% of Torontonians support the update and renewal of tripartite agreement, with nearly 80% desiring more flight routes. 78% are in favour of having a downtown airport, while 72% to an earlier question view it as a good use of land. And I should say in number 2 place came no opinion, and number 3 place came don't know. These sentiments resonate not only with those who have flown from our airport, but also those who have yet to experience it. Our local community, particularly my community, Spadina, Fort York, show some of the highest favourable results in these polls. In addition to the polling results, we've garnered support from over 70 leaders across various industries through an open letter advocating for the continued operation and development of the airport. This collective acknowledgement of our value to the economy and community is echoed by over 800 individuals who we're aware have reached out to your worship and members of the council to express their support for the airport's future. As we look ahead, we envision an airport that maintains the easy and friendly experience that millions of passengers and travellers and Torontonians cherish every year. We aim to deliver even more to the city's economy and ensure a bright future for generations who wish to work or connect through the airport. The future investment in the runway end safety area requires the extension of the tripartite agreement to ensure that these investments can effectively be amortised. The overwhelming majority of our communities, 83%, also seek certainty to secure the long-term future of the airport. Thank you once again for this opportunity. I look forward to any questions you have for myself and my colleague Jennifer Quinn, Newport's Chief Strategy and Development Officer. Thank you.
Councillor Perks, you have a question, and Councillor Carroll, you had a question.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood a few of the things you said. First said you purchased the terminal building in 2015?
2015, we purchased the terminal building.
Okay, is that correct? Okay.
Well, it's either 2015 or 2014. It was the turn of the year.
2014, 15. Okay, fair enough. And you're backed by institutional pension plans and?
Yeah, always have been. So it's actually a kind of P3 model. It's a public-private partnership model. We have Ports Toronto, obviously the public side of that, and ourselves the private side of it. And we own, our limitation is the terminal, passenger terminal. So
Right.
we're the terminal operator, but we also operate the free bus service.
And, you know, I have limited experience here, but what experience I do have says that if you're investing money that's backed by an institutional player like a pension plan, there's a lot of due diligence in your investments, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So when you were purchasing this, as part of your due diligence, I'm sure you communicated to those institutional investors that Transport Canada had signaled that there was going to be some regulatory activity around safe landing?
Yeah, to be clear, neither of us were here then, but Jen is going to answer that question for me.
Well, and what I would say is the Ports Toronto Master Plan, as was referenced, and certainly we were aware of that, and RISA was contemplated.
When you made that
in the master
investment.
plan.
And you also would have been aware that the tripartite agreement ran to an end in 2033.
Well, we're aware that there was going to be a discussion between then and 2033. Yes, and there's sufficient absolutely, there's sufficient confidence, if I may answer.
If I could, I have a question. Okay, so here's the part where I'm puzzled. You went to some institutional investors. You said getting this terminal is a good thing to do. Be aware there's going to be a regulatory cost because of the safety of the runways. Be aware that the tripartite agreement runs out in 2033. This is all due diligence you said you would have done. And yet here you are telling us that your investment isn't viable unless you erase one of those two things that you already did due diligence on.
No, I don't think that wasn't said that the investment wasn't viable. And in fact, what I would point to is that we looked at this asset and this airport as the 9th busiest airport in Canada, the 5th busiest crossing to
But
the
I asked
US
you specifically if you did the due
Plans for US
diligence
pre-
before that investment.
We did due diligence, but we had the confidence, because of the due diligence, we had the confidence that this is an airport that the community love and that is massive for the economy of Toronto. And frankly...
So you did your due diligence and you just knew that one of the parties to the tripartite agreement, the City of Toronto, would agree to an extension without a public consultation?
No, that's
We're
not...
conflating perhaps a couple of things. I think what's in front of us today and what is being looked at is the safety requirements, and that's...
Okay, fair enough. We can agree there. So,
And I think what
so
we're
since it's
advocating
just
for-
the safety requirement, and since we have an option 1, that we can do in a reasonable period of time, there's no need to extend
to 2040. That's not in front of us, is it?
Sorry.
No, sir, it's just, I think there's, our advocacy, we're not, it's Ports Toronto that's investing in the safety requirement. We appreciate as an infrastructure investor, and good infrastructure planning would suggest you would amortize that cost over a longer term than 8.5 years.
Right, so you would do
Absolutely,
like
no.
the city of Toronto does, and you would put money aside into a reserve fund.
No, what we're advocating for is a long-term discussion on the future of the airport. We believe that
I
there's an
agree with you there. We
opportunity.
should
So
have that
we're in
conversation
agreement,
before we
and
make
we're
a
quite
decision for
confident that
40
there's lots of
years.
support.
So given that you're, as an investor concerned about the long-term viability, is there any correspondence from you to Ports Toronto saying, what is your plan for putting money aside so you can meet the safety requirements that Transport Canada is going to impose? Did you ever correspond with them about that? Did you ever ask them to put money aside so they could operate legally?
There are different financial.
Pardon me?
There are different financial solutions to problems, and we
I
would
didn't ask you if there's solutions.
Well, there is
I'm
different
asking,
solutions.
have you ever?
Pinpoint me on
did
one
you
solution.
ever? I asked a specific question. Did you ever write to Ports Toronto at any time, say from the 2018 master plan, and say, we note that there's a regulatory compliance issue that is going to cost money. Could you tell us how you are planning to fund that? Have you ever done that?
No need.
No need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, none of those. I don't want to go down any of those roads. I want to take advantage of Neil's being here. When you were running the Shannon Airport, I think you were the chair of the UK airport group, I think.
I still am.
Oh, well then, help me out with something, because I looked it up at the time. This airport had to close during COVID. We made a decision to close it during COVID, and they're building back the ridership now, same as the TTC. London City Airport, similar experience. They got to something like 4 or 5 million rides between the Olympics and when the pandemic began. They are reopened and they are fully functional now and growing back their ridership. Am I right about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And other city airports, the same.
Yeah, but London City Airport kind of intrigues me because they're local flights. We tend not to go there because we're arriving from across the ocean. But for those who do use it for their travel around the EU, how important is that London City Airport to things like Canary Wharf and the business section beyond it? Is that the presence of that London City Airport, is it viable, and B, is it important to the growth of business along that Canary Wharf line and beyond?
Yeah, absolutely crucial for all the reasons, mainly business, more business down there than we've got so many leisure passengers now, but it's crucial to there, and it's also crucial to Westminster and places like that because it's straight up the Jubilee line. And
so a lot of Westminster uses it. Are there plans to close that one down?
No, and they have 7 airports in London.
Okay, and I know you track all of our economic development efforts, Toronto Global, IEFA, et cetera. Do you think that airport is a part of our economic development package, so to speak, for foreign investment?
Our airports, it's often referred to as the jewel in the crown by people like Toronto Global.
And I think just to add, you did reference London, but when you look around the world at most global cities, there's absolutely more than 2 airports. I mean, you mentioned 7 in London, but look around the world, there's many more as well that have those models.
Yes, likewise, LaGuardia and JFK are pretty darn close, but both necessary. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Brian Eiler.
Good afternoon, Mayor Chow, members of council. I'm a member of Community Air, which defeated Ports Toronto's proposal to build a bridge to the island airport. I'm a founder of No Jets TO that defeated Porter's proposal to fly jets from the island. Several years ago, a group of us founded Parks Not Planes. which seeks to seize the opportunity to expand the Toronto Island Park by 2/3 when the city's lease for an essential portion of the Island Airport ends in 2033. Imagine a spectacular new park on those valuable 210 acres, the best place for a new park in Toronto. Imagine a waterfront without the noise that destroys the concerts at the Music Garden. Imagine a waterfront that isn't plagued with dangerously high levels of ultrafine particles coming from the aircraft using that airport. Imagine how much easier it will be to access the island using the airport ferry and tunnel. We had fully expected the report from staff would consider all of the options, including not consenting to any RISA, which would lead to an orderly shutdown of the airport by 2027. We are pleased to see a decent roadmap in the staff report for how the city will proceed to consider its options going forward. Everyone knows Ports Toronto is lobbying ferociously for an extension of the lease now. That would be horribly premature and without justification. As the report says, Ports Toronto has the money for the least invasive option now. Where did it come from? The city did pay $60 million to settle a rather spurious lawsuit to Ports Toronto. Recently, Waterfront Toronto paid $20 million for a water lot on Parliament Slip. And of course, Ports Toronto sold its property at 30 Bay for $96 million. These are public funds. It's a fair question whether Ports Toronto should invest its surplus funds in RISAs or whether there is a better use for those scarce public dollars. The official plan has a very high bar for changes. Revisions to the tripartite agreement may be undertaken, provided, this is a quote, provided the city is satisfied that improvements to airport facilities and operations can be made without adverse impact on the surrounding residential and recreational environment. That would include construction. It is not minimal adverse impact, it is no impact. The airport's future is at best uncertain. It's a chronic money loser when you apply head office costs and delete airport improvement fees as they are not operating income. You may well consider revoking the generous subsidy the city provides with nominal rent for its properties and a property tax regime other businesses would envy. Like City Express and Air Ontario before it, Porter lost money there and finally is focused. Porter's been losing money before COVID, 2017, 18, and 19, significant losses. Porter has been losing money and finally is focused on Pearson, where there is far more business to be had. Even with RISA in place and the expansion of the number of destinations as Ports Toronto has suggested, there is no assurance that the number of flights at the airport will increase. History teaches us that no airline operating out of the island airport has ever been able to turn a profit. There's a good case to make that we should be following the example of Edmonton, Chicago, Berlin, and soon Santa Monica in shutting down city center airports. The land's just too precious to use as an airport. We are surprised, of course, that the airport operates now. Ports Toronto has known ever since the Air France runway overshoot at Pearson that its runway and safety areas were inadequate. That was in 2005. And an overshoot could readily end up in deep water with potential for fatalities. The airport does not become unsafe in 2027, it is unsafe now. It is a shame that Ports Toronto and Transport Canada had dithered on this issue for so many years, creating a sense of urgency that ought not to be facing you today. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Eiler? Councillor Fletcher?
Well, you've just piqued my interest on the property tax regime, if you could explain that.
There was a long battle between the city and Ports Toronto over property taxes. There's, because it's a federal agency, payments in lieu of taxes apply, not regular taxes. But we know that the Payments in lieu of Taxes Act says clearly that federal agencies are obliged to pay property taxes on the same basis as every other taxpayer. Unfortunately, a deal was made when the city needed Ports Toronto's cooperation to implement a 94 cents per passenger levy in lieu of payment of property taxes on the basis of everyone else. We've done the figures, and the city has lost something like $35 million in property tax revenue because of that deal, and it should be revoked. Let's go back to the way that it's supposed to be paid, based on PILTs and based on property tax assessment and your tax rate. No one else gets that deal, and Ports Toronto should not.
So, sorry, it's not based on PILTs,
No, it is not.
the airport, but other parts of Port
It should
Toronto
be,
and the
but it
city
is
are
not.
based on PILTs. So this is excluded from the PILTs, correct?
It is.
Got it, thank you.
So Ports Toronto took the position when we were arguing before this happened, that the airport lands are worth nothing because it doesn't make money as an airport, and therefore there should be no tax to pay.
Councillor Carroll?
Just a quick question. I just want to know how you get their finances, because I know they don't divulge them, and that's been a frustration for the city for a long time.
They do. Their financial statements, their audited financial statements are posted on their website.
To the extent that they want to. There's still a portion of the Porter operation that is a family business. Or do they now disclose it all?
Toronto's different. Ports Toronto, as a public agency, publishes
no, I'm talking
financial
about Porter,
statements.
the airline right now.
Porter, there are two times that we have had a window into Porter's finances. One is when they tried to go public in 2010 or 2012, and they had to divulge. And they had to divulge that they'd lost a lot of money. And they pulled their IPO because they couldn't succeed. The second time was when they got into a fight with Newport. Newport paid $700 million for that terminal. More than $700 million.
Right.
And then Porter didn't want to pay the prices that Porter had told Newport it should be paying, and that Newport had based its $700 million price on.
Right.
So Newport sued Porter in that litigation.
And that was more recent.
Oh, yeah. That's only a couple
years
years
back.
ago.
Yeah.
In that litigation, a lot of documents came out, including a couple of letters sent by Porter to Newport that disclosed their losses in 2017, 18, and 19, pre-COVID.
Right.
A lot of money, like $30 to $40 million a year loss. That's how we found out.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have David Campbell from the Toronto Regional Board of Trade. Is David here? Online? No. Laurie, oh, here you are.
Oh, pardon me, Mayor. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Toronto Region Board of Trade. My name is David Campbell, and I'm Associate Vice President for Policy and Research at the Board, where we represent over 13,000 members of the business community across the Greater Toronto Area. As many of you know, and we've heard today, Billy Bishop plays a unique role in Toronto's transportation ecosystem. It's not just a local airport, it's an economic engine generating $2.1 billion in GDP annually and supporting over 4,000 jobs directly. It's the 9th busiest airport in Canada and the 5th busiest for cross-border travel. The airport's proximity to the downtown core makes it an invaluable asset for business and leisure travelers alike, creating a strategic advantage for Toronto on the global stage. Every year, the airport facilitates essential business connections, welcoming passengers from key North American destinations and supporting Toronto's status as a leading North American urban metropolis. That's the frame for my comments today. Ongoing delays in the renegotiation of the tripartite agreement governing the airport pose a threat to the future of this vital asset. Without long-term certainty regarding the airport's operations, we risk losing the tremendous benefits Billy Bishop brings to our city and our region. it's crucial that the City of Toronto works swiftly to renegotiate this agreement to secure the airport's future. The time for action is now. First, because of Billy Bishop's economic impact. As I mentioned, the airport generates more than $2 billion for the local economy, and it also leads to $74 million annually in tax revenues that support public services, infrastructure development, and community programs. The airport also plays a vital role in making Toronto a world-class destination for international conferences, business meetings, and tourism. More than convenience, Billy Bishop provides connectivity that draws business travelers and investors to our city that fuels innovation and economic growth. When we talk about building a resilient and future-proof economy for Toronto, the continued operation and expansion of Billy Bishop is a key component. Secondly is the critical role of the airport in waterfront development. Billy Bishop, as I've said, is more than an airport. It's an integral part of the rapidly evolving Toronto waterfront. As we highlighted in our recent report on the waterfront, Ripple Effect, the waterfront currently contributes nearly $13 billion to Ontario GDP and supports over 100,000 jobs province-wide. And with the anticipated arrival of 100,000 new residents on the eastern waterfront in the coming years, connectivity into and across this area is really essential to maximizing its economic potential. And the airport, with its unique downtown location, plays a crucial role in that. A third reason for action is a need for long-term operational certainty. None of these benefits can be realized without the operational certainty that comes with a renegotiated tripartite agreement. We need a framework that provides the airport with the long-term stability to secure the financing needed for modern upgrades and technological advancements. So the Board of Trade, on behalf of Toronto's business community, urges the city to prioritize renegotiation of the agreement as a matter of strategic importance for the city. It's not just an airport, it's a gateway to economic growth, job creation, and a globally connected Toronto. By securing its future through a strategic, forward-looking agreement, we can ensure that Billy Bishop continues to play its vital role in making Toronto a world-class city. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? No. Thank you. David, thank you for your time. Laurie Stevenson, and then after that is Arya Hosseini, and then Michael Berkey. We give her a hand. Can you?
And at some point, I'll flip it over.
Okay, yeah.
That's great. Sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Laurie Stevenson, and I'm speaking for Diane Jameson, who couldn't be here today. And she asked me to bring up some issues in regards to the 11 years since the 2013 staff report outlined the significant health impacts associated with Billy Bishop Airport's operations. And yet Toronto Board of Health and the city have not followed up on these recommendations. This report, which I have here, it's a much larger report, but I just wanted to reference it so you could see which document this is in case it has been submitted as well. The report clearly stated that the long-term presence of the airport on the central waterfront poses more of a public health risk than any incremental changes to its operations. The report emphasized that to align with the city's vision for a vibrant, healthy waterfront, we need to reduce the current and future impacts of the airport on nearby communities now and in the future. The councillors seem to be concerned about safety and health. And back then, the medical officer of health recommended that City Council plan for the healthiest use of these lands upon the expiry of the tripartite agreement. And in the meantime, any changes to operations were supposed to ensure that existing health impacts are reduced, which is highlighted here. Here we are 11 years later with flight numbers now exceeding what's considered healthy. We're discussing runway expansions instead of addressing the real issue, the health and safety of people living and working near the airport going unresolved. Pollution levels in this area exceed health benchmarks. The airport is contributing to respiratory, cardiovascular, and cancer-related illnesses. Traffic congestion makes it dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. Noise and air pollution diminish the quality of life and enjoyment of the waterfront parks. So why are we considering what runway safety extensions before addressing these serious public health risks and reducing number of flights? Board of Health must urgently follow up on the 2013 recommendations to reduce these health impacts. Before any more decisions are made about RISA, prioritize the health and safety of the people in the community over expansion. The second issue that was brought to my attention was looking forward, and in 2033, we'll reach a pivotal moment that affects the future of Toronto's waterfront. The tripart agreement expires 9 years, and just the decisions made today could negatively impact it on choices available tomorrow. This is our chance to plan for a better future. The Billy Bishop Airport accounts for 6% of all air traffic in Toronto, yet it significantly suppresses the true value and quality of the life on the waterfront. By planning to shift that 6% to Pearson, we can maintain the economic benefits for Toronto while freeing up valuable waterfront land for a greater public good. Parks are vital infrastructures for healthy, thriving communities. They are essential not only for improving the quality of life for city residents, but also for ensuring the economic future of the city. And there's more information that she's posted in regards to comparisons to Central Park, et cetera, which have already been covered by other deputants, so I won't finish there. I just had a concern personally in regards to the deputants that I've heard speak already, and I'm wondering what happens if the city does not approve the extension of the tripart agreement in order to allow for the amortization of the loans that the Port Authority needs, then that's not something that has come up, that I'm very concerned that council make inquiries about what happens in that situation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? If not, our next speaker is Arya Hosseini. Not here. Michael Berkeley, Federation of South Toronto Residents Association. Michael is here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Good to see you again, Mayor. Thanks. So I'm going to take your advice earlier, and I'm going to give you my 3-minute deposition instead of the 5.
5. Well, everyone has 5, so whatever you prefer.
We're going 3, and that's, I hope you'll accept my message a little bit better.
Okay. Thank you.
So, and good afternoon, Executive Council members. I'm Michael Bethke. I'm Director, Ward 10 for the Federation of South Toronto Residents Associations, FOSTRA. We represent 28 resident associations across the downtown Toronto area, advocating for responsible development that benefits all of our communities. We share your desire for a vibrant waterfront and a sustainable future for our city. Earlier this year, FOSTRA conducted a survey of our members, receiving over 370 responses on the future of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. The survey highlighted the complex views on public concerns, economic considerations, and land use preferences. Our objective was to gather these diverse viewpoints and ensure our report reflects the complexity of the issue. We commend the city's efforts in consulting with residents, the business and Indigenous communities, and the city in general. Transparent and inclusive consultation is essential to this process. FOSTRA is generally supportive of the staff recommendations. The timeline for RISA is very tight, however. We strongly encourage the council to first thoughtfully address the concerns of both FOSTRA's survey report, and the City of Toronto public consultation. Secondly, ensure a transparent process that acknowledges the diverse perspectives within our communities. Thirdly, prioritize data-driven analysis and forward thinking on the waterfront vision and genuine public engagement. And we support either the EMAS or RISA 1 option as a balanced approach that preserves the airport's existing commercial operations while having the lowest possible incremental impact on the Toronto waterfront livability. Foster believes this approval should be contingent on the results of the comprehensive environmental assessment in progress and ensuring the implementation of ACON, City, and TRCA mitigation recommendations that may emerge. Next, limit the scope of the amendment of the tripartite agreement at this time to permit lake filling works needed for the RISA 1 option. Next, develop construction and traffic management plans that minimize community impacts, including overnight work. And then, to avoid the question from Councillor Perks, we strongly support the recommendation to not consider any extension to the term or duration of the tripartite agreement at this time. A well-informed decision will ensure the chosen RISA option aligns with the city's long-term vision for a sustainable, equitable, and vibrant waterfront. This decision must consider not only safety requirements, but also the broader implications for our communities and their economic future. Foster is committed to working with the Executive Council to achieve the best possible outcome for Toronto residents. We urge you to prioritize transparent engagement, data-driven analysis, and a forward-thinking waterfront vision that reflects the best interests of our entire city. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll answer any questions you might have.
That was very precise. Okay. Any questions?
We answered it.
You answered it all. You covered it all. How brilliant.
There's three things about good public speaking.
Short, concise.
Be brief, be clear, and be seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. We have Andrew Sigart of the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario. Are you here? Are you online? Yes, you are online.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yep. Can't see you yet, but we can hear you. There you are. Okay, 5 minutes. You're on our screen.
One moment, please.
While you're just getting ready, I see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 more speakers, and then there'll probably be questions to the staff. So what we may do is take a half an hour, 45 minutes break, somewhere between 6, 7 o'clock, okay? Because I don't think we can finish it by 6. Okay. Andrew, are you ready?
All right.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
I am ready, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor Olivia Chow, Executive Committee Chair, City of Toronto staff, and members of the community. My name is Andrew Sigwart, President and CEO of Tourism Industry Association of Ontario. We represent tourism operators in every community, large and small, across the province. Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is a vital component of Ontario's transportation infrastructure. It connects many Ontarians with Toronto and the GTA. Particularly important for small and northern communities. It links Ontario with the rest of Canada and North American destinations, and it serves the need for efficient transportation for families, access to healthcare, opportunities for leisure, while also supporting the growth of Toronto region and Ontario's economy. Ontario's tourism industry is still...
You are coming in and out because of your Wi-Fi. Maybe, yeah, turn off your camera, we can just hear you.
Pardon me?
Turn off your camera, we'll just hear you because you're coming in and out. You're cutting out. Your Wi-Fi is giving you a hard time.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. How's that? Can you hear me
Yep,
better?
Yep. Go for it. Keep going.
Okay. Thank you about that. Strengthening national and international travel, both for business and leisure, is the final hurdle we must cross. Billy Bishop Airport is crucial to achieving this goal. Toronto's hotels, restaurants, attractions, festivals, cultural sites, and events all rely on the region's airports to ensure continued recovery. Destination Toronto's 2023 Economic Impact of Visitors in Toronto report outlines tourism impact clearly. 26.5 million annual visitors contribute $8 billion in visitor spending, drive an economic impact exceeding $12 billion. Tourism sustains 67,000 jobs in Toronto, generating $3.5 billion in labor income. Visitor spending also contributes $2.1 billion in tax revenue across all three levels of government, funding essential services. Billy Bishop Airport is fundamental to Toronto and Ontario's visitor economy and its growth. While Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport has been providing economic and community benefits for decades, its positive impact has been magnified over the last 20 years or so through significant public and private investment. Its growth is in fact intrinsically linked with that of Toronto's overall economy. For example, increased air service in the downtown region in Toronto has been a key driver and catalyst for major housing and community investments that have prioritized and sold transportation connectivity, a boom in corporate real estate investment and global business growth in the downtown core, leveraging access to world-class transportation, significant public and private tourism investments aimed at attracting visitors from across North America and beyond, and providing a collective boost to municipal, provincial, and national economies alongside increased tax revenues. If we consider the private and public developments currently underway in the pipeline and those proposed for Toronto waterfront, such as Villiers Island Precinct, Ontario Place, West Don Lands, and East Harbour, it's clear that expanding critical transportation infrastructure, including the Billy Bishop Airport, is essential for sustainable economic and community growth. I've heard some folks talk about the fact that there hasn't been this kind of operation or compression in the downtown core many decades ago. The reality is housing, business, air transportation, and the waterfront community have all grown together, and we need to look to the future to ensure that they can all grow together harmoniously. With economic and community sustainability in mind, Tayo urges the Executive Committee to support Ports Toronto's, in fact, RISA 3 compliance option, which offers the best balance between economic growth as well as community impact mitigation and meeting safety standards. Additionally, we support extending the tripartite agreement to reduce risks, to provide investment certainty, and to secure the future of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, as well as all the stakeholders who rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to Tourism Industry Association? No? No, seeing none. Our next speaker is from Ports Toronto, Savan Tethrow. And then after Savan is Mark Smith and Deborah Wilson. Ah, you're all coming together. Hello. We're bringing another chair. Is there enough chairs there? Yes, there are. We could find another chair. Yes, please, just go ahead and take that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the essential project, the Runway End Safety Area, or RISA, at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. My name is Sylvain Theriault. I'm the Corporate Fire Chief for Ports Toronto, and on my right is Deborah Wilson, VP of Communication, and on my left is Mark Smith, Emergency Planning and Operations Deputy Fire Chief.
Excuse me, having trouble hearing.
Oh, sorry. I'm here today to speak to the RISA project and the importance of the additional safety measures. As you may know, the RESA project is focused on enhancing safety for aircraft at our airport. But this initiative is not just about compliance with Transport Canada regulations. It's also about commitment to the safety of our passenger, our staff, and the surrounding community. At Billy Bishop Airport, we pride ourselves on our robust emergency response capability. Our airport fire and emergency services is staffed by more than double the minimum number required by Transport Canada, with state-of-the-art equipment and vehicles that include aircraft rescue firefighting vehicles, mid-size pumper, a rescue unit, and a command vehicle. Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is also well supported by Toronto Fire Services, which has station on Toronto Island and just to the east on Queens Quay. City emergency responders can access our airport within minutes via our ferry, which would be made solely available to emergency response vehicle in the event of an emergency. Orange's advanced care paramedics and helicopters are also permanently based at the airport and provide an additional level of expertise and equipment should the need arise. At the request of the Deputy Mayor, Ports Toronto worked with the Toronto Emergency Management Team and the surrounding emergency services to develop an emergency response framework to coordinate how we together communicate with each other and the surrounding community, and if our plan are in line with the city's all-hazard emergency response preparedness plan. We believe this work will further enhance how we work together at the airport and within the community. The airport conducts regular emergency exercise. In fact, our next full-scale safety exercise will be held this Saturday, October 5th. It will test our emergency response, interoperability, and ensure seamless communication with local emergency services such as Toronto Fire, Toronto Police, Toronto Emergency Management, and Toronto Paramedic Services. The RESA project will provide an added measure of safety by providing area to accommodate an aircraft undershooting or overshooting the runway. RESA 3 will also provide additional safety with the addition of a restricted road for utility vehicle to reduce the likelihood of a conflict between aircraft and vehicles. We currently conduct 3,700 runway crossings per year to support the City of Toronto and the island community. These crossings can be made safer by going around the runway rather than across it. It's simple, really. Supporting RESA is an investment in safety. In closing, I urge the City Council to support this project at Billy Bishop Airport. Together, let's continue to prioritize safety and excellence in our emergency response strategies. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Does other speaker want to join in and comment? No? We're good? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Safety first. Magali Simar, which is the director of Cinesphere Studios. I believe you're online. I see you. There you are.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Sorry, good evening. Feels like it for you especially. Thank you, Mayor Chow, Vice Chair, Councillor Malik, and to all members of committee. It's great to see so many of you today, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Magali Simard. I'm the Director of Industry and Community Relations at Cinesphere Studios Toronto. We are the largest owner and operator of film and television studios here in the city. We have 1.4 million square feet of prime production space to give you a sense of the size and scope. We welcome some of the greatest and biggest productions in the world in an industry that brings a famous $2.5 billion of investment to Toronto each year and employs over 35,000 very talented Torontonians. We're geographically in the Portlands and in Etobicoke, and we are set to expand in the Marine Terminal as of later this year. We see this as a big investment in the bustling industry that we've seen going through the years, thanks to City Council in great part, and what we see as Toronto's chance to clinch the next level of global success. I'm here to express our full support of Ports Toronto's proposals and requests in order to ensure a robust and market-ready Billy Bishop Airport for the years and the decades to come. The request to amend the tripartite agreement to provide permission to extend available landmass and the timeline associated with its financing, we see as necessities for one of our most important modern transportation asset, the city airport. Additionally, we support Ports Toronto's request to extend a lease agreement to allow for operational and planning certainty for the important decades we have ahead of us. To us, future-proofing this asset should be a key priority to City Council as Toronto's population and industries do continue to expand, or certainly attempt to. Like many industries, film and TV people are constantly on the move. Frequent, swift access to other Canadian cities and American cities is really key to our success and our power of attraction. That's something I really want to stress today that has been a little bit mentioned, but I think to us is a huge, major competing advantage over many North American cities to conduct business and certainly to attract that business. It's a real selling point, especially in the East End and in the Portlands, where the majority of film and TV studios are located and are set to expand in the next few years. So as we see it, Ports Toronto should receive certainty to the airport's future. We do hope to see Billy Bishop grow in the coming years to accommodate those growing business needs, to welcome the investment that business facilitates, and to get Torontonians moving in and out of the city faster. I do think that this airport is for everyone, that it is not for the select few. And on a personal level, I will say there is nothing like a weekend getaway via that airport. That is a world-class city, as we, I think, want to all see it continue to be or become even more. And the benefits of this airport, to me, are more than proven. I'm surprised to hear some people questioning that. It's a key asset we should all embrace. It's what the future looks like as we see it, or as we would love to see it. That's it for me today. Thank you for your time and for this discussion.
Thank you. Any questions? Not? Thank you very much for your time. Amanda Sousa, Be Clean. Hi.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for the opportunity for me talking to you today. My name is Armanda Souza, and I'm the Director of Operations of Be Clean Maintenance. I have been at Billy Bishop Airport for more than 10 years, but I have 42 years of experience. I am so proud to lead and represent a team of incredible people who are at the heart of the airport experience at the Billy Bishop Airport. Expert in cleaning service. Our mission is working together to grow our community and make a difference in the world of our customers and passengers. And we do it really, really well. Since we've been at the Billy Bishop Airport, we got all the awards for the best and the most cleaning airport of North America. At the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, from the design of the seating areas to the way we prioritize the small and the big things that matter when you travel. That means we care. Why is that? Because we love our jobs, take them serious, and I have so much pride providing excellent service to our customers, our passengers, every single day, 365 days a year. I have the best team I could ever ask, but that sense of the pride extends far beyond my team. The Billy Bishop Airport team is a community that love our airport, care for those who use, and the community we are part of. Our members, our number one priority is always to ensure that my employees at the airport and the airport staff and the travelers are safe. Today, I want to share with you a little bit of a pride a Billy Bishop Airport employee have from our airport. My employee, her name is Brika. When she cleans the washrooms, she always sings. On many occasions, our passengers, they leave the country. When they come back, they come to my office to tell me and make sure that I'm telling them a wonderful job they do. Cleaning washrooms, but they have the pride and they're proud of their job. Madame Mayor, it was lovely to meet you last week. And for the first time at the airport, how incredible it was for our team to see you. Our city leader come to a place they love to hear from them about their roles at the airport, a place they considered their second home. Billy Bishop Airport is a unique place to work, visit, to fly, for all the employees and passengers and decades to come. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspectives with you today. I hope next time that you are traveling through the airport, you have a chance to say hi to myself or a member of the airport team. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Any questions? Okay, no. Daniel Tish, Ontario Chamber of Commerce. I see you online, Mr. Tish.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
And let me see if you can see me.
Well, it'd be great if we can. There you are.
Okay,
Hi.
great, all right. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, well, good to see
The
you all.
camera's coming onto you. It's advanced technology. You're perfectly centered. It's good camera you have. Oh, don't go that far. Whoa. Okay, don't let us, we got a bit, great. Mr. Tish, just, don't mind us. We've been sitting. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
All right, well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for hearing our presentation today. I know it's been a long day for you, and I'll try to keep it as crisp as possible. You know, as you may know, I'm the CEO of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. We're Canada's largest provincial chamber. We represent 150 chambers of commerce and boards of trade, over 60,000 members across Ontario. And we're very strong supporters for the need to modernize the tripartite agreement that governs Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. You all know the facts on the table, I know, because you've been talking about it for some time today and for many years. But of course, we have the tripartite agreement that's set for renewal in 2033. And we also all understand the facts that the runway and safety areas, implementing them, it's a pressing requirement from Transport Canada. What I want to urge you to do today is do something that this council and this city and this province, this country, that we do at our best, and that's look further into the future. We believe that it's time for a comprehensive update of the agreement that satisfies the city's interest, as well as secures the airport's long-term future and maximizes its benefits for Toronto and for Ontario. So we believe this because the airport is a unique asset, and not investing in this asset would be a real tragedy. We're one of the few cities worldwide with an airport so close to the downtown core. And I really want to stress that it's not just about convenience, it's about economic impact. $2.1 billion in annual economic impact, more than 4,000 jobs, 2,000 of those on site. You heard from one of those workers just a few minutes ago. And importantly as well, $150 million in tax revenue at a time when, of course, the city is struggling with significant costs and an urgent need for reform of the provincial-municipal relationship, which, by the way, the Chamber strongly supports. We also note, Madam Mayor, that you've been a real leader, as have many members of the council, in working hard to attract business and jobs into the downtown. And it's inconceivable to me that the airport wouldn't be seen as part of the solution. So to understand its economic significance, not just to the city, but to our entire country, this came up for a vote at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce's annual general meeting. And the vote was 80% in favor of a renewal of the tripartite agreement. This airport matters not just to the city, but to this country. Obviously, situated as close as it is to downtown, it's a really critical competitive advantage. It connects us to this and the city to more than 20 destinations in Atlantic Canada, Quebec, Ontario, the northeastern US, and critically for our members, all sorts of small Ontario communities. And after we get US pre-clearance, we're going to see an increase in its economic impact. I think the estimate that I've seen is $5.3 billion, 32,000 jobs affected. So it's not just about numbers though, right? I mean, this is about quality of life too. You know, it's about enabling innovation in environmental sustainability. It's about investing in the infrastructure that our people rely on, our citizens rely on, our residents rely on. It's about adapting to rapid changes in aviation technology. And it's about balancing community needs with economic growth. And so, you know, my advice to you on behalf of our members across the province is that the city identify its objectives for this dialogue and get into the dialogue. Negotiate a new agreement that incentivizes the airport to be cleaner, greener, and quieter while maximizing its economic potential. It's a critical juncture, and we do fear that delaying action would put this incredible asset at risk. You need to open up the agreement already to address the RESA requirements. And so I urge you to look more comprehensively at a review of the agreement and looking at a new framework that allows everyone to plan for the long term. Airports are conduits in our global society today for trade and tourism and business connectivity, which is why the tourism industry so strongly supports Billy Bishop Airport. It's about job creation, it's about growth, it's about regional development. And I really want to say this as, you know, I love going down to Tommy Thompson Park. I love spending time on the waterfront. I love the idea of a clean, green waterfront. And I believe that it can coexist with this vibrant jewel of an airport. Indeed, it already does. So I'll close just by saying that the airport is critical to so many of our communities. We know it's an important connector, and it's a vital asset connecting Toronto and Ontario to the rest of Canada and beyond. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Committee members, do you have any questions? Mr. Tisch? No? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ajani Charles. You here, come have a seat. I'm speaking to Elevate, which is a very big event, as you know, and I have to do that at 5:45, 6 o'clock. I need to get there at 6:15 or so. I'll be back at 6:30. So perhaps we can have a half an hour break between 6 to 6:30, and then which we usually do, right? So when the time comes, someone could move that, or do you want me to just ask it right now? Sure, we'll just have a half an hour break, because I don't think, 6 to 6:30, is that okay? And I think we can finish it shortly after that. All those in favor? Approved to carry, thank you so much. Our next speaker, Ajani Charles, there you are.
Hi, Mayor Chow. Thank you to the Executive Committee for giving me this time and space to speak. You know, last week, Mayor Chow joined me on a personalized tour of my new solo Project T.Art exhibit at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. In 2022, I had my first solo Project T.Art exhibit on the exterior of Toronto City Hall and also on parts of Nathan Phillips Square. To this day, it remains the largest art exhibit on hip hop culture in Canadian history. And it was a massive success. And prior to the city investing in my first solo project, Art exhibit, the project and its many aspects were rejected for approximately 15 years straight. So I'm very grateful for the city believing in me, in Toronto's hip hop scene, and in the many marginalized individuals featured through the exhibit. However, after the success of my first solo project, Art exhibit, I was unsure where to install the second project, Art exhibit. The city introduced me to Newport Aviation, and after some talks, they became my partners in installing the exhibit at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport alongside Ports Toronto, the city, and other partners. And they've been the best partners possible as far as the execution of the exhibit is concerned. I believe that Project T-Dot at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is currently the most culturally diverse art exhibit in the city, representing Toronto's cultural diversity more so than any other art or storytelling project in the city. It includes 60 large-scale prints, a 55-inch touchscreen with the world's first publicly available database of a major city's hip-hop community. The feedback from Toronto's hip-hop community and many other communities in Toronto in regards to the exhibit has been overwhelmingly positive. So Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is not only a cultural it's not only a technological and transportation hub, it's also a cultural and artistic hub. And my exhibit, which is the largest at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, exists alongside other art exhibits, many of which were created by Indigenous artists. So the support for Black people, Indigenous people, and many other cultures within Toronto that's exemplified at the airport is not superficial by any means. The team at Newport Aviation, the team at Ports Toronto, they truly care about Toronto and the community surrounding the airport especially. I've given tours of my new exhibit to youth from the community center that's in close proximity to the airport. I've given tours of my exhibit to youth associated with a school close to the airport. I wrote over 140 pages to create the database of Toronto's hip hop scene that is available through my new exhibit. And many Newport Aviation executives helped me edit this document. So that's not learning about Toronto's hip hop community, culture, and history in extreme detail is not part of their job description, and yet they took the trouble to do so. So I would ask that the executive committee and city staff here consider the cultural and artistic impact of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport and its support of numerous marginalized groups when considering its support or lack thereof of the initiatives that are on the table today. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Carroll, you need to go and see the show, and you have a
I'd be
question.
happy to give you a tour.
I've been there since before your exhibit. I haven't been back since yours, I think, was mounted. But I'm wondering if do you have any sense of the response that it might be getting from travelers? I know you've taken local people out, but have you had any random reactions that are actually coming from travelers that might otherwise have come nowhere near your work?
Do you mean travelers that are not Torontonians necessarily?
Well, no, Torontonians as well. Just people who only came there to get on or off a flight. Weren't expecting to have this cultural experience, but did and reacted to it.
Yeah, the positive impact has been overwhelming. I get messages every single day about how amazing it is. And the exhibit, it's about Toronto's hip hop culture. So it's not only music based, it's all aspects of Toronto's hip hop scene,
right,
including visual artists, dancers, community leaders, poets, choreographers, activists, etc. So every single person that I've encountered or that I've interacted with that did not expect to see the exhibit and saw it has been impressed by it, both visually in terms of its aesthetics and also in terms of its cultural impact. I've spoken to numerous people who are Toronto residents that have left their homes in Ajax, Scarborough, North York, places that are nowhere near the airport, that have come down specifically to see my new exhibit, and they'd go through it and then they'd leave. So I'm telling you, I'm on the ground level, at a grassroots level. Billy Bishop truly believes in the arts and culture in Toronto and in the communities that define Toronto as a whole, especially the communities in close proximity to the airport. It's not their initiatives are not performative at all. They're truly doing the work to support marginalized groups, to uplift them and to provide them with a voice. Also, I'll say that I attended the Mayor Chow's arts lunch, and during that lunch, she stated clearly that the arts in Toronto are in dire straits right now. We're in a crisis, especially when it comes to young artists. Artists that are 10, 15 years younger than me are struggling in a plethora of ways. So the fact that Newport Aviation, Ports Toronto, and their partners have taken the initiative to provide incredible space for not only my artwork, but also the other pieces of art that are on display at the airport. To me, it exemplifies great leadership, great vision, great ingenuity, great innovation. So I would like the executive committee to, consider these variables, which are, not as tangible per se as the economic variables that have been brought here today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole has a question. He's probably trying to book you to have your exhibit up in your Councillor Cole's area.
I heard hip hop, I lit up here.
He's such a dog.
Anyways, I was just thinking, we've been talking about animating the square here. It's basically like some old abandoned town here in front of City Hall here. So we're trying to animate it and get some activities and really bring, life to Nathan Phillips Square. What could you do in a setting like Nathan Phillips Square to basically engage people, do you think, like you did at the airport terminal there?
Yeah, Nathan Phillips Square would have to put some more thought into it. My Project T-Dot, my 18-year-old documentary project on Toronto's hip-hop scene, it has already been displayed at Nathan Phillips Square, not in a way that was particularly interactive, and the bulk of the exhibit was on the windows on City Hall. So that was great. But in terms of more interactive works of art, you and I could have a conversation about that, because not only do I have other projects that may be a good fit and could be very interactive for Torontonians, but I'm connected to and work with some of the best visual artists and media professionals and marketing professionals in Toronto and Canada. So I'd be happy to have a more detailed conversation with you about that.
Yeah, do you know Jada Man?
Yes, he's actually featured in Project T-Dot. He's one of the first.
I figured.
He's one of the first rappers I've ever photographed, actually.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you my card. 1 second. Sorry.
My
Very
pleasure.
airport related, but anyway, it's called Connection. On that note, our next speaker, the Honorable Jean Augustine. Are you online? Yes, you are. How are you? If you could turn your mic on. The Honorable Jean Augustine. Here she is in person.
Madam Mayor and the Executive Committee, I am so happy to have had the opportunity not only to see and hear you, but also to hear the other deputants. It is amazing the work that you do as City Council and what you bring to the City of Toronto. My presentation today, as someone who's lived in the area of the airport for the last 64 or so years, and one who is concerned about noise, about safety, about the environment, and all those sustainable, those things that speak to sustainability. The questions that I have today, or what I want to put on the table today, is not really about the technical aspect, but is connected to what I consider to be the role of the Billy Bishop Airport, and as the speaker just before me, to lay on the table the cultural aspect and the work that that has to be supported in the community. It is important that as we walk through the airport, as we see the artwork, as we see the fabric of our being, a huge quilt that was done in collaboration with the schools in the area, exhibited at the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, that exhibit was created to bring about awareness of the International Decade for People of African Descent. And many of the passengers going through, standing, looking at that quilt and looking at the messages there that speaks about the diversity of Toronto. In fact, the airport has multiple large-scale exhibits, and I'm sure you saw that, Madam Mayor, as you walked through recently, all featuring local artists exploring important cultural themes from Toronto's, as you heard earlier, from the hip-hop legacy to the enduring connection from the indigenous peoples. And it is important that this airport is reflecting the community. It's connecting to a brighter future for the community, and it has contributed millions of dollars over the years to charities, to events, and making sure that the community, that the airport is connected to the community. And I'll give you a few ways in which they've been helping. Hope Air, which was mentioned before by one of the earlier speakers. Broad Reach Foundation, which helps youth navigate the challenges of life as they learn about navigating the open water. Swim, Drink, Fish, to create a swimmable, drinkable, fishable water. Black Aviation Professional Network to inspire, to help, and to empower a diverse aviation community. The Daily Bread Food Bank to eliminate food insecurity. The Inspire charity to enrich Canada by promoting Indigenous education. And I'm pointing out all of this to show that the airport is not just an airport, just a place that one passes through, but that it is supportive of community effort, and that over and over, the economic and air connectivity benefits that Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport provides. We know that it's a unique downtown airport, and by virtue of that strong focus on community, it places emphasis on building up this community. And so as we talk about feasibility study, framework for discussion, tripartite agreement, I'm throwing all of this in to say that the airport serves purposes that are part of community building and community development, and we must not lose sight of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and for your comments. Any questions? No? Thank you. The next speaker is Joan Provost, Chair of the Battersea Neighborhood Association.
Everyone knows about the upcoming event on Friday, which is the grand opening of the brand new park in the neighborhood where I live, which is Bathurst Quay. And this actually, I think if Brian Bowen is in the room, in the Waterfront Secretariat, it was a big project. It was something that our community, the Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Association, we lobbied City Council at the time to make sure that that area around the historic silos became a park and public space. And so it was a long-term effort, and we're really, really pleased that it's going to happen. So, and that investment, when I was talking to Brian Bowen last week, that and the Corlick building, which is the Ireland Park Foundation has as a cultural center that's going to be opening in a year, that investment is $50 million, and it's right on our waterfront. So just to situate you from where I live and our community, I think that's a good introduction to that. I'm actually here today because I want to tell you about an air quality study that was done in our neighborhood by the University of Toronto. How many people are aware of this, this study? Thank you. Ozma? Anyone else? I actually have, this is part of the materials that we supplied, but I also have copies if anyone wants to take a look. I'll just tell you a little bit about it and how it came about. Our neighborhood is basically, we're neighbors to the Toronto City Centre Airport to the south, and on the opposite side we have the Lakeshore roadway and we have the Gardner Expressway. So for many, many years, our community, which has grown in size to tens of thousands of people, we're always concerned and wondering about the air quality. And so we found a group of researchers who agreed from the University of Toronto to undertake a study with us. And we invited Ports Toronto, Billy Bishop Airport, the City of Toronto Planning Department, and Toronto Public Health to form a committee. And for the next 5 years...
Wrap up. 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I had a lot to say, but I would be very happy to answer any questions about our neighborhood and our neighborhood association.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much for being here, Joan, and for the outline of this important research study, air quality at Bathurst Quay, and the partnership with the University of Toronto, and conducted with the city and with the airport as well. And, that was a really important collaboration in being able to look closely at these results and for that to be part of our considerations. And at the time the report was produced, there was agreement that the study should inform future policy decisions on the airport. And I'd like to just hear a little bit more from you about supporting the city to include this research in its discussions and the conversation that will inform the process to update the Island Airport Master Plan.
Well, thank you very much for that question, because I didn't actually get to it. So one of the key recommendations from the scientists was that that the UFP exposures should be considered when we're evaluating the impacts of any future changes in airport operation. So right now, there's an environmental assessment underway. It's a requirement of the city's official plan, which I found out it's not actually just a voluntary thing that Ports Toronto is doing to be nice. It's something that is in your official plan. And so we do need to wait for these results from the environmental assessment. And just to let you know that I actually had to ask to be, even though our neighborhood is the closest one, we have the airport as a neighbor. I had to ask to be interviewed for the environmental assessment, and I had to follow up a couple times. And then I found out that none of the chief scientists on this study were asked to be interviewed. And I followed up 2-3 times. They're finally getting interviewed tomorrow. So I don't know when this environmental assessment is going to be released, but I don't know how much time they're going to have. But I just find the whole process is so rushed. You haven't had time to consider studies that are important and data that's important. And we're always focusing and we're always hearing on, isn't it nice that we can fly in and out of the airport? Well, what about the cost of the people and the traffic and the cars and everything that's in the neighborhood as a result of the airport? So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
You did, and as part of the research being a part of the considerations as we look at a process to update the island airport master plan, and also, you know, just being able to point to what some of the commitments were coming through the research study. And I guess just my second final question is, where are the findings available? And, you know, is there a website? Is there a space where they can be
Well, we
publicly
have a website, so it's bqna.ca. It's also from that site, you can go to the University of Toronto site, which is in the study documentation. It's quite a long, it's called Positive Zero, but it's quite long. So you have this in your you have it, but if you want a hard copy now, I'll give it to you. So that the results are there. I'm just trying to think where else you can find the study results. It was actually just reported in CBC News online, results of the study too. So you can go online and find that probably too. But it needs to get out there more, I think. And unfortunately, we're just a volunteer organization, and we all work full time and we try really hard, but you know, we don't have the machine to get information out the way other people can.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, we're good. Thank you. Ed Nixon. Do I see Ed Nixon here? I don't see Ed Nixon. Mark Rubenstein from Hope Air. Here you are.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate today. My name is Mark Rubenstein. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Hope Air. Hope Air is a charity that was founded in 1986, headquartered in Toronto, and its mission is to provide free, non-emergent medical travel flights for patients in financial need who have to travel long distances for critical medical care. These individuals live in rural, remote, and underserved communities across our province and across our country. Since our founding, we've supported over 200,000 travel arrangements, and in 2024, we're projected to break an all-time record of 40,000 travel arrangements, supporting individuals, children, and families in over 550 communities. In Ontario in 2024, Hope Air will support over 3,500 travel arrangements, helping patients and their escorts, most of whom are flying to Toronto to Billy Bishop Airport to reach our best hospitals downtown. Well over 50% of our patients are vulnerable people. They're children, they're seniors who are traveling for a wide variety of health conditions, including surgeries, cancer, diabetes, cardiac issues, and other serious health matters. Approximately 10% of our Ontario patients identify as Indigenous living off reserve in communities such as Sault Ste. Marie. Hope Air provides its flights using both volunteer pilots and their planes, as well as in partnership with commercial airlines like Porter, providing service to dozens of communities across this province, in Timmins, Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Windsor, Hearst, Kapuskasing, et cetera, all of which land at Billy Bishop to deliver patients to care. Our volunteer planes and pilots fly to more rural and remote communities in Ontario, and we support patients who are immunocompromised. Our volunteer pilots require access to Billy Bishop Airport to fulfill their missions and deliver thousands of patients to care. To assist Toronto hospitals with capacity issues, we provide flights back home to patients who perhaps came here through Orange or other ways and are discharged, but can't afford or don't know how to get back home. They don't have the means, and Hope Air responds to that. Our charity, and most importantly, the thousands of patients who rely upon our work to connect them to healthcare far from home, unavailable where they live, rely upon Billy Bishop Airport. In many cases, only Billy Bishop is available to support our flight routes. They're not flying to Pearson. There are no other options. In almost all cases, the proximity of Billy Bishop to downtown Toronto hospitals provides a significant advantage to patients, reducing the duration and stress of car travel for very sick people, a short 15-minute Uber ride away. In conclusion, Billy Bishop is an essential part of our healthcare system. We didn't talk much about that today. I've been here all day, but that's the reality. If you had a child, or if you had a parent, or if you had a brother or a sister who had to travel from an underserved community, you'd know about Hope Air and you'd know about Billy Bishop. We would urge this executive committee to ensure that Billy Bishop is fully supported, to ensure that its long-term viability and future is not in doubt. People's lives depend upon it. Thank you so much for allowing me to appear today.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions? Deputy Mayor McAfee.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, thank you for the service that you provide. How many trips per year?
We're projected in 2024 to provide over 3,500 travel arrangements.
Okay. And how do you, does Orange also use it? And what is the difference?
So the difference is Orange operates for emergency medical travel purposes. Hope Air operates for non-emergency travel purposes. So a good example would be if you're in a serious car accident in Thunder Bay and you need to be medevaced out, let's say to Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto, Orange will be sent. If you're diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and you need to travel to Toronto to Princess Margaret, a request would come to Hope Air.
Does Orange also use the airport though?
My understanding is Orange also uses
So it would
Billy
be
Bishop Airport.
Important for both agencies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much. Important work. Norm de Pasquale, No Jets TO. You are online, I see it, okay.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Great. Hello, members of Executive Council. My name is Norm DePasquale. Among other things, I am chair of No Jets TL. Our group has always strove to ensure that our waterfront maintains the balance that makes all varied uses of the waterfront work, and that no one use dominates the waterfront, where much of the future of our city will unfold. We came to this discussion concerned that the RESA discussion was being used to accelerate decision-making with respect to the airport's future. There is no way we should rush a decision that will have generational impact on our city and on our waterfront. The airport and our waterfront's 50-year horizon are not something that we can decide after one consultation. I would like to commend city staff for such a thorough and thoughtful report that recognizes the magnitude of the decision being made when we talk about our waterfront and the island airport over a 40 or 50-year horizon. Torontonians deserve a robust consultation that covers our vision for the waterfront and that covers many of the issues that drive the island airport agreement. From consulting on the airport's master plan, to the RESA environmental assessment, to how we manage growth to ensure the airport doesn't dominate, to how noise is monitored and managed, pollution, traffic, how the local community sees itself in the context of the airport are all weighty items to discuss. And I'm so glad that the city is calling to kickstart those meaningful conversations now. This is a decision that cannot be rushed and requires the thoughtfulness and robust consultation that the city is calling for in this report. The 250 people who attended last week's consultation told you as much, sharing their concerns over a rushed timeline. Speaking of rushed timelines, I'm also surprised to learn that the environmental assessment for the island airport is nearing its completion, and I've not really heard any sort of an update on that front. So just wanted to share that as well. With respect to the res options, I'm glad the city is encouraging Port Toronto to focus on a no-frills version of the RESA that satisfies the safety requirement, both through words in the report and through not extending the Island Airport Agreement timeline. We shouldn't jam too much into a safety requirement that is due very soon, and some of the options look less like no-frills and more like Cadillac options for the airport, with costs ballooning into the hundreds of millions, and safety areas that look like they could form the basis of an expanded runway for jets. We need to move quickly on addressing this safety requirement, but we cannot rush the robust consultations that are needed to look forward to the future of the waterfront and the island airport. I would like to thank city staff and councillors for their attention and for producing this excellent report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputy? No? Thank you very much. I have Warren ask you. Thank you. Warren, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Warren Askew. I'm the Vice President Airport for Ports Toronto. I've worked mostly in aviation for 28 years, started as a ramp attendant loading bags for an airline at Pearson, and now have the privilege of working at the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. Ports Toronto has held 55 Community Liaison Committee meetings since 2011, engaged in dozens of internal meetings with the city, held community meetings and comprehensive technical environmental assessment processes, and held annual general meetings to ensure transparency and community involvement. We continue to address sustainability and noise, and we have been guided by experts and will continue to be fully engaged with the community. Significant part of our voluntary environmental assessment process focused on identifying not only the impacts, but also assessing the opportunities for community benefits within the RESA designs. This includes reducing operational impacts like noise and enhancing environmental benefits, such as building fish habitats. The Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, TRCA, has been actively involved in this process, ensuring that we are considering all angles. While there are always those who would prefer to hold a referendum on the airport's existence, we remain focused on ensuring the safety and efficiency of this beloved Toronto asset. This is a significant part of our Ports Toronto mandate. There is one immovable date, the federal requirement to implement RESA by July 12, 2027, and two key enablers to achieve this: the extension of landmass and the extension of the tripartite agreement for financing purposes. It's important to note that building additional landmass is a considerable cost, but Ports Toronto is fully committed to paying for it. We are not asking the city or taxpayers to cover this expense. However, Ports Toronto cannot pay for RESA out of existing reserves. We will need third-party financing, and financial institutions require certainty beyond 2033 to secure repayment. Modest and existing cash reserves for Ports Toronto are required in other areas of our business to fund ongoing infrastructure investments, such as the repair of the Ship Channel Bridge and dock walls. I should also note that the global pandemic in 2020 forced a temporary suspension of service of all commercial service for 18 months. Said bluntly, we were closed for commercial service for 18 months, brought revenues to near zero, and had a material and significant financial impact. As for long-term discussions, there has been some confusion about timelines of that are only just now being proposed very late in discussions with the city. And even then, with a lot of vagueness, a point that Councillor Carroll raised earlier, and we agree with her assessment. Before I joined the organization, Ports Toronto, the City of Toronto, and Transport Canada had begun earnest discussions in March 2023 about how this process would look. Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is cherished by Torontonians in every quadrant of the city. Some of you may not have been to the airport in a while, if at all, but we are an award winner, sustainable airport. In fact, 98% of our passengers have had a positive experience, and we're proud of our ongoing evolution. It's also a vibrant, human-scale airport that makes it easier for helping families access to downtown Toronto's tourism and healthcare system. It came up during the conversation with Hope Air, and I want to stress that Orange Medevac operates out of Billy Bishop Airport and conducts approximately 4,000 flights per year that range from responding to emergencies such as accidents, organ transplants, as well as special initiatives such as the vaccination rollout. During the pandemic, Operation Remote Immunization, which brought the vaccine to Northern and Indigenous communities, was headquartered at Billy Bishop. I see passengers walking in the snow with their carry-ons, and I see employees using transit. It is accessible. RESA is about compliance with federal safety regulations, but it can also be a catalyst for community improvements. Through reconfigured taxiways and noise walls, we can address long-standing concerns around noise, air emissions, and flood protection, turning this project into a broader community benefit. We certainly are aware of the air quality study that was referenced earlier, and as a responsible airport operator, we want to ensure we can address the recommendations through the RESA project specifically. In closing, Billy Bishop Airport is a valuable asset to this city, not just for business travelers, but for 68% of passengers who are leisure travelers and families. In my brief time at the airport, I have chatted on the shuttle bus with a lady from New Brunswick visiting her newborn granddaughter for the first time. I've seen new Canadians being met by families here in Toronto. It's accessible, convenient, and a vital economic driver for Toronto. Ports Toronto looks forward to continuing our work with the City of Toronto and Transport Canada to implement RESA, and to take this opportunity to integrate meaningful community benefits and to continue to be a vital transportation hub.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Carroll?
Just a quick question, because you raised it again. It's something that it keeps coming up. The issue is, if we move from option 1 to option 2 and we get the change in taxiways and a little more noise and attenuation, which we keep hearing comes from the community. These are things that the community asked for further noise wall there, and yet there are community members here speaking. Is that something that's coming from a more generalized community, not necessarily an organized group, but something that's coming through surveys? Am I putting you on the spot, or would you know where that comes from in terms of community feedback?
Through you, Chair. That community feedback is coming directly from our local community. What we hear broadly across Toronto is the value of the airport.
Right.
The community impacts are coming from the community that lives around us, and those are the things that we're trying to address with our projects and with the planning that we do.
So while they may not be part of an organized group here today, it's something that did come up when 250 people were in the room. If you're doing it, can you put the noise protection around it? That's where it comes from?
So those are the recommendations that we're hearing are recommendations from the studies and the reports that we receive. So right. Certainly, in terms of opportunities for us, as we look at other studies that we're conducting, like the airport background noise study, right. We want to incorporate those findings into our designs. And so noise walls would be one thing that we have been advised would help with some of those concerns.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the speaker?
Yes, I did.
Councillor Fletcher?
You did bring it up in your deputation, so I'm just going to ask you when the bridge will be repaired that's been, since that's a big issue.
Thank you, Councillor.
Street lift bridge that has been inoperable for at least 8 months, I think. It's probably 8 months and the date keeps changing as to when it will be completed. So do you have a completion date that you're willing to share with us today?
Through you, Chair. Unfortunately, and I don't want to sound like I work in a department store and say it's not my department, but the port side infrastructure and particularly the ship channel bridge is, there's some imminent good news for that.
I hear that about every 2 weeks, so I'm just wondering if it's real good news or...
It's real good news, Councillor, yeah.
And that's been about 8 months delayed?
Correct.
And you're in charge of that project, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not you, Ports Toronto.
Ports Toronto, yes.
10% charge, and the city pays you for that.
I'm sorry?
City-funded, Ports Toronto's doing the work, correct?
I believe there's a cost sharing with that.
I'll find out, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Adriana Nedelow. Adriana, online, in person? Okay. Are there any other speakers who are registered and are present now? Okay. All right, thank you very much. We'll now go to questions of staff before we break for 6 p.m. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor McKelvey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who is the decision maker here, and what is the process before us?
So through the chair, it depends on what decision. Ports Toronto ultimately is the project lead, so they're deciding on that. However, decisions on opening and what elements of the tripartite agreement require all parties to decide. So again, I'm not trying to be coy, it depends. In terms of the options and the approaches towards RISA, it is Ports Toronto. We have provided you with our opinion on how we could move forward on this project, given other parameters, but that would be their decision. But it is very clear that the three parties have to agree on any changes to the tripartite agreement.
Okay, so there was a recommendation for option 1 that city staff are putting forward. What is your technical objections over option 2 and option 3?
So through the chair, it's more about what other implications it has for options 2 and options 3, which is really that we get into elements of the larger discussions on the extension and the tripartite agreement writ large through the process of RISA. So if you look at option 3, for instance, there's significant changes to what happens at the airport. Those I would consider to be part of our conversation about what the future of the tripartite agreement looks like. It requires a term extension that we do not argue with in the 200 million plus option. That also is part of what I would consider to be the negotiation on the larger tripartite agreement discussions. So the other piece is, in all options, they build on each other. Option 1, 2, and 3 are not mutually exclusive, is my understanding of the work that's happened. They build on one another. So it's not a technical dynamic that says, well, 1 is a good option and 2 and 3 are not. In fact, they build on each other. And I can ask David to just chime in on that, but my understanding is those are the technical realities of it. So we're not choosing a technical response one over the other. But David, can you just clarify that?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Option 1 is incremental to option 2 and to option 3 as well.
So why wouldn't we make a technical recommendation looking at safety and environment?
So through the chair, to tackle the larger options requires an extension of the agreement, and that we feel is we did not have a direction to go into this negotiating a larger agreement that would bind the City of Toronto for another 50 years, as is suggested in some cases. So that's the reality of the solutions that are before. We do not argue the point that the larger solutions require an extension in order to amortize. I understand that Ports Toronto has also suggested that the option 1 requires that as well. We asked for some information around that. We received information on the $200 million solution, not on the $61 million solution.
Okay, so there is no technical reason why we would not want breakwaters to provide protection from waves and ice. There's no technical reason why we wouldn't want safer rerouted taxiways. There's no technical reason why we would not want a noise wall. There's no technical reason why we would not want a service road. And there's no technical reason why we would not want a utility corridor.
So through the chair, assuming that the EA completion doesn't uncover anything that would suggest otherwise, if council wishes to enter into a long-term agreement to allow for that amortization, we would go with the technical elements that would be wrapped up as the EA is closed. So you're correct.
So given then that this is not a technical recommendation before us, but rather all being guided by not wanting to open up a tripartite agreement, what direction was given to prepare for city staff to prepare their recommendations as they have in this report?
So through the chair, the reality is we need to comply with the safety. We have no direction from council in terms of what the future of the tripartite agreement looks like. So therein lies the conundrum for us bringing forward this report. If council in its deliberations is comfortable with setting certain parameters of the tripartite agreement in place that would be required in order to do further work on RISA, then absolutely, we will comply with that. But without that, it becomes challenging for us to say, well, at the same time, we're going to give you a framework for the discussions of the broader tripartite agreement.
So just to squeeze in my last question then, so we are making a recommendation right now in the absence of a completed EA by the proponent with the preferred option identified.
Through the chair, the EA is not completed, correct?
Thank you.
Councillor Perks?
Yeah, to the city manager along a similar line. You said you have no technical reason why 2 or 3 would be a problem. Do you have technical documents showing that they would be compatible with requirements in our official plan?
So through the chair, and I'll ask Kyle to comment on this as well. I do know that with option 3, an official plan amendment is required. So Kyle, perhaps you can share just a little bit more on what's required there.
Yeah. Through the chair, for explanation, the official plan requires that lake fill only be done for certain purposes. One of those is an essential public work. Option 1 would be an essential public work because it's necessary to maintain the current operations of the airport in a way that complies with federal regulations. Options 2 and 3 require lake fill, which is not fundamentally necessary to meeting those federal safety regulations. The lake fill would be for other purposes. It's not an essential public work, and therefore an official plan amendment would be required for options.
Okay. Has the work been done to prepare an official plan amendment, the public consultations, the studies that we would normally require, the review by technical services, engineering services, building department, all of that? Has that work been done?
Through the chair, there has been...
For options 2 and 3.
There has been a request for a pre-application meeting, which has not happened yet. That meeting would determine what the application requirements would be. It would start that process. It's quite possible that some of the work that's been done on the EA would satisfy some of the technical studies that we would need as part of that official plan amendment application.
But you do not have...
It's premature to say that.
Neither you nor the city manager nor anybody in the Corporation of City of Toronto has in hand the technical documents that would satisfy today, that would satisfy all of the elements that Councillor McKelvey was talking about, the noise wall, the other expansions, the loop around the, like, we just don't have any technical evidence that that would satisfy the requirements of the City of Toronto today. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we don't have a submission that would support an official plan amendment application.
Okay. One of the things that is part of the process for looking at an official plan amendment here is a discussion of the impact on the shoreline neighborhoods and the impact on the aquatic ecosystem. Those are both listed as things that have to be studied. Do we have in hand any documents from the proponent that goes through option 3 and what all of those impacts would be?
No, we do not.
We do not. So it's not so much that we don't have a technical reason to deny this, it's that we have no evidence that these things are compatible with the goals set out in the City of Toronto's official plan at this point, correct?
I would not be able to provide you an affirmative answer on that without that information.
And through the chair, I'll just add to that, part of the rationale for talking about option 1 is that it is the path to comply with safety, because we do not have to do some of that additional work. So we are satisfied in option 1. It meets the mandate that we need to do, and that's in the best interest of the City of Toronto and to ensure the safety.
Yep.
So that's why we're here today.
Okay. Further, over the next 40 years, there are going to be significant changes to our transportation infrastructure in the downtown, to people's mobility globally because of climate change, to the amount of housing that we require. There are a whole host of public policy questions that we really need to be mindful of when we try to imagine how we're going to use the waterfront over the next 40 years. Is that fair?
Through the chair, absolutely.
we had that public conversation yet?
So through the chair, if you're talking in relation to elements of the airport and what the future of that looks like.
But no, the waterfront generally, have we?
Yes, so through the chair, some of those conversations have happened as part of our planning for waterfront redevelopment over the years, absolutely. In this specific case, we haven't drilled down in terms of how that aligns with future airport operations.
So would it be fair to say then that some of your rationale for choosing option one is it's the one that forecloses on the fewest possibilities of the way we want to grow the city of Toronto over the next 40 years? Would that be fair?
Through the chair, not so much. We looked at it through the lens of how do we comply with the safety. The letter we have from Transport Canada about time and when we get to safety compliance, it is the one that offers us the quickest path. There's in our estimation, no OPA required, and we can move forward and support that as a capital project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, an OPA that's to do with Lakeville is a unique thing. But in general, in the main, if you're doing an OPA, it's not unusual, is it, to consider what the applicant is asking for and to look for ways to mitigate impact on the community within that exercise.
Through the chair, I'd say that's correct, and I'd observe that some of the things that we would look at specifically in this situation would be potential for adverse impacts on the community, as you mentioned, the potential impacts on both terrestrial and aquatic habitat.
Right.
Any other kind of hazards which might exist and could be exacerbated by the lake fill, or maybe hazards that don't exist but would be created by the lake fill. Those are things that the official plan talks about.
And whether we did an OPA or not, I'm hearing in option one, you don't have to do one, but in any option, you would have to look at those things. The reason I'm focused on, we seem to keep jumping from 1 to 3, and I'm sort of off 3 altogether because it really does hug the marine exclusion zone. But in option 2, what's been conveyed here today was that a lot of it is about noise attenuation. In the staff report, it talks about the fact that our general noise measurement, the NEF, doesn't actually measure ground noise, and that in fact, that is a source of significant complaint. I'm quoting the staff report now, not a deputy. So that is a source of complaint. If you know that's a source of community complaint, is that not going to come up in a conversation if there is an OPA? You would want to look at neighborhood complaints and try and address them in the process, would you not?
We would want to try to do that through the process. Okay. And I would not speculate right now on the time that it would take to bring that official plan amendment process to conclusion.
Right.
Certainly endeavor to do it within the 120 days anticipated by the Planning Act. Right. But I am cognizant of time pressures related to this process. And I think from
Which is why it would have been better if we saw this report in December of 23 when it was originally scheduled for, but I get that. Okay, another set of questions is around the issue of going through the process of having the conversation. What is entailed in developing a framework? Because the report that's coming back is not about the results of a discussion. It's a framework to have the discussion. How long does it take to develop a framework to have a discussion?
So through the chair, it would be early in 2025. This will be back in front of you in early 2025. It doesn't take that long to develop the framework. These are really the principles that we would enter into. We've done it before on other major projects, and that doesn't take a lot of time for us.
Okay. It's about setting norms for levels of engagement, how you'll engage, how you make sure of inclusivity, et cetera, and then setting the terms.
Through the chair, it does that for sure. It also, though, lays out, for instance, some of the key principles that the City of Toronto would be wanting to achieve in a new tripartite agreement, which may go beyond just how we engage people to it. It's the actual nuts and bolts of what would be included in there. I refer you to, just quickly, a discussion on East Harbor, for instance. We came out with some key things around discussion on any conversion at East Harbor. We had some principles that we talked about, affordability of housing and those types of things. That would be the kind of discussion we would have. I'm not saying housing is part of the discussion, but you get the point about the other principles beyond just engagement.
Yes, pardon the pun, we don't want to boil this ocean. And lastly, to the city manager, you made a comment about if we get into the other options, then the financing is an issue. What we heard from the deputants is their intention is to debt finance regardless. Is there a reason why you think one becomes a problem with debt financing, but you think option one is for some reason much easier for debt financing? Or did I mishear you?
So through the chair, there was a look down at publicly available information financially, and it appears that there's a possibility that option one could be handled differently from a financing perspective. It is the lowest cost option.
Mm-hmm.
We're hearing today from ports that they don't feel that that's necessary. We could be given direction and to have a more detailed conversation with them about the financing model of it. We used only publicly available information for that review.
Right. Okay, I think I'm out of time. Yeah.
Yeah, and with that, we will take a 30-minute recess and come back at 6:30. Thank you.
Be precise. Come on back. 1, 2. Those of you that are in the room.
Can you vote real fast?
Councillor Perks and Councillor Carroll have asked questions. And are there any other councillors that wants to ask questions? Deputy Mayor Osman Malik. May I have some quiet, please? We are starting the meeting again. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have some question to staff.
Yes, I do. Is city legal here? Yes, okay, great, thank you. So I have a number of questions, and the first one is for legal. I'd like to hear a little bit more, maybe you can outline the city's obligations under the tripartite agreement regarding safety and operations at the island airport. Specifically, the prohibition that signatories can take action that interfere with the safe use and operation of the island airport.
Through you, Mayor, are you looking for provisions? Deputy Mayor?
Can you outline the city's obligations under the tripartite agreement regarding safety and operations at the island? As far as I understand, signatories are prohibited from any actions that would interfere with the safe use and operations of the island airport.
The city is required to ensure the safe operations under the tripartite agreement. And so the tripartite agreement outlines the noise restrictions and also certain time usages of when airports or airplanes can land within the island airport. Those are the types of restrictions that are outlined in the tripartite agreement.
And signatories cannot interfere with that, right?
That's correct.
And that's on the safety and operations side?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. My next questions are for city planning. I know that it has been raised a number of times now, and I'm going to just ask again about the requirement for an official plan amendment for any works beyond essential infrastructure work. Can you outline the steps in that process and the expected time frame for such a process. Also knowing that the issue that we're looking at here around Lakeville is unique.
Through the chair, the process, first of all, we would encourage a pre-application conversation to identify in very specific ways what submission requirements would need to be submitted with the application. Once because a complete and quality submission sets us up for success on meeting an efficient timeline. The process then would involve review of those submissions by city staff on the issues that the official plan identifies. There would need to be a public consultation, at least one public consultation meeting on the merits of that official plan amendment. There would be notice given for a statutory public hearing, which is then the public meeting that happens at Planning and Housing Committee here at City Hall. Final recommendations would then proceed to City Council. It's really hard to say the amount of time that would be required for the staff review component in the absence of having the technical information in front of us and knowing whether it's meeting our needs to review it or not. As I said before, the Planning Act directs that we achieve a council decision within 120 days. We would do our best to meet that timeline. Sometimes we meet that timeline, sometimes we don't. I think that's as specific as I could be right now in terms of describing the process.
And given what we heard here from Ports Toronto themselves and also from the engagement that the city has had, that timeframe would extend beyond the stated period needed to implement a runway safety requirement option to meet Transport Canada's mid-2027 deadline?
I'm not sure I could answer that question specifically. I would say it will add another component of the process that we need to go
through. But we know that Ports is looking for a response from us by November of 2024.
Yeah, certainly we would not be able to provide that by November.
And then November 2024, and I will extend this to city planning, to the team there. The November 2024 timeframe was given to the city for us to be able to move forward with our recommendations and our actions in order to initiate the work that it would take to meet the mid-July 2027 deadline set out by Transport Canada.
Through the chair, yes. The deadline for compliance is July the 12th, 2027. So working back from that, Ports Toronto requested an updated tripartite agreement by the end of January 2025. And so the request from Ports Toronto was for a city council decision and direction on this matter by the 29th of November.
Just to wrap up, and that would take us beyond the deadline period if
5 minutes.
If we had to engage in an OPA. Is that correct?
Last question.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have one question.
You have one more. We'll give you local councillor. Go ahead.
These are related to some of the local considerations that had been raised, and these questions are specifically for the Waterfront Secretariat. The first is, can you confirm that city staff will ensure that the Bathurst Key Neighborhood Air Quality Study is included as a consideration in discussions with Ports and Transport Canada and in City Council reporting on the process to update the 2018 Airport Master Plan?
Through the chair, I can confirm that yes.
This had come up quite a bit in the public engagement. Can you speak a little bit more to the increased pedestrian access from the airport that was proposed under Ports Toronto Option 3 and the area of access? Can you confirm that it would be at Hanlon's Point Beach, which, as you know, last year was acknowledged by City Council as a place of historic significance to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and a site of ecological sensitivity?
So through the mayor, at its July 17th environmental assessment public meeting, Ports Toronto shared a concept for a roadway or a public path that could potentially provide for public access around the controlled portion of the airport. Ports Toronto, obviously this was a huge topic of conversation at last week's public meeting. And Ports Toronto confirmed to us on Friday that this is no longer being contemplated or provisioned for by Ports Toronto.
So I just want to confirm that because there is some conflicting information. The staff report notes that Ports Toronto has recently said this no longer is being considered, but a new perimeter access road is still included under option 3. Can you speak to that?
The access road that you're thinking of is for service vehicles. And it's inside the fence, not outside of the fence.
Thank you.
Okay. Is not about closing the island airport. That is not my intention. Some people have been talking about that. Some of the local residents would like to see that. That is not what is in front of us. What is in front of us is about safety. It's about, for 14 years, we know that runway is short, that we need to have a longer runway. So it's about making sure that passengers that are using the airport every day has the assurance that a runway is going to be built as quickly as possible to make it safe. So this discussion in front of us is about safety. Yes, I know some people want to paint the picture. It's about some conspiracy in City Hall. And I start hearing that conspiracy in the Island Park Master Plan, which is not true. No one is trying to close the airport that is in City Hall. Now, the community, no doubt, I've heard that many times. There are quite a few people here that wants to see the airport closed. That is not the discussion in front of us. I want to be crystal clear, okay? The vote is about the safety, as I said. Now, your City of Toronto staff recommended a runway extension that meets safety requirements and Transport Canada deadline. Option 1 is the fastest and the safest choice. It's low risk, least controversial option. It doesn't please everybody. There are people here that want us to, all the Residents Association that I heard today said, hey, close the airport or option 1, okay? If that's what has to happen, if we don't close the airport, do something safe. That's what we heard from the residents. Now, the airport authority and others said, hang on, since we're going to do the construction anyway, why don't we do more? Now, it's the more that is controversial, right? The more means having a road. Now, I heard that it might not happen again now. That goes through Helen's, the beach. And we heard uprising from the LGBTQ community, but apparently it's not on. I don't know. I've heard that in that committee there was that it may not, that it's changed now. But it also means bigger landfill. It needs in-depth discussion. It means official plan amendment. Do we have the materials for official plan amendment? No. So it would take time to have an official plan amendment. That's why the staff said, well, this is the best way. Let's not worry about the official plan amendment. Let's just do something safe and fast. Okay, that's what is in front of you. Now the second part was, okay, if that's the case, don't need a massive landfilling. The sound wall, nice to have, but again, that requires study and all of that. And it's the road, and then the construction with the sewage and all of that kind of things, it's a lot more complex. Those are nice to have, but the question now, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe said, hey, you've asked for 3 EAs, right? So any of the EAs options, these 3 options came from the Port Authority. It came from the airport expert. And in the city staff estimation, that they recommend option 1. I heard during today's discussion whether they need to borrow money or not borrow money. I'm not the local, accountant. I don't know. I heard that there is a reserve fund of $76 million. The option 1 is about $62 million. Maybe it's more. Maybe you need to borrow anyway. Any kind of borrowing, if it's substantial, needs a Transport Canada approval. That takes a year. And that takes a year, okay? I know they've already applied. They will probably get something by maybe next summer, maybe, okay? Is that fast enough? I don't know. It's not up to us. It's really up to them. And so in the consideration of speed, in the consideration of finance, and the question of safety, that's why the staff report is in front of us. And do they still need to borrow? Perhaps. We don't know, because they have other capital projects, right? So it's not up to us to decide. But the airport master plan was only updated 6 years ago. Yes, they need a new master plan. And yes, there will be discussion, fairly extensive discussion about the tripartite agreement. It is up for 8 years, we know. But that process takes a bit longer. And the staff is saying that there isn't enough time at this point to do the comprehensive review. I know the airport would like us to do the comprehensive review now, make a decision now, and say that, 20 or 30 or whichever years that they want the extension. Your staff is saying that master plan takes work. The comprehensive review as to how it fits into the waterfront, whether it harmonizes the waterfront, how many flights, all of that matters, needs consideration. And there's a recommendation in the staff report that said that we are committed to go into a process. They will come back with a framework as to how we're going to proceed. It will cost a bit of money for us to go into an in-depth discussion as to flights and all of that, how it connects with the waterfront Toronto. And we are committed to doing that. So have no fear. We're not going to do something to say, if we want to close the airport, one of the things you can do that we heard from the resident is just receive everything for information and don't do anything. If someone wants to move receipt of all the report, that's done. 2027 will come, and they wouldn't meet the deadline, and we don't open the tripartite agreement, they cannot have a landfill, they cannot extend anything. That would not be necessarily a good way to go at this point. So no one is trying to do that. And so maybe because the staff report came a bit late, that perhaps now people thought, oh, that is what the City of Toronto are trying to do. I don't see anyone moving receipt. I haven't heard that that's happening. So I just wanted to say all that because it is a bit complex. There's all types of rumors out there, closing the airport, or flying jets, or massive expansion, flights every 2 minutes. I don't know. There's any number because there's a lot of history in this airport, right? So this is what's in front of us, and we will have an orderly amendment to the tripartite agreement between Ports Toronto, the city, and the federal government long before the 2033 deadline. Okay, so I heard that there was discussion during the break. Sorry, I wasn't able to be with you to talk. And I just want to make sure that it's clear that where I stand in all of that. I'm open for questions in case some people, yeah. Deputy Mayor Malik? Oh, you want to speak? Councillor Carroll want to speak, or you want to ask me any number of questions?
Because I heard you say there will be an orderly opening
Discussion.
and redoing of the agreement.
Yes.
Long before its deadline. If it comes to pass, as has been some of the discussion today, if it comes to pass that the waiting around for that to happen is having an effect.
What? Sorry?
If it comes to pass that not doing that in a timely fashion is having an impact on getting the financing to proceed with the RESA, which is necessary for safety, I want to ask if you are committed, I know this means staff effort, but are you committed to proceeding in efficient fashion with that tripart discussion, meaning we do the framework report contemplated here in the report today, and then proceed through the steps without gaps from there? We get on with that discussion, we get the community engagement underway, and we get to some place where we are making that decision about the tripart agreement?
Councillor Carroll, you know me well enough. I do not procrastinate. I do not delay. When I say that I'm going to do something, I will get it done. So the report is very clear that there would be a framework, that it would, how much money would it cost? What would it look like? How would the consultation be? What are some of the terms and reference and, et cetera? All of that is semi-complicated. We need to put all that together and then proceed.
We actually heard it's not complicated. We heard early 2025.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the staff.
Okay.
And how much would it cost? I don't know. I heard somewhere upward to 500,000. We will need to, something like that, okay? We will need to find funds to do so, et cetera. And it's our responsibility. It is a tripartite agreement, and part of the land is ours, so it's our responsibility to participate in a master plan. It would be irresponsible for us just to sit idle and just have the Toronto Port to, not have operate out of uncertainty. That's not the way to go. So it will proceed. Now, precisely which month, I don't know. It's up to the staff to work with the Ports Toronto, and we'll come back for some kind of report, which is already in the, if you want to amend it to put some Q2 or Q3, whichever, go ahead, and, as long as the staff thinks that they could get the work done. Any other questions? Sorry, I should have not be speaking and sharing at the same time. Any more questions? Okay, to speak, Deputy Mayor Malik, and I saw McAlphy. Anyone else? Councillor Carroll, yeah? Perks?
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to move the supplementary recommendations, and I do have an amendment that is with clerks, and it is to amend recommendation 3 so that it does put a more concrete time frame on the reporting back on the framework that was just discussed to Q2, and as was shared by staff, as early in Q2 as possible. I have heard from my colleagues about the importance of having concrete timelines on decision-making, and I share this commitment. That's a spirit that this amendment comes forward. And as we've heard over and over again today, and that has been part of the discussions that have led us to today, is that we have a very important deadline ahead of us. The deadline for Billy Bishop Toronto City's airport's compliance with Transport Canada's runway and safety areas legislation, a requirement that every single airport in Canada needs to actually fulfill. For us, in the City of Toronto, that date is July 12th, 2027. And I will say this again, and I know it's also been repeated many times, and we can't stress this enough, I can't stress this enough, that safety is the highest priority. And as a mandated safety requirement from the federal government, we must ensure that compliance is implemented by the required timeframe. That is critical for everyone who uses the airport, who works there, for the communities around the airport, for our waterfront, and for us as a city. And the runway and safety area option 1 that is outlined in the report recommendation delivers the essential safety requirement with the least risk in the most efficient and most cost-effective way to enable Ports Toronto to meet Transport Canada's deadline. It avoids the time and additional requirements that would come with the official plan amendment to consider proposed works beyond the safety requirement, and that would put us in jeopardy of not meeting that deadline. And there is a desire that we have heard here, and that has been part of many conversations, a desire from residents, from community organizations, from Toronto's business community, and from Ports Toronto themselves to have a thorough conversation about waterfront revitalization, the operations of the island airport as we move forward, and the future of the tripartite agreement. And has also been stressed here today, the current tripartite agreement took at least 5 years to negotiate and finalize in much less complex circumstances back in 1983. And our waterfront is different now. And the considerations that we have to take into our negotiations are considerable, and they do have an impact on the future growth of our city. They are considerations around the environment, around economic development, and around housing, among some of the very few that have rose to the top of our discussions and that we've heard from community stakeholders over and over again. And those have to be taken seriously. And for me, a democratic and transparent process is crucial, allowing for the depth of research and engagement that allows us to be in the position for the best outcomes for everyone at the table. This report recommends that the city should be in discussion with Ports Toronto to develop a framework to guide a process on updating the Island Airport Master Plan in advance of the 2033 expiry date of the tripartite agreement. And this is about how we continue to move forward in that commitment to transparency and accountability and a democratic approach to these very complex and serious considerations for our city. I want to thank the staff who have been working diligently on this file. I will be supporting the staff recommendations, and I want to thank everyone who has participated here today, who has been at the public meetings, or has let their voice be heard through our survey process, and has also reached out to me, and I know to my fellow council colleagues as well. We'll keep working together on the future of our waterfront. Thank you again.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McAlfee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think this whole report is very unusual. I think it's unusual for us to be picking a preferred option in an EA process when we're not the proponent. I think it's unfortunate that we are doing that. The EA process is a very defined process, identifying the alternatives, identifying a preferred option, gathering input from stakeholder. And yes, we are a stakeholder, and I think it should be presented as our stakeholder input as opposed to our recommended option. I think there's a lot of uncertainties and a lot of assumptions that we are making in this report. We are making the assumption that the federal government is going to be on side with this option. It is very likely that the federal government may prefer another option as well. I think there's a lot of assumptions about the amortization periods, and there's a lot of questions around that. And this goes out to the market. And if I was an investor, I wouldn't want to invest in something that only had certainty for 8 years. And in fact, by the time you get it built, only has uncertainty for 6 years. And that's because I think we have to accept that this airport is here for a long time, longer than 8 years. It services many people. It services people coming to our great, best city in the world to visit. It services our own citizens that are trying to get out and do business. And you also heard how important it is for healthcare. People from the north flying in for healthcare, facilities for Orange that are located there. So it's servicing like a wide array of stakeholders with a wide array of benefits. There's talk about, oh, well, option one is the least controversial. You know what? I don't want the least controversial. I want the best. I want the best option. I want the best option for our city. And I think we have to consider that all the options are the same length, sure, for the actual runway. But like, what do you get with the other things? Breakwaters that provide further protection from waves and ice. That sounds great. Rerouted safer taxiways. That sounds good too. A noise wall. That can have a huge benefit to community. Are we really saying we don't want reduced noise and that benefit to the community? Like, I just think that's not where I think we want to be presenting our position. A service road that would be there around the airport to access other areas, and a utility corridor. So like, this is a broader conversation than just meeting RESA. And I get it, we want to meet RESA. But if I'm somebody that is looking to invest as a company in our city, and invest, 60 versus 90 versus 170 million, however, millions and millions of dollars, I want some certainty that there's that return on investment in the long term, that I am a valued stakeholder here for the long haul. So I'm not sure that we actually have authority to make a recommendation in the way that we do. City staff were clear they have no technical objections to option 2 or option 3. I was looking for that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear a technical option on why a technical reason on why option 2 couldn't go forward. I didn't hear a technical reason on why option 3 couldn't go forward. So look, I'm going to support the recommendations here today, but I want to be open-minded. I think we all need to be open-minded. We need to hear the feedback that's going to come in from the federal government, that is going to come in from the public. I think we need to think more on this before it's finalized at council. It is an important discussion. I think all the stakeholders on all sides that came out, but I'm not interested in what's safe and what's the safe and fast option, or the least controversial. I want the best, and we should all want the best, because this is the best city in the world.
Councillor Carroll?
I was just ruminating on that finale. So
are you debating whether we're the best?
I have a thing in my I'm very frank with the residents in my ward when we deal with development, and heaven knows, a sleepy little bedroom community has had to deal with 50-story buildings they never thought they'd see in their lifetime. And in those conversations, generally an angry community comes in, just as they do in everyone else's ward, and says, stop this, make this not happen, this must go away. And what I say to them is, that's not an option. That's not an option, because it's not just up to the city and the city alone. So what we need to have a conversation about now are your deal breakers. I don't want to build a building, I want to build a community, so let's talk. But no is not on the table. And I want to be clear tonight, from the standpoint of this particular councillor, making the airport just disappear is not on the table. I'm happy to engage and engage. Engagement is my trademark. No one will argue that. I'm the queen of PB. Engage, engage, engage. But this airport is now so integral to our economic development pitch, something which is so desperately in need of all of our attention right now for the future of our very children and grandchildren, that if this conversation, if this engagement is about making the airport disappear, I'm going to tell you that that's my deal breaker. And so I, like Councillor McKelvey, want to keep my mind open to what are the options here, because what is the safest? What's wrong with doing a little extra noise and attenuation? I actually, when I first read this, the supplementary, mistook attachment 2 in the language of the report for option 2, because it just seemed like a no-brainer for me. I thought you wanted to do what members of the community asked for, which was a little bit of extra noise attenuation, well inside the marine exclusion zone. But we're doing this other recommendation, but I really want to travel to council with an open mind. And I want to read you something, because I feel like we're in a dynamic where those very much in the know and those very local, both local and in the know, are here today. They're here today in person and on the phone because they knew what was going on. But at 8 o'clock this morning, Scott Reed, a pundit, and he won't mind my saying an old political fart like some of the rest of us, to be provocative on television said, make no mistake, this mayor is coming for your airport.
What?
He said that on TV this morning, and that's why.
You listen to
And
Scott
that's
Reed?
why, no, you do need to listen to him because Torontonians listen to him. And so that's why you need to know that this conversation is going to take a turn, and for the next 2 weeks, this is the conversation. This conversation is going to continue until council. It is. That was his purpose in doing that. And so we need to be open to those conversations and then get to council and do something that does right by these people, but acknowledges the rest of the world who also feel that that airport has something to do with them, no matter how far away they live from it. I want to read a letter from someone named Eddie. He used to live in my ward. I've known him since he was in high school. He was the student council president when I was a school trustee, and we've kept in touch for a unique reason that I'll tell you about after I read the letter. It's very interesting. He just arrived at 8:27 this morning, not coincidentally a half an hour after that media bite. Dear Councillor Carroll, I'm a downtown resident now that lives by the water, and I'm writing to you to support the extension of the lease of Billy Bishop Airport, which has been brought up in the news. Until Toronto has true high-speed rail that connects travelers from Toronto to Montreal in less than 2 hours, something discussed last week but not happening anytime soon, Billy Bishop should stay as an airport serving regional travelers and serving the regional hub of Canada. It's imperative that we do not take travel options away, including Billy Bishop, without better replacement options. Instead, why not use this opportunity to incentivize the building of the electric high-speed rail networks to replace regional flights and help us with our environmental action? The City of Toronto should be bold. Keep the airport for now, but use this as leverage to drum up support for clean high-speed rail and announce that Billy Bishop is here to stay until we have that high-speed rail. Note that the federal proposal for diesel-based high-frequency rail is insufficient for this purpose. It needs to be true high-speed, run on electricity, like those found right now in Italy, Spain, China, and Japan. If you indulge me for one extra minute, the reason that's an interesting letter, I've known Eddie for a long time, and in 2005, he won a Time Magazine award for Photograph of the Year because he was on Flight 355 from Air France that ran off the runway in Toronto, the very reason we're talking about Reza. He survived it, he jumped out of the plane, and because he was an early adopter of technology, took a photograph on what was a phone. Weird science for most of us at that time, but he was a young person who had one of the earliest phones with cameras in them. And he took that picture and won that award. But he still flies every single week, because he's in finance in the downtown of Toronto. We heard from Magali about film in the downtown of Toronto and other parts of the economy. This is a part of our formula now. We never go to LA without hearing from some producer. We love your airport. We shot in Newark and then we did post in Toronto. You never hear from, Blake Hutchison said to me, you understand our entire C-suite flies between Toronto and New York constantly, and we do it at Billy Bishop. And until we've got a better, faster way to get them there, it's there. And we've got to be unequivocal about that if we're going to care at all about how very much empty real estate we have right now in this city, and it's emptying out as leases end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perk is the last speaker unless there's other, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perks, and then Councillor Fletcher.
I listened with great interest to the remarks Councillor Carroll made, and there are a couple pieces in there that I think are really important. One is, yes, let's have open minds. And the other was the instructive story about Mr. Reed being provocative. And I worry about moments when we're forced to make big decisions in a way that closes our mind, which is why I am so thoroughly frustrated with the Port Authority coming here and telling us you have to make a 40-year decision today. And thank goodness, Mayor Chow, you said, no, we're not going to make a 40-year decision today. I do not know, nor does Councillor Carroll, whether it would make sense to invest in high-speed rail in the next 10 years, or if it's a 20-year investment. I just don't know that. I don't know what opportunities exist to improve the UP Express in the next 5 years. I just don't know that. I hear people saying that the economic value of the airport is $11 billion, but if I had a nickel for every time someone gave me a multiplier on the importance of their industry to the Toronto economy, Mr. Conforti's problems would all be solved. We'd be gushing money. I'm suspicious of those multipliers, and I actually would love it if I had some independent third-party economic analysis of what can, over the next 40 years, contribute to the downtown economy. Is this the only option available to us? I don't know. Nobody's produced that independent information. There's a lot of technical information we just don't have. And that's what is so frustrating, so infuriating, in fact, that it's not Mr. Reid who's coming here trying to provoke us into a bifurcated conversation. It's quite frankly the Toronto Port Authority. You know, it's talking to them is like going to IKEA. You want to buy a lamp, but before you're allowed to buy the lamp, you are forced to look at all the dining room sets. You have to consider whether or not you want this bookshelf, that bookshelf, or the other bookshelf. They walk you by the bad hot dog stand. You have to look at everything in the store. No, I just want a lamp. And the lamp here is that we have been told that there's a regulatory requirement to make this safe. And then, you know, in answer to a concern Councillor McKelvey had, we were told the official plan makes it very clear you can put that lake fill in for emergency safety reasons, but you can't do it for other reasons without an OPA. Very clear. And that there is no way on God's green earth we get an OPA done by November. I brag to all of you about the 2 grandsons that I've had come into my life in the last year and a half. They're both doing very well. And so it's caused me to go back into all my boxes and dig out all my old parenting books to try to pass them along to my daughters, because I know my daughters will never listen to me, so maybe a parenting book. One thing that is in all of those parenting books is do not reward bad behavior. The Port Authority has known since 2010 that this cost was coming. I tried to get an answer to a very simple question. How much money have you put aside that is available for you to fund this? Nobody would give me this answer. If they said they have 75 million, but it's for other things, maybe, I don't know how much we can use. If Mr. Conforti, I'm sorry to do this to you, if you brought us a capital project that has been on the books since 2010 and said, I've put nothing in a reserve for it, we would be having a conversation about your future at the City of Toronto. Do not reward the Toronto Port Authority for failing to plan for a known expense. Don't let them bully us into making a 40-year decision for the future of the City of Toronto because they didn't plan for it. Option 1 fits our legal requirements under the official plan. Option 1 is the least cost and therefore the most manageable with the financial resources that are available, but don't accept any option that forecloses us thinking collectively about the future of Toronto's waterfront.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things, and I won't take 5 minutes, but I do think that there were not just, people that are living right beside the airport that had something to say about this. I do want to thank you, Mayor, for being extremely clear, and I think speaking first and saying this is not about closing the island airport. You're being clear. That's not the goal, that's not the motion, that's not your motive, that's not there. So I think that's a really important message out of today. I was very struck by the options and the requirements to do lake filling, to do any of that extra work does require an official plan amendment. And it would not be an easy one because you're putting things into the lake. So there's the fisheries, there's so many different things. So it's not a simple kind of, well, we could do 3. You can't really do it because it requires this amendment. So time seems to be of the essence here. It makes sense to proceed with option 1. And option 1 isn't, let's do option 1 because we're really trying to close the airport. No. Or I don't think is option 3, let's do option 3 because we're really trying to extend the runway and do something else. No. We have this problem here of meeting requirements for safety. It's a safety discussion. And in order to do that, you have to pick an option that you can actually do without a long period of an official plan amendment. So even having the conversation that that's fine to do that, we'll go and get that later, we know that isn't how you can do that, particularly in a sensitive area. Your lake filling. Remember we lake filled the entire Portlands and now we're trying to unlake fill that, filled a river and everything else. That was a full environmental assessment. It was a full everything. It's a big project. So I think this is a very wise, clear, calm approach. If we stop looking under every rock that somebody's getting an advantage, meet the safety requirements, make it to the requirements that you can without getting into a long, complicated official plan amendment when you're doing something in the water and not closing the airport. It's really quite simple, and I'll be supporting that option.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I don't think it's simple at all. This is extremely convoluted and complex because we're dealing with something that we don't control, that ultimately the federal government's going to decide what they're going to do. I just want to, I was telling my staff today, I was saying, God, poor Deputy Mayor Malik, she's got this airport and amongst other things in her downtown ward. And, the challenges never stop. And I said, yeah, but we got our own airport. And I said, what's that? I said, well, it's the Allen Expressway that dumps 100,000 cars into my community every day. I said, so we deal with that 100,000 car reality every day, 7 days a week. So I just want to say that, as far as the airport's concerned, is that it is an important asset that we have. We recognize that. I think what we've got to try and do is find some kind of way of dealing with their financial uncertainty that the airport authority finds themselves in. If we can help reassure them in terms of that they have to go to the market, and I don't want to vilify them as the bad guy here. They're caught in a very difficult situation where they're dealing with the federal government masters, the Transport Canada, they're dealing with community interests, they're dealing with passengers. They have many, many, you might say, challenges as they try and operate this airport in a very challenging, environmentally sensitive area. So I just think we've got to work with them, maybe give them some kind of assurance of a framework, and I think we've got to emphasize that framework that's going to come after we move on from this. So if they have to reassure their financial partners in the future, that we should help them do that. Because, the airport sometimes comes to be very basic to me, is that I don't, like some people here are saying, push everything to Pearson. I don't want to goddamn go to Pearson. That's the worst airport, the second worst airport in the world. You know, and I said, and I was involved with Howard Moscow when we saved the airport from being given away to Mulrooney's buddies.
Oh, I remember.
You know, we had a bit of a battle there. But so that airport, it causes, try and get along the 401 to Pearson anytime. You don't want to go near Pearson, believe me. Yeah, and so, and then I just think, as Councillor McKelvey said, we've got to start to look at long-term alternatives. As Eddie said, before we go ahead and get rid of our airport. And that's why Councillor McKelvey and I have a motion for council next week, which calls for our dear Premier to look at alternatives to the channel he's going to build underneath the 401 and look at maybe the high-speed alternative through the GTA from Hamilton to Kingston and beyond. Maybe he should spend them, so we do have to have those alternatives, but for now we're stuck. We've got the Pearson, and then we've got this. So, and then some people said, build housing in the airport, on the island. God, do we want housing to be built on Toronto Island? I don't think so. One of the deputies said, build housing. You know, we don't want, anyways. I just think we've got to be, I think the mayor has the right approach. She wants to be pragmatic about this airport and do the best we can, and we got to continue to work with the Port Authority and work with the community, who obviously has sincere and heartfelt emotions about living near this airport. So that's a reality too we got to try and deal with. So, and the last thing I'll say, my community loves the Porter Airlines and the airport because there's a direct, we call it the Lakewood shuttle. The Orthodox community goes back and forth between Toronto and Newark, New Jersey daily by the thousands. So they tell me, oh, that airport, we love it. So anyways, I've got to consider that too. Thank you very much.
To know, thank you. Anyone else? We are good. Deputy Mayor Malik, I assume you have, you've moved all the staff report, and then you added in a deadline that Councillor Carroll wanted, or second quarter, right? You've amended that, okay? No slippage. Didn't put that
Good soles on my shoes.
Okay, all those in favor about no slippage? Motion opposed, carry, thank you. To all the people that have stayed, thank you so much. Sorry to, and the clause is amended? There's two, I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Fletcher has the ferries. Speaking about island, we have to do the ferries.
Item 2, item 3.
I just want to thank all the staff that are here, the airport folks and the residents. Thank you for, you spend the whole day here. Thank you for your patience. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready with your motions, or is Councillor Malik going to do the
I have
motion?
worked today with the deputy mayor, because as we know, the ferry docks are
It's in her ward.
her ward.
She has
so
all the fun today.
She has all the fun. She's got everything in her ward, the waterfront, central waterfront. So we put this together today based on what's here and working with staff.
Okay.
So could go pretty quickly. or
Madame
could be
Malik,
long.
do you have the motions ready? Let's hear it and let us vote on it. This is item 3.
And 2. Shelley, it's the services.
So item 2 is the safety. We'll receive that, I guess. That was the presentation. Ferry safety and passenger improvements, okay? We received that information and received that. All those in favor of receiving that for information, this is the ferry schedule and the improvement, safety first. Okay, all those in favor approved, thank you. And then the item 3, you have an amendment.
much. So I have a motion to amend, and you can see it on the screen. And this, thank you to staff for working with us on these amendments. And I'll just summarize what some of the key changes are. It clarifies the amount for the project will be finalized through the detailed design and confirmed in the 2025 budget. It directs that work at the ferry terminal take into account the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal Master Plan, the last one that's on the books, for enhancements as part of the considerations for the detailed design. And it begins a review of the organizational structure that can best oversee the assets, the operations, and the user experience at this important transportation hub. I'll just briefly say that the new ferries that are being delivered will increase capacity, provide a more efficient trip for visitors to the island, and hopefully a more enjoyable one as well. They will be fully electric, meeting our Transform TO goals and our overall climate leadership as a city, and fulfilling so many of our objectives to this point. And this means significantly reducing the fleet's greenhouse gas emissions and saving money through our fuel costs as well. And the shoreline infrastructure at the ferry terminal to support the electrification is critical, and it is so important that we get this right. And this work plan for delivery and coordination and oversight is essential to ensuring the infrastructure is ready to go when the new ferries land on our shores and are operating as soon as they are ready. With these coming improvements to capacity and service, we need to be ready to welcome even more visitors to the ferry terminal with a better experience. And the Toronto Island Park Master Plan adopted this year recognizes that the ferry landing experience is one of the most important to address. As we've heard here today over and over again, it's a gateway for at least 1.4 million people every year who visit the island. And we need the improvements that will be made to that experience from arrival to boarding to the return trip to be as efficient and enjoyable as possible. And we know that the current reality has to improve on that by a lot. And I will be working with staff and with the support of this committee to ensure that alongside the necessary important infrastructure work we are planning and moving forward, that we do also have an improved Jack Layton Ferry Terminal experience and the best organizational structure to oversee it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All those in favor of the motions? Opposed? Carry. What? Councillor Ainsley is going to question the mover. Okay, all right. All those in favor? There is, I need to, wait. Oh, item as amended. All those in favor or opposed? Carry. I have to reopen items 17 because we moved, what did we do? We have to fix the recommendations because the clerk set the wording, and Councillor Carroll has the proper wording on TO Life.
Need to just
Move to reopen. All those in favor, opposed, carry, and Councillor Carroll is redoing that motion to make it work. All those in favor? It's right in front of you. Opposed, carry, thank you. Item as amended. Thank you. Whew. Thank you so much, everyone.
Tom,
Move adjourn. No.
Paula's microphone was on for a good hour there. Mine? Yes. What microphone? Just for entertainment value. Folks from